When Corban was done, they strapped Marok tight to the litter, one end of it harnessed to his horse, and set off into the mist. It was slow going at first, Camlin riding as rearguard, constantly looking over his shoulder, ears straining for any warning. The mist limited his vision and muffled all sound. Anwath rode next to him. "Back at Dun Carrig, Dath and my boy Farrell were friends," Anwath said, nodding forward to Dath, who was riding with Corban and Farrell. "He's a good lad. Had it hard, I heard, when his mam died. His dad took to the Usquay jug, was quick with his fists." "Was he now?" Camlin asked, remembering Dath's father, seeing his hands trembling for no obvious reason. "Maybe Dath's better off without him, then." Anwath shrugged. "Don't know if he'd agree with that, but I've seen the way you've looked out for him. Just wanted you to know. I'm grateful." Before Camlin could answer, the gangly warrior had kicked his horse on and ridden further up the column. They climbed higher, the mist slowly burning off as the day approached high sun. Camlin reined in, staring back into the distance. They were following a shallow valley through a region of rolling foothills blanketed in swathes of red and purple heather. Camlin could see no signs of their pursuers, but the valley they were in had twisted and turned, so the distance he could see was limited. Safe for now. But not for much longer, if we can't change this pace. He heard a horse approaching, looked around to see Brinna, her black crow perched on her saddle pommel. "You look worried," she said. "I'd be happier if I could see further." "Maybe I can help you there," she said, one finger scratching the neck of her crow. "Tired?" the bird squawked. "Get on with you," Brinna snapped, lifting the crow and hoisting it into the air. "Try and earn some of the food I keep giving you." The bird circled once over their heads and then flapped back along the way they had travelled. "My thanks," Camlin said. "A bit of exercise will do him good," Brinna replied as she rode back to the column. She settled alongside Corban and his wolven, the great beast keeping pace easily. "The company I keep these days. Braith would laugh to see it." Brinna and the other old one, Heb, had spent much of the night with Corban. Camlin had seen them move a little way from the rest of the group and sit huddled in deep conversation long into the night. They were an odd company indeed, and that garb was one of the strangest. Camlin had thought over what the grim-faced warrior had said the other morning about Corban being chosen. Extraordinary things had been happening of late, but there was no doubt that would be the strangest of all. Still, he'd learned not to judge. He was happier to sit back and watch, and that is what he would do with his Corban. There was something about him. Camlin stayed where he was a while longer, watching the crow fade to a pinprick. Then he spurred his horse to the head of the column, pulling close to Hallion. "Any sign?" the first sword asked. "No, but I can only see about a league behind us. Wanted to ask you, what's the ground like ahead of us?" "Much like this until we reach the mountains. The pass into Doan is 2-3 days' ride. There's a road the giants built cutting through them." "Is the pass guarded?" "It used to be. Only a token guard, although there are more villages and holds all about the giants' road." Hallion shrugged. "I'm hoping Rin has taken most of her fighting men with her to Arden. We've travelled through the wild, but I still would have expected to see more people than we have." "We've been lucky," Camlin said. "I don't trust to luck." There was a squawking up above, and Camlin looked up, saw Brinna's crow. It swooped in and circled low over their heads, landing on Brinna's outstretched arm. "Hunters!" the bird croaked. "Close! Close! Close!" Faintly on the breeze, the sound of hounds baying drifted up to them. "So much for luck," Camlin muttered. Chapter 34. Cohen. Cohen sat in her saddle looking out over the battlefield, Budai sitting at her horse's feet. Why she was here, she did not know. Obviously it was to do with Corban, somehow. He was why everyone seemed so interested in her. Evnis, Nathair, his counsellor, Calidus. All their questions coming back to the constant that was her brother. What is it about Corban? and now she was about to view a battle. Her main pleasure was that she considered virtually everyone who would be fighting here as her enemy, at one level or another, so whoever died, there would be some degree of satisfaction. She was situated amongst Evnis's warriors, about 70 of them mounted around their lord. Connell was close to her, his attention rarely leaving her for more than a few moments. She swore under her breath. "Don't you have anything better to do than babysit me?" she asked him. "Shut up," he said, glancing at her irritably. He'd searched her before they'd left and removed 4 knives that she had secreted in various parts of her clothing. She resisted a smile. He had missed 2, and with them she planned to kill Evnis. "Weren't you a Diana's babysitter too? You're going down in the world." He glared at her but did not answer, his eyes scanning the battleground before them. The Giant's Way ran through the centre of it all, through a wide, flat-bottomed vale where Rin's warband was spread to meet them. Her banners rippled everywhere. Cambron's broken branch in a black field, a host of black and gold, thousands of them. Yet it was obvious, even to Cohen's untrained eye, that Owain had more men, significantly more. There was a tension in the air, so strong that she could almost see it, like a heavy mist, and it was contagious. Horses neighed, her own mount dancing skittishly. She searched for Shield again. She tried to take him as her own mount, but the red-haired warrior Drust had been having none of that, and had taken Shield as his warhorse. She muttered a prayer to Elion under her breath, begging for the horse to survive the coming battle. Not that you've ever listened to me before. She nudged her horse closer to Connell. "Why is Rin down in the valley?" she asked him. "She was here first, but she's given Owain the high ground." "I was wondering that myself," Connell said. Twisting in her saddle, she looked behind and saw Nathair on his great drake. She wrinkled her nose, smelling it from here. It smelt of death, of rotting things, and its dung. Its smell got into your skin so badly you could almost taste it. Nathair's Jihar warriors were spread in a thick line behind him, near the hill's ridge. Further along were more of Nathair's warriors, these all on foot in orderly lines, holding great round shields. She recognized at their forefront the man who had sparred with Connell, Veridis. Behind them all was Owain's rearguard, men held in reserve for the coming battle, she presumed. Cohen saw a handful of riders canter out from the rearguard ranks, Owain at their head. Nathair's warriors parted for him, and he rode to the king of Tenebral, spoke to him a while. Then Owain led his shieldmen towards Evnis and his warriors. Cohen's heart jumped as she recognized Shield, Drust upon his back. He must be shieldman to Owain. Owain rode to Evnis, speaking loud enough for Cohen to hear. "I have chosen to give you great honour, as reward for your service at Duncarrig," Owain said. "You will lead my warriors into the battle." "Sneaky piece of dung," Connell muttered. Evnis was silent a moment, then bowed his head. "As you wish." He looked about, his eyes finding Connell, and signalled for Cohen to be taken to Nathair. As they rode up the hill, Budai following her, Calidus raised a hand, beckoning Connell. "Keep a close eye on her," Calidus said. Connell nodded curtly. They settled to the rear of the Jihar warriors, Cohen marvelling at the black-clothed warriors' mounts. They were beautiful to the last one, all fine-boned and sleekly muscled. They watched as Evnis and his warriors rode down the slope towards the main host of Owain's warband, the ranks parting to allow Evnis and his men passage. "Not going to do much fighting back here," Cohen said to Connell, watching him keenly. At the very least, she could see how far she could push his famous temper. "You never know," he replied. "At least you won't get to die as quickly as Evnis and your other friends, standing here at the back." "This is a battle. Death can come swift enough wherever we stand, and they're not my friends." The horns blasted out, causing Cohen to snap her head around. Rin's warband was moving. First the front lines, then all those behind, appearing to ripple like a great beast rousing from sleep. Slowly, at first, they moved across the flat plain of the valley, then gathering speed. The bulk of the host was on foot. Cohen could spy lines of mounted warriors gathered at the rear of the field, thickest around a great banner that was planted in the ground. Rin must be there. Owain raised a hand, and horns blew out. His war host moved to meet Rin. Evnis led the charge. The front ranks of Rin's warband picked up their own speed, many running now, yelling battle cries, the thud of feet setting the earth to trembling. Cohen held her breath as Evnis hurtled towards Rin's front lines, knew that she was about to watch him die. She grinned fiercely. Chapter 35. Evnis. Evnis yelled wordlessly as the first ranks of Rin's warband loomed closer. Everywhere he could see faces twisted with battle cries, weapons glinting, hear feet pounding, the drumming of his own horse's hooves, the riders behind him. He risked a glance over his shoulder, saw a large gap growing between his men and Owain's charging warriors. Owain is cunning, thinking to remove me and slay a fair number of Rin's warband along the way, except that Rin could give lessons in cunning to a fox. Time for her first surprise. He sheathed his sword, reached down to his saddle and drew out a rolled banner. Rin's sigil of black and gold unfurled above him, snapping in the wake of his gallop. He yanked on his reins, saw the warriors before him parting as his shieldmen slowed behind him, drawing into a double column, and like that they cantered through the ranks of Rin's warband, shouting greetings to Rin's warriors as they passed them. Unluckily for Owain, Rin and I have ways of communicating that he would not dream of. She had foreseen him attempting something like this, and they had plotted against every conceivable eventuality. His warriors filtered through Rin's warband, moving to the eastern edges. They regrouped around him. For an instant he focused on Rafe, the son of Helfach, his dead huntsman, and his thoughts drifted to Von, who had been a friend to Rafe. Where is my son? Is he still in Arden? Then Rin and Owain's charging warriors met, the sound like a concussive crack of thunder. The warbands poured into one another, and almost instantly battle cries were joined by death cries. The battle fell into 1,000 individual duels. No strategy, no tactics, just kill the man in front, then move on to the next one. Evnis surveyed the battleground, saw Owain still mounted with his shieldmen about him. Further up the slope, Nathair and his warriors were spread through the ridge. For a moment, he thought he glimpsed Connell. Could have done with his sword beside me. Too late to change his mind now, though. He had judged that Cohen was important to Nathair and did not want to be excluded from any developments there, so Connell was her guardian. I'll see them both when this is done, anyway. He dropped Rin's banner and drew his sword. "This is it," he called out above the din of battle. "The future of Arden will be decided this day. Ride with me now, fight with me now, and your place in it will be assured." A cheer went up from the men as they drew their swords, hefted spears and shields. "And 100 gold pieces to whoever brings me Owain's head." There was a louder cheer at that. Then he was spurring his horse on, picking up speed as he looped out from the fringe of the battleground. There was an explosion of bodies. His horse reared as he slashed from side to side, his sword hacking, cutting, breaking bones, denting helms, great fountains of blood spraying in his wake. His warriors crashed into the battle behind him, spreading like the cutting edges of an arrowhead. He burst clear into the open. The battle was raging. The marshes to the west stopped the combatants spreading that way, and Evnis was on the east side, a wide stretch of open valley. Owain's warriors were using their great numbers here to curve around the edges of Rin's warband, flanking them. Evnis had seen Owain use the same tactic at Duncarrig. If Owain's men were allowed to continue with this strategy again, the battle would soon be over. "With me!" Evnis yelled, and kicked his horse on. This time, he and his warriors raked the edges of Owain's men, striking fast, killing and then veering away before they could be ensnared in the crush of bodies. They did this time and time again, defending Rin's flank. Then there was a thundering in his ears, overwhelming the din of battle. Riders were pouring down the slope, charging straight at him and his shieldmen. He recognized the man at their fore. Owain. Desperately, he dragged on his horse's reins, ordering his men to pull clear or Owain and his warriors would catch them in the flank. Snarling, Evnis realised he was not going to pull free in time. He hefted his shield and screamed his frustration. Then Owain's horsemen were crashing into his shieldmen. Horses neighed and screamed. Warriors yelled, swords clanged, a multitude of impacts set Evnis's ears ringing. He felt fear churning in his gut, slithering like a restless snake, slowing his limbs, as if he were moving through water. I will not die here, not now. See it through, see it through, see it through. Something whispered, in his ear or in his mind, he could not tell. You are mine, and I have work for you to do. Kill Owain. He felt the fear drain away, his limbs loosen, and he gritted his teeth, raised his sword, and spurred his mount at Owain. Many of his shieldmen were down, horses spitted on spears caught by Owain's charge. But others were rallying, Ralph's face appearing amongst them, following Evnis as he struck at Owain's men. He crushed a skull with an overhand blow, backhanded another across the face, stabbed another in the armpit, turned a blade on his shield, punched the wielder with the hilt of his sword, teeth spraying. Then he could see Owain, sitting tall in his saddle, hacking at one of Evnis's shieldmen. Owain's sword chopped into the warrior, almost severing the man's head. Evnis watched as Owain pulled his sword free, looked about, eyes searching. Then they saw him and narrowed to slits. "Traitor!" Owain yelled, and kicked his horse on. There was a great noise from the hill behind them, a frantic blowing of horns from the ridge. Men were milling at the hill's crest, turning to stare at something hidden by a dip in the land. A cloud of dust hovered in the distance. Evnis smiled. Rin's second surprise. Chapter 36. Veridis. Veridis stared into the distance, shading his eyes with one hand. Behind Owain's rear guard, a thick column of warriors was marching towards them. "How many?" Boss asked beside him. "About 1,000. They are Rins." "I guess that," his big companion said. Owain's rearguard, mostly mounted, were milling around, some turning to face the newcomers, others still facing towards the battle in the vale. Many amongst them were blowing horns in warning. A rider cantered out towards the warband hurrying along the Giant's Way. He hefted a spear and pointed it at the approaching enemy, began trotting towards them. Ranks behind him followed, raggedly at first. Slowly, the whole of Owain's rearguard followed his lead. They have a good captain, Veridis thought. That is what I would do. Strike quickly, though the odds are still against them. They are too few. Keep your sword loose in its scabbard. Things are about to get bloody. It looks bloody enough already down there, Boss said, pointing into the valley where Owain's and Rin's warbands were engaged in battle. That is only the beginning, Veridis said, pulling his helmet on. Owain's going to want to reinforce his rearguard, Boss said to Veridis, to help them before Rin's men scatter them. I know, Veridis said, and it is our job to stop him. Best get to it. He held a fist high, and his own messenger blew a horn, his warband spreading along the ridge, forming the shield wall. 200 warriors long it stretched, 5 rows deep, an impenetrable barrier as the shields came up. The thunder of hooves drew his attention as a large force of the Jihar rode past the shield wall. Akar, the warrior who had commanded the Jihar throughout the campaign to Haldis, was leading them. They pulled up on the far side of his shield wall, blocking any passage for Owain between the hill and the first fringes of woodland down in the valley. For Owain, the only way to his rearguard now was through Nathair's warriors. Veridis watched as Owain began drawing troops out from the rear of his warband, men that were not fully committed to combat. Soon he had a few hundred gathered about him, more joining. Behind them, Rin's reinforcements and Owain's rearguard clashed on the Giant's Way. Veridis saw that Rin's men were huddled tight, shields and spears bristling as Owain's horsemen tried to split them up. Men were falling on both sides, screams drifting on the breeze. Here they come, Boss said. Remember, we will not attack, only defend ourselves. Those had been Nathair's orders. They would aid Rin indirectly by thwarting Owain's movement on the field by keeping his forces separated. Veridis drew his short sword and braced his feet. Owain's men were coming up the hill, a little hesitantly. The shield wall had never been seen by these warriors before, and it was not the traditional method of battle. Veridis saw Owain and his mounted shieldmen behind them. The King of Arden was grim-faced. He is no fool, can see he's been betrayed. Defeat is a knife edge away for him now. Veridis felt a moment of sympathy for the man, a flash of guilt for the part he was playing here. He buried it. Owain called out behind his men, urging them on. The bulk of them ran at the shield wall, clearly preferring that to the mounted Jihar, who stood calmly waiting to either side of Veridis' warband. The first rank slammed into the shield wall, the impact shivering through Veridis' whole body. A series of jolts and thuds followed as Owain's warriors piled into one another, the weight quickly becoming immense. Veridis bent his legs, pressing his shoulder into the curve of his shield, and held on. Screams rang out along the line. My men are striking back. It was inevitable, he knew. They could not just stand here. Eventually, shields would be pulled down, and his own men would start dying. He raised his sword, slid it into the gap between shields, and thrust. He felt resistance, then his blade was cutting into flesh. Someone screamed. He pulled his blade back, stabbed again, and again, kept on stabbing until the muscles in his arm burned. Fingers grasped the rim of his shield and he headbutted them, his iron helmet breaking bones. A sword swiped at his ankles, sliding underneath his shield, but he saw the blow coming, managed to block it, trod on the blade with his iron-shod sandals. A horn blast filtered through the din of battle, a high, keening sound that he recognized. The Jihar. He risked a glance over his shield rim, saw the Jihar joining the battle, their long swords slashing from horseback, cutting great swathes through Owain's men. In heartbeats, the assault on the shield wall was over, Owain's men breaking away, running for their lives. They only had one way to go. The battle in the Vale was continuing. Rin seemed to be gaining the upper hand as Owain's men started to try to escape the combat, panic spreading from the disaster on the hill like a disease. Rin's main host blocked the way through the Vale. The marshland denied any flight westwards, and Nathair's forces were an immovable object along the ridge of the hill, removing any hope of a retreat to the south. The only way left was west, into the broken woodland that fringed the Vale, and that is where Owain's men ran. Screams rang out behind Veridis, and he turned to see the Jihar joining the battle about the Giant's Way too. Owain's rearguard was now caught between Rin's reinforcements and a group of the Jihar. Even Alcyon was striding into the fray, swinging his axe and taking lives like the Angel of Death. Owain's men broke apart, most of them on horseback, scattering in countless directions. The Jihar rode them down. So many dead. Just warriors, obeying their lords. He shook his head, surveying the corpses sprawled all about them. All for the ambitions of kings and queens. He looked along the ridge, eyes searching for Nathair, and spotted him sitting tall on his drake. Relief swept him that his king had survived the battle. Indeed, their entire force seemed to have sustained few casualties. And the battle was won, Nathair's plans furthered. Warfare is strategy, Nathair had said to him, and strategy had certainly won this battle. It just did not feel very honourable. It is for the greater good, he reminded himself. What now? Boss asked him. We'll hold our position until Nathair orders differently, Veridis answered. The battle in the Vale was chaos now, most of Owain's warband realising that the fight was lost. Owain himself was on the slope, a few dozen of his mounted shieldmen about him, others on foot still rallying to him. The king of Narvon pulled his horse in a circle, surveying the chaos about him, then spurred his horse west towards the woodland. He did not gallop or leave in wild panic. His passage was orderly, controlled, and he still gathered men to him as he passed, his presence bringing an edge of calm. He rode into the shadow of the woods. Chapter 37 Cohen. Cohen could not believe what she was seeing, almost did not know where to look. So much was happening at once. The battle in the Vale had been a terrible, vicious thing. She had seen death before. The ambush in the dark wood, the night Duncarrig fell, but nothing on this scale. Its savagery and cruelty took her breath away, made her feel sick. The shield wall was like nothing she had ever seen before. It had dealt out death with a cold efficiency that seemed to go against all she had learned of the warrior's code. Everness's treachery had shocked her at first, though I should expect little else, she thought. Connell had remained calm throughout, seeming composed as he watched the events unfold. He must have known, Cohen realized. His mood did appear black, though, probably at being denied his part in the conflict. Her eyes focused on Owain, saw him sitting tall on his horse, moving away along the ridge of the hill towards the woodland that stretched into the distance. There was a shieldman, clutching a banner beside him, the Red Bull of Narvon serving as a rallying point for Owain's routed host. She recognized the warrior holding the banner, red hair spilling from his iron helm. Drust, and he was riding Shield. Her heart clenched in her chest. Shield still lived. No, Shield will be lost forever. Without thinking, Cohen bent in her saddle and slid free the knife that she had hidden in the leather sole of her boot. She whispered to Budai, the hound sitting close by. Connell was still focused on the battle, his eyes twitching, fists constantly clenching. She reached over silently and sliced the girth of his saddle, then kicked her horse into motion. The animal leapt away, a dun mare that she had helped Gar break. Behind her, she heard Connell shout her name, glance back to see him yanking on his reins, urging his horse to give chase. Then he was sliding and falling. Cohen grinned as she heard him swearing. Her mount was small-framed and she was fast. Cohen bent low in the saddle, spurring her to a gallop along the ridge towards the woodland, behind the shield wall, heedless of Owen's scattered troops. Budai barked behind her as he tried to keep up. Owen and his followers had already disappeared amongst the trees. To her left, Cohen saw warriors from Rin's warband following the stragglers of Owen's routed forces, cutting them down as they ran. Deeper into the vale, a knot of mounted warriors was gathered before the tree line. Cohen saw Evness at their head. Even as she watched, they rode into the shadows of the woods. I still may get to see him die today. Connell was nowhere to be seen, though she knew he would be after her soon. Some of the Jihar were gathered, one of them pointing towards the woods, planning to hunt Owen down. And then she saw Veridis. He was high on the hill, talking to Nathair, Calidus, and the giant close by. They all looked towards the woods, and just for a heartbeat, Cohen was sure that Veridis stared straight at her. Then he was moving, picking his way through warriors, heading steadily her way. "Come on, Budai," she said, feeling anxious. "Let's find Shield." "And then I'm leaving, heading south to find Pendathran. I should have taken Shield and left with him a long time ago." The drum of feet and hooves echoed dull and muted amongst the trees. She followed them, the trail of their passing easy to see. Then, abruptly, there was a loud screaming. She gripped her knife tightly as the sound of skirmishing grew. Then she saw the first of the dead littering the ground. Owain's men, red-cloaked for Narvon, all with arrows sprouting from their bodies. She moved on, saw figures moving amongst the trees, saw the sparks of blades clashing, heard the thrum of arrows. All was chaos, horses rearing, men fighting in close combat. She looked about wildly, searching for Shield. Sounds from the canopy drew her attention, and she looked up to see figures in the trees, firing arrows into a knot of Owain's warriors, Owen amongst them. Her eyes fell upon their leader, and she froze. It was Braith, the outlaw woodsman who had been part of the kidnapping of Queen Elona when her sweetheart Ronan had died. Owen and his warriors charged at Braith's line, breaking it and moving deeper into the woods, fighting as they went. Braith's men kept pace, harrying them. Then they had moved on, and Cohen was left standing amongst the dead. She heard the crunch of forest litter, turned, and saw a horse amongst the trees, a form slumped on its back. It was Shield. Cohen slipped from her saddle and ran to him. He knew instantly that something was wrong. He was trembling, eyes rolling white. Then she saw the arrow buried in his flank. He whickered as she reached him, nuzzled his head against her, his coat drenched with sweat, salt-stained. She waved flies from his wound, touched the arrow shaft, and he shuddered. "This'll have to come out, boy," she murmured, stroking his flank, trying to soothe him. Drust was draped upon the horse's back, an arrow sticking from his side too. He had one foot still stuck in a stirrup. She heaved him off, and he groaned as he hit the ground. Still alive, then. He looked at her, lips moving but only a whisper coming out. She stared back at him sullenly. "You are Owain's man. You helped to storm Duncarrick." Budai sniffed the fallen warrior and whined. Cohen remembered how the warrior had saved Budai, so she took a waterskin from Shield's saddle and, kneeling beside Drust, trickled some water into his mouth. "Thank you," Drust said. His red hair plastered dark to his face, and for an instant he reminded her of Ronan, red-haired, freckled, or Ronan as he might have been if he had lived longer. She pursed her lips, making a decision. "Take my horse," Cohen said. "Owain is finished. He'll be hunted down before the day is out, so do not follow him. Ride south if you want to join the resistance against Rin." "You are forgetting? I am from Narvon. I fought for Owain against Arden." Cohen snorted. "Owain is as good as dead. Rin is the enemy now, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Pendathrin will be leading the resistance. You'll find him in the marshes about Duncrin. If you get that far, tell him my name. If he doesn't kill you straight away, he'll be all right." Just coughed, held his arm to his side. "If not, you must ride north, back to Narvon, but Rin rules there now, so I don't know what you'll find." "You should come with me, girl. There's nothing for you here now." "I'm heading south," she said, "but Shield's not fit to travel. I need to deal with this arrow." "I'll help you." "You've an arrow in your side. And besides, won't be long before these woods are crawling with Rin's men. Me, I'm nobody. They'll kill you as quick as breathing." He frowned, wavering. "Maybe I'll catch you up if you do choose to go south." He nodded to her, and she fetched her mare. Drust had the waterskin between his teeth, both hands gripping the arrow shaft in his side. With a grunt, he tensed, snapping the shaft, and half collapsed back onto the ground. Cohen heard the sound of riders quickly growing louder. She ducked behind a tree with Drust lying hidden from view beside her. Warriors rode into the glade, and she saw them through the foliage and tensed. It was Evnis. Her hand reached for the knife stuffed in her belt. She had a clear view of him, only 20 paces away. She knew she could make the throw, bury her knife to the hilt in his back. Her fingers twitched. He betrayed us all. Caused the death of my dad, Brennan, the loss of Mam, Corban, Gar. All that has happened is because of him. Silently, she pulled the knife free, rolled her thumb over it, readying for the throw. Drust groaned, eyes flickering. "If I kill Evnis, they'll find us. Kill me, kill Drust, probably leave Shield with an arrow in his flank that'll fester and kill him." Budai pressed close against her legs, his hackles a ridge on his back. "And you? They'll kill you too. I don't care if I die, as long as Evnis goes first, but—" She stared at them, horse, hound, and warrior, realizing that she did not want their deaths on her hands. With a wrench of will, she shoved the knife back in her belt and watched as Evnis and his men disappeared after Owain and his surviving warband. She waited a while after they had disappeared from sight, then bent to Drust, roused him and helped him into the saddle of her dun mare. "I should take Shield," he said. "That'd be taking my kindness too far," she replied. "Shield stays with me." He shrugged, bent in the saddle with pain, then turned the mare and rode into the shadows, southwards. Cohen set to cleaning Shield's wound, frowning as she realized how deep the arrow had bitten. How am I going to get this out? She didn't notice Budai growling, so intent was she. But then the growl turned to a snarl, and she turned to see Connell running through the trees towards her. Woodeye leapt at him, connecting with a thud, his teeth snapping. Connell grunted and fell, man and hound rolling on the ground. Connell managed to roll and throw Woodeye off, climbing to his feet and drawing his sword. Cohen screamed and threw her knife. It flew straight at Connell's chest, but he was so fast he managed to twist, clubbing the leaping dog with his sword hilt while Cohen's knife flew wide of her mark, sinking into the meat of Connell's arm. He yelled, his sword spinning out of his grip, and ran at her while Cohen reached frantically for her second knife, hidden in the heel of her other boot. With a snarl, Connell ploughed into her, sending them both hurtling through the air. Cohen was biting, kicking, punching to get free as Connell grabbed her wrist and knocked the knife from her grasp. Panting, she brought her knee up hard between his legs, felt his whole body go limp, and scrambled out of his grip. With a groan, he staggered upright, grabbing for her again. She punched him and he backhanded her across the face. Blood filled her mouth as she staggered and fell. Connell pulled a knife from his belt. "Get up. I must get up. That's the last time you try to kill me, girl," he spat. And Cohen felt a wave of real fear pulse through her, sharpening her senses. "You're more trouble than you're worth," Connell said, putting the knife to her throat. "I don't think so," a voice said, a hand gripping Connell's wrist and pulling him away. Cohen blinked, her vision clearing. It was Veridis, with the giant towering at his shoulder. "Let me go," Connell snarled. "That depends on what you intend to do with that knife," Veridis said. Connell tensed and looked as if he was about to attack Veridis. They caught sight of the giant as he shrugged his axe from his shoulders and patted one of the blades with a huge hand. Connell relaxed and let his knife drop to the ground. Veridis kicked the knife away and released Connell, never taking his eyes from the man. "You're lucky I arrived when I did," he said. "She's worth more than your life to my king." He took a step away from Connell, looked closely at Cohen, who had blood trickling from her nose and mouth. He frowned. "Are you all right?" "Gave as good as I got," she mumbled. The giant laughed. Chapter 38. Corban. "Just believe it, Corban," Heb said. That's easier said than done. Corban was sitting with Heb and Brynner in a copse of trees, the murmur of voices from their camp filtering through to them. "Just a spark, Ban," Brynner said. "See it in your mind, how you want it to be, then speak it." He was holding a stick, staring at it. In his mind he saw a wisp of smoke curled from it, a spark, then a flame. "Lasser," he said, the word feeling alien on his tongue. He held his breath. Just for a moment he thought he caught the faint smell of wood smoke. Then it was gone. He waited. "Nothing's happened," he said eventually. "You have a talent for stating the obvious," Brynner said. "Nothing," Kraft agreed from a branch above them. "It's early days," Heb said, patting Corban's shoulder. "This is only your first attempt." It was the fourth night since Marek had had his hand amputated, every night following the same routine. Make camp, tend Marek's wound, then retreat somewhere with Brynner and Heb. For the first 3 nights, Corban had been given some rudimentary lessons in Giantish. Just a handful of words, but the important ones, Brynner had said. The elements that he would seek to command: fire, water, earth, and air. Each day he had silently recited them in time to the pounding of his horse's hooves. And now, tonight, he had attempted to make something happen. Nothing. Is it really possible, or just another mad fairy tale like Gar imagining me to be Elyon's chosen one? Heb took the stick from his hand. "Lasser," the old man said. There was a popping sound, a wisp of smoke, and then a flame flickered into life. "Fire!" Kraft squawked. "That's amazing," Corban whispered. Heb smiled and dropped the stick, stamping the flame out. "You just have to believe. But," he added, I could attempt the same thing another time, and, if I had a seed of doubt, I would fail. It is all about believing, utterly, at that moment. "Drink this," Brynner said, handing Marek a skin of something. "What's in it?" Marek asked. "Something to dull the pain. This is going to hurt. Go on, Corban." Marek frowned but took a long gulp. It was the 6th night now since Marek's hand had been removed. He had been gripped by a fever for the first 2 days and part of the 3rd, then awoke before high sun, weak but complaining he was starving hungry. Brynner had said that was a good sign. Corban had tended to his wound, under Brynner's constant supervision. "Stitch over an infection, and we'll kill him, sure as a blade through his heart," Brynner had said. So while the skin and flesh was red and inflamed, the wound had been left open, allowing for any pus to drain. A compress of leaves and clean bandages bound about it twice a day. Now, though, the redness had gone, and it had stopped smelling bad, so Brynner had ordered the wound stitched closed. "Just start, Ban," she said. "Have you done this before?" Marek asked, his words slurred from the poppy milk Brynner had given him. "Not exactly," Corban said, holding a bone needle close to the stump that was Marek's wrist. "It's no different from darning a sock," Brynner said. "My arm's no sock," Marek blurted. "Shut up and drink your milk," Brynner ordered. Corban pressed hard, piercing the skin with a pop, then proceeded methodically. "This bit will feel strange," Corban warned, then pulled the thread tight, stretching Marek's skin across the open wound, closing it off. He tied a knot in the thread, and Brynner cut it with a knife. "It will feel uncomfortable, and it will itch," Brynner said. "Any pain, tell me immediately." Marek inspected Corban's stitching and nodded at him. "You're doing well," Brynner said to Marek as Corban applied a salve to the skin and bandaged it off. "You haven't died, which I expected a few days ago." "No, but I not be drawing a bow again." "There's more to life than shooting pointy things into people," Brynner said. Marek snorted. "What use is a huntsman who can't draw a bow?" He looked straight at Corban, bitterness twisting his features. "There's plenty of other new and exciting ways to get yourself killed," Brynner said. "No doubt you'll discover some of them soon enough." She walked away. "I can still feel it, you know. My hand, my fingers," Marek said. "I would still have it if we'd sailed to the marshes and done Kryn." He glanced at Hallion, who was at the edge of their camp, looking back the way they'd travelled. There's been a tension between them since we fled Duncarrig, and now Marek blames Hallion for the loss of his hand. This bothered Corban, particularly as he had great respect for both men. Hallion he knew better, though, from the countless days of toil and hard work in the Rowan field. He knew that whatever Hallion did, whatever choices he made, he was not acting out of self-interest. "He chose what he thought was best for Idana," Corban said quietly, gathering his tools. "Did he? Maybe he just wants to go home. I've never known him to choose something he thought to be wrong. Even his own brother." Marek stared at him, the hardness fading from his eyes. "Aye, lad. Don't listen to me, I'm just—" He trailed off, his gaze dropping back to the stump where his hand used to be. Corban squeezed his arm and followed after Brynner. "What's wrong with you?" Brynner asked him. "Your face looks like it's been squashed." "That was harsh, what you said to Marek." "Sympathy will feed his self-pity," Brynner said, a softness edging her voice. "And he has some dark days ahead." Corban lay on his belly, staring down a steep slope into a valley. A river wound through it, marking the border of Cambrin. A stone bridge arched across the fast-flowing water, houses clustered upon either bank. The road on the far side climbed upwards, twisting into the mountains. They were in a no-man's land between the two realms of Cambrin and Doan. On the far side of those mountains is Doan and safety. That was the hope, anyway. Hallion had said that when he had travelled the other way, coming from Doan into Cambran, there had only been a handful of guards, a token force. Not now, though. Warriors were everywhere, standing guard on the bridge, walking the few streets, their tents spilling onto a coarse stretch of grass alongside the river. Corban had tried counting and lost track when he reached 90. "Rin is no fool," Camlin whispered beside him. "Unfortunately for us," said Hallion. The rest of their group were a few hundred paces behind them, huddled about a stand of gorse. The land had turned bleaker, more barren the higher they had climbed. They had broken camp before sunrise and set out as soon as dawn had lit their way. The sun had been up a while now, though it was still well before high sun. The sky was full of thick, low cloud, the air humid. Corban felt his eyelids drooping. They had been travelling hard, but still their pursuers had drawn closer each day, until now they were almost constantly within sight. "We can't stay here," Camlin said, echoing Corban's thoughts. "No, but there's no way across that bridge. We couldn't fight our way through, there's too many of them." Hallion glanced over his shoulder back along the track. "We'll have to try another way." They all looked up at the mountains, grim and forbidding. In the distance, a wolven howled, Storm tensed, ears twitching. "Best be moving," Camlin said. "Perhaps we can shadow the giant's rose, join up to it once we're deeper into the mountains and away from Rin's eyes and ears." "That's a plan I like," Hallion said. They scrambled back down the slope to their companions, shared the bad news, and set off into the mountains. Camlin rode ahead, scouting their path. Craft fluttered down out of the cloudy sky to land on Brynner's saddle. The crow had been keeping track of their hunters. "Fast?" the crow squawked. "Faster than us?" Brynner asked. The crow bobbed its head. "Something will have to be done, soon," said Heb, who was riding close by. He and Brynner shared a look. They're talking about the earth power, Corban thought. Dogs barked somewhere behind, and Corban twisted in his saddle. Dark shapes were visible in the distance, near to where they had stopped to view the pass into the mountains. Shapes broke away from the main party and disappeared down the slope as they moved towards the river ford. And towards the warriors' camp there. We'll probably get them hunting for us too. Things are not looking good. They travelled as fast as they could, dismounting at sunset and leading their horses for fear of twisted or broken legs. A cold night was followed by a grey morning. They were back in the saddle before the sun had risen, winding ever deeper into the mountains. The path they were following was little more than a fox's trail running more or less parallel to the Giant's Road. A sheer rock face rose up ahead, and the path veered around it, moving deeper into the mountain wilderness. Corban hoped that at some point it would veer back, but it didn't look likely. Just before high sun, Camlin came cantering back from scouting ahead. He was frowning. He rode to Idana and Hallion, pulling up before them, but spoke loud enough for all to hear. "The path dips ahead, follows a stream and broadens out. It's good land to travel on for a while, but then it rises and turns narrow right quick. Won't be easy going." "Easier than turning back," said Hallion. "Aye, true enough. There's something else. I think we're heading into a wolfen pack's territory. Found some spoor and a carcass of something. Looks like a horse." "We have a wolfen of our own," Idana said. "Aye, one. This is a pack. In my experience, that means anywhere between 4 and 10 of them, and they won't like us in their territory. We'll need to be careful." Brynner spoke quietly to Craft. Corban thought he heard the word wolfen when the bird was flapping away, this time ahead of them. Brynner and Corban checked on Marek as they let their horses drink and refilled waterskins. "I'm fine," he said to them, though his eyes were pinched with pain. They reached the end of the vale that Camlin had told them of as the sun was hovering above the mountaintops. The valley sides had narrowed, with great black boulders dotting the land. A narrow ravine closed in, leading sharply up, causing them to ride in single file. Corban looked back over his shoulder and saw tiny figures spill into the valley behind them. No way back now. The terrain changed as they climbed higher, the ground turning stony, patches of shingle appearing underfoot. It became too dangerous to ride, so they dismounted and led their horses. Corban saw a nimble-footed goat standing on a narrow rim above them, watching their passage. Dusk was closing in when they stumbled into a rocky bowl rimmed by pine trees, their scent thick in the air. Corban was sweating from the climb, though there was a cold wind biting at him. He drank thirstily from his water skin. Hallion had gone to look back down the way they had travelled, and Corban joined him. To his horror, he could see a long line of figures climbing the ravine not more than half a league behind them. "They'll not be stopping to make camp tonight," Hallion said. "They know they can't miss our trail in the dark because there's nowhere to go except straight ahead. They'll just keep coming. Then we must move on, and not stop either." "Aye." Footsteps crunched behind them. Camlin returning from scouting ahead. "How is the path?" Idana asked. "We're going to have to leave the horses. Gets too steep. They'll not make it." They all looked at him and he shrugged. "How far behind are they?" Camlin asked Hallion. "Not far. Less than half a league, and they're moving faster than us." "Best be moving, then," Camlin said. Marok stepped forward. "I'll stay. Hold them back a little. Buy you some time." He looked around at the shocked faces. "My life's over now. Might as well do something of worth before the end. I know I can't shoot a bow." He raised his left arm, the wrist bandaged tight. "But I can still swing a sword. And one of you can strap my shield tight to my arm." "I'll do better than strap your shield tight," Anwar said. "I'll be your shield. 2 will hold them longer than 1, and 3 longer than 2, Farrell said, stepping close to his da. "Someone that can shoot a bow would hold them longer," Camlin said, reaching for his bowstring. I'll stay with you," Dath said, looking at Camlin. Heb stood up from where he had been sitting by a boulder. "I think I might be of some help. I will stay too." "What?" Brenna said. "Don't be an idiot, you ridiculous man." Corban was unsure if she was angry or worried. Probably both. "Stop!" a voice rang out. Idana strode forward, shaking her head. "We'll either all stay or all go. I'll not lose you so that I can run a little longer." A tremor shook her voice. "And I would be proud to stand with you all, more loyal and brave than I deserve." She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and looked to Camlin. "Is this a good spot to face them?" "Depends if you want to hold them back or try and kill them all," he said. "If you want to hold them off, it would be better up ahead, where the trail narrows. If we're going to have a crack at sending every last one of them across the Bridge of Swords, then this is better. Me and Dath can pick the first ones off with our bows as they come out of the ravine. Once they're in this bowl, you'll have room to swing a sword." He looked about. "This is a good spot." To make a last stand, Corban finished for him. Corban crouched behind a boulder, holding his shield tight, Storm pressed close against him. The sun was just aglow, silhouetting the mountain peaks now. Gar was close to him, and his mam, her face pale, her knuckles white where they gripped her spear. Dath was just a shadow higher up, amongst a handful of pine. None of the others was visible. He kept his eyes on Dath, knew that when he started firing his bow, then the battle was upon them. Corban heard the arrows before he saw them. The thrum of bowstrings as they were released was followed closely by a scream and a high-pitched whine. Corban risked a glance around the boulder, saw figures strewn at the entrance to the bowl, a hound pawing the ground, but no others. They must have pulled back. Then there were battle cries, and men were spilling out of the narrow ravine, climbing over the dead. 2 arrows struck the first man and he was hurled back, knocking another off his feet, but others rushed past them, quickly spreading out. "Now!" yelled Camlin. Corban drew his sword as he rushed forwards, Storm and Gar a heartbeat behind him. He saw Halion swinging his sword, then a head was spinning through the air, a dark spurt of blood. Storm leapt forwards, smashing a man from his feet. Corban followed her, took a blow on his shield, pushed it away, parried with his own sword, chopping an arm. He wrenched his blade free, swung again, silencing his screaming opponent. Someone else took the warrior's place, came rushing at him. He stepped in quickly to meet the man, felt all the years of drill and practice with Gar and Halion take hold of him, his body moving before he had time to think, falling into the rhythms and responses of the sword dance. Before he realized what he was doing, his opponent was falling back, blood jetting from his throat, and he was facing someone else. He blocked a combination of blows, twisted his wrist and slid to the side, chopped neatly at an exposed neck. Then he was moving on to another opponent. A calm filled him as he let his body move, not thinking, just doing, and his enemy kept falling before him. At his side, his man was desperately defending herself, her spear only just holding off a flurry of blows. Corban swung his sword, severed a hand from his man's opponent. His man took the opening and buried her spear point in the man's throat. He heard Storm snarl, turned to see hounds circling her. One step too close and she knocked it aside, claws opening red streaks on the dog's body. But another leapt, landed on her back, jaws snapping, seeking Storm's spine. She writhed beneath him, rolled over, and then the other hounds were jumping in, biting at her exposed belly. Storm regained her feet, shook the hound from her back, and snapped the spine of another of her attackers. The rest of the pack cowered back, whining. It was close to dark now. Shapes were blurring, merging as they clashed. He saw Gar, recognizing him by the way he moved, spinning and slashing in constant motion. Figures fell away in the wake of his passing. Corban backed away as the fighting grew closer, turning to make sure that Heb, Brinna, and Idana were still safe. He heard a flapping, saw Kraft circling the bowl, squawking frantically. The crow landed on a boulder close to Brinna. It hopped from foot to foot, still squawking. Corban ran to them. "Who's winning?" Brinna said, squinting at him in the dark. "It's too early to tell." "Let's see if we can do something about that," Heb said. He held a branch in his hand, splintered from one of the pine trees close by. He spoke strange words under his breath. Kraft squawked again. "I think Kraft wants your attention," Corban said. "He will have to wait, impatient bird," Brinna snapped, adding her voice to Heb's. At first, nothing happened. Then Corban felt a pressure on his ears, the air seeming to push in at him, like when a storm is about to burst, but more extreme. Then he saw a wisp of smoke curl up from the branch, quickly followed by a tiny flame. Kraft jumped onto his shoulder and pecked his head. "Get off!" Corban cried, trying to wave the bird away. Then he finally heard what the crow was saying. "Wolfen, Wolfen, Wolfen, Wolfen," the bird was repeating. "Wolfen!" The branch burst into flame and Heb dropped it. The fire flared bright, illuminating the bowl, showing figures locked in combat all about, but Corban's eyes were drawn higher up, to the ring of pine trees that circled them. Suddenly, eyes glowed green in the firelight. Lots of eyes. Then the first Wolfen leapt at them. Chapter 39. Fidele. Fidele sipped from a cup of wine. She was in Lamar's chambers at the top of his tower in Ripper. There was a wide window dominating the wall opposite, giving an extensive view of the bay, and her eyes kept being drawn to the sea, the hypnotic swell and roll of waves. Others were sitting at the table with her: Lamar, Baron of Ripper, and his two sons, Crelis and Ector. Two more disparate brothers she could not imagine. Crelis, larger than life in every way, physically almost a giant, but with a great warmth to him. She imagined that he could love and hate with equal passion. And Ector, quiet, introverted, pale-skinned, almost withered-looking, yet with a fierce intellect. Her thoughts drifted to Lamar's third son, and first soared to her own son, Nathair, the loyal Veridus. He's somewhere in between these two, physical, a warrior like Crelis, but quiet, reserved like Ector. She was glad Veridis served her son. His loyalty was beyond doubt something solid to cling to in these turbulent times. Peritus sat beside her, fingers drumming on the table, and Orcus, her loyal shadow, stood behind her. "So, what will we do about the Vinthalan?" Peritus said. Always it comes back to this, no matter where the conversation leads. "I have told you. The men involved have been punished. There is little more to do now except wait for Lycus to return. Then I shall speak with him." "Like you spoke to him before?" She felt a flare of anger but suppressed it. Peritus was struggling with so much change. Struggling with the death of Aquilus, with Vinthalan wandering Tenebral, with Nathair's new ways, especially his new techniques of fighting. The shield wall was a particular thorn in Peritus's flesh. But change had come to them, whether they liked it or not. It was swim or be drowned. She looked hard at Peritus. He looks like a drowning man. Nevertheless, an insult was an insult. If Peritus had spoken to her so in private, she would have overlooked it for friendship's sake, but not in front of Lamar and his children. "If you dare speak to me in such a way again, I will have you sent back to the ranks," she said coldly. Peritus looked away, blushing, mumbling an apology. "The Vinthalan have learned a lesson from you," Lamar said in his deep voice. "Learned that you are not to be disobeyed." "Or learned to hide their disobedience better," Hector added. It is time to change the subject. "How go your preparations for the coming war?" Fidele asked. "Well enough," Lamar said. "My warband is ready, and I have gathered every able-bodied man to me." "And your warband's training?" "I'm asking of Nathair's new methods. He sent men to aid you in learning the shield wall." "Aye, he did," Krellis said. "I'll speak plainly, as I know no other way." "Please do," Fidele said. "My men are learning it, but most of them don't like it. The older ones especially. It goes against our ways, against generations of learning. It feels dishonorable." Fidele sighed. All over she had heard the same complaints. But it was Nathair's order, and he was king. And besides, by all accounts, it was devastatingly effective. "It works," Fidele said. "Peritus saw the shield wall first-hand, led by Veridis. Tell them." Peritus sat up straighter. "Veridis led the van against Mandros in Canutan. We were ambushed whilst fording a river. He and his warband formed the shield wall, knee-deep in the river, and carved the way through 2,000 men, almost to Mandros himself." Fidele watched their faces as Peritus spoke. Lamar tensed, a tightening around his eyes and lips. Why? Is there some grievance between Lamar and Veridis? If so, I have not heard of it. Krellis beamed with pride. Hector showed nothing, whether through self-control or lack of interest she could not tell. "And you followed with your warband, did you not?" Fidele said. "I did. And how many men of yours died in the battle?" "Around 500. "And from Veridis' shield wall?" "Fewer than 30. Lamar raised an eyebrow. Krellis blew out a long breath. "Peritus is a skilled warrior, wise in the art of war, in tactics and strategy," Fidele said. "I know it," Krellis murmured. He had spent over a year riding with Peritus and his warband, learning from the battle chief, much like Veridis had done with Nathair. Although Veridis had stayed, while Krellis had returned home to Ripper and his father. "That is why he was my husband's battle chief. I am not highlighting the difference in casualties during the campaign in Carnatan to shame him, because I know that he is truly great at what he does, and the best that Tenebral has to offer. But my son is a strategist, with a craftsman's heart. The fact is that a war to end all wars is coming. The God War will claim many lives, maybe even our own. My son's logic is faultless. The shield wall stops our men from dying, and it kills the enemy with an efficiency that has not been seen before. Is that not right, Peritus. Just so, the battle chief said. You will train your men in the shield wall, and after your first battle remind yourself of this conversation. And your warriors' wives and mothers shall thank you, honour be damned. Of course, Crellis will do as you say, Lemar said, giving his son a stern look. The God War, Ector said, animated all of a sudden. Nathair and Veridus talked of it when they visited after Aquilus's council. Nathair spoke of a book, a giant book, and a prophecy. Yes, the writings of Halvor. I would dearly love to see it. That's impossible, I'm afraid. I do not have it. Why? Where is it? Ector looked devastated. Michael had it. As far as I know, he has it still. I have heard that name before. Aquilus's counselor, yes? Lemar asked. Fidele nodded. And where is this Michael? Lemar said. I have asked that question more times than you can imagine. Fidele had liked Michael, even though there had been something frightening about him, an intensity thinly veiled. He has not been seen since my husband was murdered, Fidele said. What do you know of him? Lemar asked. What realm is he from? Does he have kin that he could be tracked to? I do not know, Fidele said, feeling foolish before the words were out of her mouth. Michael had come to Tenebral a long time ago, before Nathair was born, and spent a long night in council with Aquilus. When day had dawned, Aquilus had brought Michael to her, and that had been the first time she had heard the God War mentioned. Michael had soon been declared Aquilus's counsellor, and almost immediately had left, travelling to Fawn in search of Drasil, the hidden fortress. Aquilus had trusted him utterly, and so had she. But who are you, Michael? Well, he must be found. I need to see that book, Ector said. Really? Why? Fidele asked. My son is a scholar, Lemar said. The past is his passion. We have an extensive library here at Ripper, left by the giants. Aquilus spoke of it to me, Fidele said. I need to see that book, Ector repeated, almost to himself. Why? He looked up then, held her gaze with bright, sharp eyes. Because I think I know who or what Michael is. Chapter 40. Corban. I see them, Corban said, turning in her saddle and gesturing to Wrath. Where? Asked Wrath, squinting into the distance. There, Corban said, pointing. Not on the Giants' Road, to the south, moving into the foothills before the mountains. They were riding through grasslands skirting the Giants' Road. Up ahead loomed the range of mountains that separated Doan from Cambran, the Giants' Road cutting a deep gully through them. Damn my old eyes, Wrath said, then was silent a while. I see them, he said finally. Well done, Cora. You're the best tracker I've known, and I've known a few. Corban snapped a glance at him, surprised. You going soft in your old age, she said. Maybe I am. How long till we catch them? Depends. One day, if things stay as they are. Good. My ass is sore. Too much riding. I must be getting old. I'd rather be having a drink back in Duntaris. Corban snorted. Still don't like visiting your home? Duntaris? That's not my home. Here's my home. She slapped her saddle. Anywhere you are is my home. Now who's going soft? Corban smiled at that. Truth be told, she'd rather be just about anywhere than back in Duntaris. They had tracked the giants all the way from the border of Benoth, pausing briefly at Duntaris for Wrath to warn King Eramon that giants were loose in Doan. And, worse than that, they had been within half a day's travel from Duntaris. She didn't like the fortress. It held too many bad memories, too many reminders, so she was much happier to be back in her saddle, even if it did mean a sore backside. Better that than all the bubbling emotions that rose up every time she was in sight of Duntaris. It made her think too much, made her head ache, and she always just ended up feeling angry, usually fighting someone. Let's keep moving. Soon enough, it'll be time to spill some giant blood, Rath said, kicking his horse on. That'll do, Corban thought. They rode hard for a while, a score of warriors in a long column. It was cold and the clouds were low and bloated. As the sun was sinking, Corban caught glimpses of individual figures ahead, flitting through patches of woodland on the hills. They're heading for the pass. I know exactly where they're going. She grinned to herself, then looked up and saw a bird high above, circling them. It looked like a solitary crow. Baird rode up beside her. Strange behaviour for a bird, the warrior said, staring up at it. That's what I was thinking. She reined in her horse and reached for her bow, pulling it from its case, laying it across her saddle. Then she opened a pouch on her belt and pulled out a bowstring. Deftly, she strung the bow and nocked an arrow. Too late, Baird said, as she raised the bow. The bird was winging its way into the foothills, squawking, flying in a straight line now. Think you scared it? Baird said with a grin, the scars on his face creasing. Don't look so disappointed. There'll be plenty more killing soon enough. That there will. She unstrung her bow and led them into the foothills. Chapter 41. Uthas. Uthas ran, his legs taking long, ground-eating strides. The old pain in his knee throbbed, but he ignored it, concentrating on his breathing. He could hear Salak behind him, the dull thud of his boots on turf, behind that the others, Frey, Struan, Kai, and Isa. Far above, Niman's raven Feck flew in a jagged line. Up ahead, he could see mountains rearing behind the pine-coated foothills they were running through. And beyond them is Cambran, Rin's land. We will be safe there. He risked a glance behind, his pace slowing a little. There was no sign of pursuit at first. Then he saw it, a thin line in the distance, moving, following them. Wrath. Feck had been right, back at Duntaris. Wrath had picked up their trail in the north and was tracking them south. Panic and anger had rippled through his group at Wrath's name, the reputation of the man and his band of giant killers overriding rational thought. Frey and Isa had wanted to fight Wrath, to march out and meet him and his warriors, but Uthas had known it would be suicide. You did not fight Wrath on his own ground, on his own terms. He had been too long and efficient at giant killing. No, escape was the priority, fulfill the plans. So they had fled east, towards Cambran. Wrath had gained on them somehow, and for the last 5 nights their pursuers had been almost constantly within sight. He looked forwards and fixed his eyes on the mountains. 5 leagues at least. We will make it. It will be close, but we will make it. And he will not dare to follow us into Cambran. The giant's road was a shadowed line far below them. Uthas paused and looked back. He could see that Wrath and his men were closer. Damn them. He muttered a curse and led his group quickly into the trees, a growing sense of alarm settling upon him. For the first time, he began to consider the possibility of being caught by Wrath, of being forced to battle, of dying. As the thought grew, so did a sense of panic. By sunset, he knew he had to do something. He called a halt. He set Frey and Kai on watch while he scouted ahead and found a place far enough distant that he would not be disturbed. After making a small fire, he drew a knife and opened a small pouch from which he pulled out a lock of brittle silver hair, Rin's hair. This was giant magic, earth magic. He cut his palm, rolled the lock of hair in his blood, and dropped it into the fire. The flames swirled as a shape grew within them, a face, old and lined. Rin.
"What?"
Rin said. Her eyes focused on Uthas.
"This is not a good time."
"I must talk to you now," Uthas hissed. Then he heard a bough creak above and looked up to see a dark shape, feathers, Feck. He froze, and the bird flapped its wings, rising into the air. Niman cannot know. He fumbled for his knife, found it, aimed, and threw. There was a muted squawk as he found his target, then Feck was gone. Uthas looked back to the fire, but Rin's face had disappeared. He stood, hurriedly stamped the fire out, and left. He was on his own. Chapter 42. Makin. "Something's different," Makin said as he looked up. "They've stopped banging on the doors," Ogle said. "Aye." "Not that it seemed to bother you," Tahir added. "You've managed to sleep through most of their hammering." "I was just resting my eyes," Makin said. "Wish you'd have rested my ears. Your snoring's been loud enough to wake the dead." "Watch your cheek," Makin said as he stood, his back protesting. "I'm getting old." They were settled at the rear of Dunkellen's feast hall, a large portion of the surviving warriors scattered about the room. The stone walls were solid and thick. The only wood that they could attempt to burn was the hall's great doors, but the flames had achieved little success. A warrior strode through a doorway at the back of the hall and approached them. "The Lady Gerda would speak with you," the warrior addressed all three of them. Gerda was sitting in a wide chair when they were ushered in to see her. A warrior in chainmail and a bearskin cloak was before her. A child, the young boy Makin had seen with Gerda before, sat in flickering shadows at the back of the room, whittling at a piece of wood with a small knife. Halen. Gerda smiled. "I am expecting my reinforcements to arrive soon," she said, "possibly today. When they reach Dunkellen, we will rally, take the battle to Jael from within. He will not be able to stand an attack on two fronts, and the reinforcements should outnumber him. I think he will flee." "Probably," Ogle said. "He does not strike me as one for a brave last stand." "No, indeed. He'd rather run and save his scrawny neck, this snot-nosed, slimy piece of dung," Gerda said with venom. The boy looked up, appearing to be holding back laughter. Gerda took a shuddering breath. "But the Jael I know is unpredictable. He is capable of many things. This is Thoris, my battle chief," she said with a wave of her hand. The man nodded to them, his warrior braid woven thick in his fair hair. "We are discussing eventualities." Where is she going with this? "If the unlikely happens, and Jael is victorious, then I would ask one last thing of you all. I would ask you to protect Helan, my son, and take him somewhere safe." She looked at them pleadingly. "I do not expect this to happen, and I pray to Elion that it will not, but it is better to be safe than sorry." "That's what my mam used to say," Tahir whispered to Makin. "I have seen your valor, your strength in combat, seen how you value an oath given. That is why I ask this of you. My other warriors are sworn to me, but also to Dunkellen and to avenge Varric. They have too many oaths to serve. You three are different. If you gave your word, you would see it happen or die in the trying. You have served me well, served Isiltir well, and if we survive this, your rewards will be great." A silence filled the room. Makin was shocked. Throughout the battle and days of siege, he had thought of little except his revenge. Jael dead by his hand. He had given his word back in Haldis to help Ogle escape, to bring word of Jael's treason here to Isiltir. He had done that, fulfilled that promise. And now, here was Gerda, asking him to take another oath, to place more shackles upon him. He did not want to do it, wanted only to seek out Jael in the coming battle and see his life's blood spilt. And he had sworn an oath of protection before, to Castell and his da. A blood oath. He looked at his palm and traced the old scar, white and faded. Looking up, he saw the young lad staring at him. 10 years old, fair hair streaked with copper, freckles scattered across his nose and cheeks. He even looked like Castell. That should not be a surprise. They shared blood, distantly. "Will you do this for me?" Gerda said. "Yes," Mackin heard himself say. "You old fool, Mackin." The wind pulled at Mackin's hair. He was standing on a flat tower roof looking over Dunkellen, from where he could see Jael's men. Some camped in the keep's courtyard, while others moved among the streets. He has gathered quite a warband. Where did he come by these numbers when so many of Isiltir's warriors died in Fawn Forest? A noise drifted on the wind, coming from the north. Horns. He squinted, looking across the plains, then saw them. A dark stain on the horizon inching its way closer. Gerda's reinforcements have come. He smiled grimly. Jael's reckoning was close. "Are you ready?" Orgel asked him. "Aye. And you remember the plan. We stick together, find Jael, kill him." Mackin grinned at Orgel and Nathair, no humour in the expression. They were standing close to the barred gates of the feast hall with Gerda's warriors, all armed and ready for battle. As soon as the signal was given, they planned to burst from the tower and join the bannermen, so that Jael would be fighting on 2 fronts. "Yes, that's the plan," Orgel said. "Or part of it. If things go bad, we head back here, to Heylan, take the boy, and flee." "Aye," Mackin said. He had taken the oath, said the words, but the weight of them sat in his gut now like a lead ball. Why did I do it? He didn't need to ask himself that question. He knew why. For Castell. For himself, a chance to prove he could fulfill his oath, keep a child alive. A chance to not fail. A wild clanging rang down from the tower, filling the hall. The gates were heaved open, and then they were charging, pouring into the courtyard, blinking in the daylight. They slammed into a line of warriors, the combat quickly disintegrating into individual battles. Mackin ducked behind his shield and felt a heavy blow shiver through the wood and up his arm. He chopped low and heard a crack as he broke his enemy's ankle. Another man jabbed a spear at his ribs, but he swept it away with his sword, stepped in close, and smashed his shield into the man's face, sending him staggering back. Orgel was up ahead, his axe a blur swirling around his head, tracing an arc of blood. Nathair fought beside him, and Mackin stepped in next to his sword brothers. Together they carved their way forwards, Jael's warriors giving before them. Surrounded by Dunkellen's defenders, they fought through the courtyard, out into a wide street, and then finally the fortress's gates were visible ahead. There was only the stone arch still standing, the wooden gates twisted and charred. Mackin could hear the frantic blowing of horns in the distance, the sound of hooves on stone streets, men screaming, the clash of arms. All about them was a swirling mass of combat, the blood and stench of men dying. Mackin blinked sweat from his eyes. A sword hilt punched into his face and he felt a tooth go. He spat it out, along with a mouthful of blood, grinned wildly, and ploughed on. Gerda's reinforcements were slowly reclaiming the town. Jael's men were breaking, retreating through the streets towards the river. Mackin saw Gerda and her guards pursuing them. "Come on," Mackin said to Orgel and Nathair, "or else she'll find Jael before us and have his head." "Think you're right," Orgel said, watching Gerda disappearing through the gates. "Where is Jael most likely to be?" "Now? Preparing to run. Maybe they're paddocks. Worth a look," said Orgel. Some sections of the town were almost empty now, other than the many corpses littering the ground. Elsewhere, the streets were packed with fighting men. Mackin and his companions cut themselves a way through. There were not many standing to give the three of them any real resistance. They were Gadre, sword brothers who had come through the Battle of Haldis, had faced giants, fought the Jihar, survived Fawn Forest, and together they were death on wings. The paddocks were in chaos. Jael's routed warriors were scrambling into saddles, desperately seeking a way of retreat. "There!" Mackin pointed, as he saw Jael's banner, then Jael himself, the white horsehair plume of his helmet marking him out. "Quick! He intends to flee!" Mackin yelled. The three of them charged across the plain, Mackin leading the way, slipping on the treacherous ground and chopping or battering anyone in his way with sword and shield. A thin line of defenders was soon scattered by Orgel's terrifying axe. Mackin strode through the paddock, slapping a horse's flanks with the flat of his sword, making his way closer to Jael, who was surrounded by a handful of his shieldmen. Reaching them, Mackin swung his sword overhead, crushing a man's skull before he was even seen. Then Jael's shieldmen realized the threat in their midst and were coming at him. It was impossible in the confined space to swing a blade properly, so he drew a knife, pushed in close to his next opponent and stabbed quickly into the man's neck and chest, shoved him out of the way, deflected a weak blow on his shield from another attacker, then moved inside his guard and slit the warrior's belly. And there, finally, he came face to face with his quarry. Jael was mounted, his horse rearing and kicking its hooves at Mackin. Before he got any closer, Jael turned the beast and was riding away. Mackin swore, determined not to let him go this time. He lunged at a man with his foot in a stirrup, dragged him off his horse, climbed into the saddle, and kicked his mount into a gallop. Jael was heading south, towards the bridge that crossed the river. The warriors of Dunkellen, under the command of Thoris and Gerda, were moving across the plain, routing out any enemies who had taken shelter in any of the smokehouses and tanners' yards that lined the river. Orgel and Nathair had found mounts and caught up with Mackin as he reined his horse in at the bottleneck of warriors massed at one side of the bridge. Jael's men had gathered at the far side, had turned, and were battling fiercely. Mackin saw Jael amongst them, his white plumes snapping in the wind. "Need to catch him here, or he'll be gone," Orgel said. "Aye, it's just getting to him that's a problem," Mackin replied. The bridge was thick with fighting men. "Soonest started, soonest finished, as my mam used to say," Nathair said. The three of them shared a look and kicked their mounts forwards into the battle on the bridge. They passed Gerda, a handful of shieldmen about her and her sword stained red as she harried the fleeing warriors, attempting to regroup with their comrades on the other side. Orgel spurred his horse forwards, swinging his axe in great sweeps to either side. Men screamed, trying to get away from him. Mackin and Nathair guided their mounts to fill the gaps, stabbing and hacking, and they slowly carved their way across the bridge. Jael's men blocked the end of the bridge, 4 or 5 ranks deep. They fought with a desperate ferocity. They know that if they break here, they're dead, Mackin thought. Jael was screaming exhortations, his shieldmen gathered close about him. Mackin recognized one of them, Ulfilas. He had fought beside the man against bandits on the journey back from Aquilus's council. Ulfilas saw Mackin and stared at him, squinting. He called to Jael, gesturing towards Mackin. Jael gaped, recognition dawning in his eyes and the look of fear sweeping his face. Mackin pointed his sword at Jael and gave him a bloody-mouthed snarl. He was so close. He felt fresh energy fill his limbs and renewed his efforts to break Jael's lines. Soon, Castell, soon we will have our vengeance. Then suddenly, voices filtered through the sounds of battle. There was shouting spreading through the ranks on the bridge. Jael looked back towards Mackin with triumph in his eyes and spat on the ground. Around a bend in the river, ships had appeared, lots of them, long, shallow-drafted, painted with black tar. The sails were black, a silver eagle upon them. Chapter 43. Lycus. "Prepare to land!" Lycus yelled. In response, the drummer, beating time, increased his rhythm, the rowers put a last spurt of fire in their limbs, and men clashed weapons on shields. Lycus felt his spirits soar. He was looking forward to this. No more ferrying other men to battle, watching them disembark for greater deeds. Time to do something that would be remembered in this era when the world was changed. In 100 years, songs would be sung about these days, about this battle, if there is anyone left to sing them. Time to win a nation for Nathair. He gave the runner beside him fresh orders. A young lad, not more than 12 summers, but quick and wiry, he climbed like a monkey. He scurried away, and soon Lycus heard the horn blasts, felt his ship steer for the north bank. He looked back and saw the 30 sleek-bottomed war galleys he had brought with him from Dunkerque do the same, deadly as hunting wolves. It had been a back-breaking trip, most of it up the river Afrin, through the dark wood that split Arden and Navon, through the stinking marshes beyond, and then into Isiltir. There had come a point where the river Afrin shrank to little more than a stream in the marshlands as it neared its source. There was a wide stretch across the marshland to the banks of the river Renus in Isiltir, where there had been no choice but to travel by portage, taking the masts down, dragging the ships onto land, and rolling them over the masts for a league or more. Then it had been back to rowing. His back still ached. He might be lord of his cutthroat nation of pirates, but he would not sit back and grow soft, let some other man hungry for power take what he had spent years in the making. He looked along the riverbank. There were scores of quays and jetties lined along it. Most helpful, Lycus thought, pushing his way to the front ranks gathered on the ship's deck. Further ahead was a wide stone bridge, looking to be the focal point of the battle, and there he could see the banner that had been described to him raised at the southern end, a lightning bolt with a white worm coiled about it. My allies. They didn't look to be doing so well. Looks as if we've arrived just in time. Perhaps we've had divine help. He snorted at that, liking his own joke. If divine meant nightmares, sleepless nights, and yellow eyes boring into you every time you closed your own eyes, then he was blessed beyond all men. Nothing is ever as you imagine it, even consorting with a god. Oars were drawn in as the boats drew alongside a quay, timbers scraping. Ropes were cast, secured tight, and then he was leaping the rail, boots thudding on the boards of the quay. His shieldmen, Dainon and Tharn, were close behind, scores of others behind them, roaring as they charged, over 1,000 warriors along the riverbank doing the same. The men on the bridge had finally realized what they were seeing and were trying to turn and face this new enemy screaming towards them. But they had no time to form any kind of cohesive line before Lycus and his Vinthalan corsairs hit them. Instantly, all became a churning chaos as the Vinthalan carved their way onto the road, only a few hundred paces from the bridge. At the same time, Jael and his men at the far end renewed their attack. Lycus could feel the panic spreading, see it in the eyes of the men he faced. 1,500 warriors screaming blood and murder could unman even the most experienced veterans given the right circumstances. Lycus grinned, ducked a half-hearted sword blow, and gutted the man as he surged by. On the road he stopped and blinked. He saw a fat woman brandishing a sword and hacking one of his warriors into the dirt. She was flanked by a handful of hard-looking men who were stopping his charging men in their tracks. That won't do. He snarled and ran at them, seeing Dainon and Tharn fall in on either side of him. They hit the warriors like a hammer, cutting men down and forging close to the fat woman. Then he felt the ground trembling, heard hooves, and turned in time to see 3 mounted warriors bearing down on him, one looking more like a giant than a man, swinging a great 2-bladed axe over his head. He had just enough time to duck, yell a half-formed warning, then the axe was whistling through air where his head had been, the blade carrying on, burying itself into Tharn's shoulder and back. Dainon gave a bellow as he saw his brother slump to the ground. Lycus snarled and darted towards the big man on the horse, only to be smashed from his feet by another horse's chest and shoulder as it surged forwards. The collision sent him flying through the air. He hit the ground hard, then was rolling and tumbling down the riverbank, coming to a stop in tall reeds and mud. He climbed to his feet, head ringing, and scaled the bank again. When he reached the top, the scene had changed. The giant on the horse and his 2 companions were disappearing amongst the barns and smokehouses that rose up before the town, and the fat woman was nowhere to be seen. Someone with some sense was clearly commanding the enemy, as a rearguard had been formed and was holding back the tide of Vinthalan and Jael's warriors, allowing others to fall back to the town and fortress. I don't want a long siege, Lycus thought, scowling. He saw his shieldman Dainon kneeling beside Tharn and strode over. He took one look at his fallen shieldman. He's not going to be getting back up. Come, Dainon. He's dead. Avenge Tharn now. Mourn him later. Dainon looked up at him, eyes red, tears washing gullies through the blood and grime on his face. Slowly he stood. Don't kill the bald one. He's mine. I want to take my time on him. A hand gripped Lycus' shoulder, and he spun around, sword readied for attack. It was Jael, grinning as if it was his name day, his shieldman about him. I must say, I am impressed with your timing. Lycus lowered his sword. Nathair sends his greetings, he said, gripping Jael's arm. What kind of king will you make, who needs the help of corsairs to win your first victory? He looked up at the town or fortress. Getting here in time was only half the job. Best we finish this lot before they dig themselves in too deep. Their walls and gates are thick, Jael said. We may have to starve them out. There are other ways to scale a wall, Lycus said, signaling to Dainon. We Vinthalan are not cut out for siege-making. I hate waiting. One of Dunkellon's warriors was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. The warrior standing above him looked to Jael, who shook his head. I need prisoners, Lycus said. The more the better to roll me back to Tenebral when we are done here. And they'll make good sport in the pit when we're back there. Jael was silent. Then he nodded. You can have all those who surrender, but you look after them. I don't have the men or the inclination to care for them. Good enough, Lycus said. He looked at Dainon. Let's teach these landwalkers how to scale a wall. Chapter 44. Makin. Makin slid from his horse and stood by the gates to the keep, sword drawn, waiting as Dunkellon's warriors retreated inside the feast hall. Orgul and Tahir were still with him, blood splattered and weary. Makin had been so close to Jael, just a sword length away from reaching him, and then the ships had arrived, emptying their deadly cargo. And now, instead of victory, they were staring death in the face again. They were heavily outnumbered. Most of Dunkellon's warriors had been killed during the battle on the bridge or cut down as they tried to retreat. If it had not been for Gerda and her battle chief, Thoris, organising the rearguard, Makin doubted that any would have made it back to the keep alive. And who were these new warriors? Not men of Isiltir. They were dressed strangely, in leather kilts, tunics and sandals rather than breeches and boots, with iron rings in their beards and hair. And the ships, sleek and fast, looking as if they were built more for the sea than river. They are allies of Nathair, is my guess, Orgul said. Remember what I have told you. There is more to this than the throne of Isiltir. The God War is being waged here, right now. Makin shook his head. Why did it have to be so complicated? Revenge used to be simple. A knot of warriors entered the courtyard. Thoris at their head, Gerda in their centre. She was sweating, short of breath, her sword bloodied and notched. Quickly, Thoris shouted. A few have chosen to stay behind, to give us time to get inside and bar the gates. Inside, now. With that, they were all piling into the feast hall, heaving the doors shut, slamming the thick bars into place. Then Gerda was marching through the hall, Thoris summoning him, Orgul and Tahir to follow. They ended up with Gerda in her chambers, her son Halan standing beside her. You must take Halan now, Gerda said, before they gather and strike. Their numbers are too great. They will storm the keep somewhere, and we do not have the men to keep them out. But how can we take him? Tahir said. We are besieged. There is no way out. There is a way. A secret tunnel the giants built. It burrows underground, comes out on the plain half a league to the north. Orgul looked at Makin and Tahir. We swore an oath. Let's keep it, he said. Noises boomed in the corridor behind them, voices shouting, screaming, the clash of arms. Thoris ran to the door and stuck his head out. "Quickly," he said. "The assault has begun. You must leave now." "Eboric here will take you to the tunnel and guide you through it." Gerda gestured to a man standing beside the boy, a huntsman by the look of him, dressed in worn leathers, an archer's bracer on his wrist. "He knows the land beyond well, and Helan knows his face." Her voice wavered. She grasped her son by his shoulders. "You must be strong now, and do as Eboric and his men say. They will keep you safe." "Yes, mother," the boy said, looking up seriously into Gerda's eyes. She cupped his face in her hands, kissed him, then ushered them out of the door. Eboric led the way, Orgel and the boy next, Nathair and Makin at the rear. They met warriors further along the corridor, running towards the tower stairs. Eboric grabbed one of them, pulling him to a stop. "What is happening?" "JL assaults the feast hall gates, but they're holding for now. The danger is these new men from the river. They are throwing ropes with claws that snag on stone and are using them to scale the towers." "Are they inside the keep?" Eboric asked. The sound of swords clashing rang down the tower stairwell, giving his answer. He let go of the warrior, and the man ran up the stairs. Eboric looked grimly at them all and led them down the steps. They spiraled downwards, reached ground level where the sound of the hall gates being rammed was deafening, but continued on down. Eboric grabbed a burning torch from a wall sconce. They hit level ground and left the stairwell. Makin heard the slap of feet somewhere above, the echo in the spiral of the tower playing games with his ears. Those feet could be 10 paces away or 100. "Is this the only way down to this level?" Makin called to Eboric. "No. Other towers also lead down to the cellars." Not the answer I was hoping for, Makin thought. They twisted and turned through high corridors, sometimes in silence, apart from their breathing, the drum of their feet. At other times, the sound of combat was close by, the sound of men moving in numbers. Then, abruptly, they were at a dead end. Eboric stuck his hand into a hole in the wall, twisted something that gave a click, and there was a hissing sound. Something like steam or mist poured from the wall as the outline of a door appeared and swung open. Darkness lay within. "This is the Giant's Tunnel," Eboric said. Makin peered in, remembering the tunnels beneath Haldis and Fawn Forest, and the thing that lived in it that had put a hole in Tahir's leg. "Don't like the look of it in there," he muttered. The sound of people, men shouting, echoed along the corridor. "Come on," Orgel said, taking a step towards the tunnel entrance. Then booted feet were clattering in the corridor, tall shadows flickering on the wall. Figures appeared, one flinging a spear. It whistled past Makin and buried itself in Eboric's shoulder. He was thrown back into the wall with the impact, his head making a cracking sound. He slumped down the wall, lay motionless. Helan screamed. Orgel swore and hefted his axe, moving to meet the newcomers. "Take the boy!" he yelled without looking back. Makin looked at the scene. Between Orgel and the crying boy, he was shaking Eboric, the huntsman's head lolling. "What do we do?" Nathair asked. "We swore to protect the boy, but we swore an oath to each other as well, as Gadre." He looked at Orgel, swinging his axe, then punching the iron-capped butt into someone's face. Men were crammed in the corridor, for the moment holding back in the face of Orgel's ferocity, but the corridor was high and wide, built by giants. Even the bulk of Orgel could not fill it. Once his attackers gained their courage, he would be flanked and overwhelmed. He won't be able to hold them long enough. "Nathair, take the boy. Get the hell out of here. We'll buy you some time." He gripped Tahir's arm, saw the indecision in the young man's eyes. "One of us must live," he hissed. "We are the last of the Gadre, and we swore to protect the boy. Stay, and you make us oath breakers." Tahir stood a heartbeat longer, then nodded curtly, tears filling his eyes. "I'll see you again, on this side or the other," he said. "I'm not dead yet," Makin said. Tahir took the boy and ran. Makin slammed the door shut. He turned and yelled as he swung his sword, stepping into line beside Orgel. "You're not supposed to be here," breathed Orgel, glancing at Mackin as he swung his axe, severing an extended arm just below the elbow. "I'm too old for all this running," Mackin said. He lifted his shield high and stabbed a warrior in the gut, one of JL's from the way he was dressed. "I'm going to die here," Mackin thought as he blocked and stabbed. The thought did not scare him. The thought of failing Castell hurt far more. At least Nathair has taken Gerda's boy. That is one oath I have kept, unto death. Come then, death. Take me across your bridge of swords, but know this, I won't be coming alone. Chapter 45. Lycus. "Gerda, where is your son?" Gerda was tied to a chair, rope burns on her wrists and ankles where she had struggled. Blood speckled her face and one eye was mottled and bruised. It appeared that JL was not one to spare the rod during questioning. Lycus looked on approvingly. They were in the feast hall, corpses strewn about and the stink of death thick in the air. Lycus and his Vinthalan had used grapple hooks to scale a high, unguarded tower in the fortress. What little resistance they'd met had been surprised and cut down without even slowing them. They had swept into the great hall as JL had been assaulting the gates, the following slaughter quick and fierce. Gerda had been discovered leading a counterattack in the corridors. When Lycus arrived, the fighting had been furious, her shieldmen savage in their defense of her. And she had not been shy with her blade either. He might have admired her as a warrior, but for the fact she was a woman. Still, they had been outnumbered, attacked from two sides. It had not taken long. "Where is he?" JL demanded. "Far from your reach," Gerda said through swelling lips. "Where?" JL repeated. "I don't know." Gerda's head lolled, her eyes flickering. JL slapped her hard with the back of his hand. "You'll not leave us yet," he said, then nodded to a man at his side. "This is Dag. He is my huntsman, a skilled tracker. He also has other skills, such as how to skin an animal. Usually this skill is reserved for the dead for good reason. Apparently, the pain is unbearable like nothing else this side of death. He is going to skin you, going to peel the skin from your fat body piece by bloated piece until I have an answer. It will take some time, I should imagine." Laughter rippled the room. Dag stepped forward, a tiny knife in his hand. A warrior clamped Gerda's wrist, her eyes bulging with fear. "First the nails have to come off," Dag said, as he bent over Gerda. Lycus felt the urge to look away but resisted. Gerda screamed, a trail of sobs and spluttered half-words between each crescendo of pain. "Then the skin is cut, just a little," Dag said over Gerda's ragged breaths. Footsteps from beyond the feast hall clattered and a warrior hurried to JL's side. "We have encountered strong resistance, my lord," the warrior said as he bowed. JL waved a hand. "Take more men and crush it." It is not so easy," the man said, looking uncomfortable. "How many?" JL snapped, eyes still on Gerda. "2, my lord." That got his attention. "They have barricaded the corridor." "With what?" "Our dead. It is hard to explain, but I do not think it will be easy to finish them." "Where are they?" "In the cellars, my lord." Gerda's head snapped up at that, noticed by Lycus as well as JL. "Let's have a look at this resistance, then," JL said, striding to the tower. "And bring Gerda," he called over his shoulder. Lycus walked beside JL, warriors behind them, and further back a handful of men carrying Gerda still strapped to her chair. The corridor was high and wide, with flickering torches breaking up the darkness. Ahead of Lycus stood a dozen or so men, all with weapons held ready. They parted for Lycus and JL. The floor was slippery, covered in blood, gore, bodies, severed limbs. It was thick with them. 2 men stood further up the passage, Lycus recognized them instantly. The bald giant and his companion from the bridge, the ones who had slain Tharn. Dainon knew them as well. Lycus heard his shield man draw in a sharp breath and felt his weight as he made to push past. "Wait!" Lycus barked at Dainon, holding a restraining arm out. JL recognized them too by the look on his face. "Ironic. The last time I saw you, Makin, we were underground," JL said. The smaller man took a step forwards, a look of such hatred sweeping his face that JL took an involuntary step back. "Question is, what are you fighting so hard to keep us from?" "Why don't you come and take a look?" Makin invited. Grey streaked his hair where it wasn't gore-splattered, but judging by the corpses piled high about him, he was not too old to use a blade. JL raised an arm, summoning Gerda's chair-bearers forward. They placed her before the two warriors. Lycus studied her face, saw a question bleeding out through her pain. The big man gave an almost invisible nod, and she sagged back in her chair. "You know where her boy is, then," JL said. It wasn't a question. "Spears!" he called over his shoulder. "They cannot kill him," Dainon whispered to Lycus. "The bald one, he is mine, for Tharn." Lycus stepped forward, uncurling the grapple rope that was wrapped about his waist. He swung it once over his head, flicked his wrist, and then its end was snaking forwards, wrapped around Makin's sword wrist. Before the warrior realized what was happening, Lycus tugged hard, dragging the man forwards, and Dainon was surging towards him, knocking the sword from the man's hand and placing his own blade at the warrior's throat. The big man took a step. "No, Orgel," Makin snapped. "Dainon," Lycus said. And Dainon had a knife in his other hand, had sliced quicker than Lycus's eyes could follow. Blood spurted, and then Dainon was holding up a scrap of flesh. Makin's ear. Orgel took another step forwards. "My man can keep cutting chunks out of him all day," Lycus said. "Want him to stop? You drop that axe." Chapter 46. Corban. Corban shouted a warning, seeing Wolfen everywhere, leaping into the hollow. Instantly, all was madness. The Wolfen were not on a side, did not care who was from Arden or Cambrin. They were here to feast, and they were taking meat where they found it. Horses screamed from where they had been hobbled, wild and terror-stricken, the sound echoing around the rock walls. Craft exploded upwards in a burst of feathers and squawks as the Wolfen snapped at him. Corban saw men wrenched from battle, mauled in slavering jaws, saw hounds scattered like flotsam, and two Wolfen rolling in savage battle, one dark, one white. Storm! He felt a rush of fear, the thought of Storm dying, launching him into movement. The two Wolfen were a mass of fur and teeth and claws. For a moment, they separated. Corban saw blood on Storm's white fur. He lunged at the other Wolfen, burying his sword in its belly. It yelped and writhed, a claw slicing his shoulder. He pushed harder, deeper, his sword point piercing the creature's heart. It sagged, its heart's blood a hot flood. Storm limped up, her side matted with blood, claw marks raking one side of her muzzle. Corban buried his fingers in her fur, and she stepped closer to him, pressing her head against his chest. "Good girl," he said quietly. Felt an echo of the fear that had consumed him, that she would be slain. So loyal, fighting for us, for me, even to death. And it's not over yet. "Where's Mamagar?" He scanned the dell desperately, but could make little of the nightmare vision set against the flickering light of the burning branch that Heb and Brynner had just ignited. There was a snarl behind him, and he twisted on his heel to see another Wolfen, muscles bunching, about to spring. Then his man was beside him, thrusting her spear. Gar spun past them, sword flashing, and suddenly the Wolfen was whining, scrabbling away from the double attack. Everywhere, forms were silhouetted by flames. Corban saw two figures side by side firing arrow after arrow into a mass of Wolfen and warriors, Camlin and Dath. A Wolfen jumped at the two archers, and they scattered, leaping different ways. Dath rolled on the ground, tangled in his bow as the Wolfen surged towards him. Then Anwath dashed between them, screaming at the Wolfen, trying to distract it from Dath. It worked. The creature sprang, all teeth and muscle, as Anwath tried to block it with his battered shield. But the wolfen knocked aside the shield as if it were a child's plaything and, jaws clamping about Anwath's waist, heaved him from the ground. Corban heard the sound of ribs snapping. Farrell screamed and charged the beast. Dath loosed arrow after arrow into the wolfen as it shook Anwath. Corban ran forwards, sword raised high. Arrows pin-cushioned the beast as Camlin joined Dath. The wolfen dropped Anwath, took an unsteady step, then Corban and Farrell were there, sword and hammer a series of flashes in the firelight. The wolfen stumbled and fell. There was still chaos everywhere. Figures fighting, running, screaming, wolfen snarling, leaping, tearing at anything that moved. Farrell cradled Anwath's head in his lap. The warrior coughed blood, his breathing shallow. Then Brenna and Heb were beside them, Heb blood-soaked, his arm hanging limp. They joined hands and shouted into the chaos, their voices a thunderclap. There was a cracking sound. The trees that ringed the bowl about them swayed, rippling, although there was no wind. Then there were sparks everywhere, wood splintering, and the trees were bursting into flame. Instantly, the dell was transformed, as bright as high sun, a wave of heat searing Corban's face, flames arching high from the treetops, the smell of scorched sap and wood smoke thick in the air. The wolfen scattered in all directions, whining, howling as they went. Only Storm stayed, pushing in close to Corban, snarling at the flaming trees and the retreating wolfen. People stood about the glade, panting, confused. The surviving attackers scrambled back down the mountain path. Only a handful of them were left. Craff came fluttering out of the dark, perched on the shoulder of a dead wolfen and started pecking at its eye. "Where's Adana?" Marek called, blood soaking the bandages that bound his wrist. "I'm here," a voice said. "We must leave now," Camlin ordered. "The dead?" Corban asked. "They must stay where they lie. Those wolfen won't be gone for long." "But the fire," Idana said. "It will go out. We move, now." Camlin grabbed Idana by the wrist and strode away. The others stood a moment, frozen. Then Halion was shoving them on. Corban touched Farrell on the shoulder, his friend still sitting with Anwath's head on his lap. The warrior's eyes stared sightlessly, his body still. "Come, Farrell. He's gone," Corban said. Farrell looked up at him. "He saved my life." "Aye. Don't throw it away now." "Corban's right," Halion said. "Come on, lad." Farrell stood and lifted his dar into his arms. "Lay him down, lad," Halion said gently. "You'll break an ankle soon enough." "No!" Farrell snarled. The look on his face silenced any response. With that, they hurried from the dell, picking their way through the bodies that littered the ground, men and wolfen and horses. Corban felt sick at the sight and smell of it. Will death follow us wherever we go? Camlin was already some way ahead. He had lit a branch from a smouldering tree, and Halion did the same. The path narrowed and steepened immediately, the ground quickly becoming treacherous. Soon they had caught up with their companions. They trudged on, ever upward, stumbling, supporting one another. Corban's lungs were burning, his eyes stinging from sweat when Camlin dropped back to them. He shared some whispered words with Halion, who sped up and took the lead. Camlin's eyes roamed the steep ridges about them, searching the shadows. "Do you think the wolfen will attack again?" Corban asked him, his voice a croak. "Probably. It's not as if we'd be hard to find. And we're still in their territory. Judging by their behaviour in the dell, they're none too happy about that." He stopped, looking up high as a stone rattled down the cliffside. Corban froze as well, then saw the shadow of a mountain goat leaping nimbly between ledges. They started walking again. "Craft should know if they come back. He tried to warn us last time," Corban said. "Did he? Well, that's good to know. Though we probably can't see as well in the dark, and those wolfen could sniff us out with their eyes closed." "That's comforting." Camlin was limping, using his bow as a staff. His face was grime-streaked, blood caking a cut on his scalp. Corban remembered the first time he'd seen him in Duncarrig, King Brennan's prisoner. Then again in the Darkwood, an outlaw working for Braith, part of the attempt on Queen Alona's life. But something had made Camlin turn then, and Corban had seen him protecting Cohen, standing against Morkant, Rin's own champion. So much has changed since then. They would have been dead a dozen times over if not for Camlin, probably more. "Thank you," Corban said, not realising he'd spoken out loud. "What?" Camlin said. "I was just thinking," Corban stuttered. "You've saved my life, our lives, much more than once. We wouldn't be here if not for you." Camlin looked at him a few moments, looking as if he thought Corban was mocking him. "This isn't the best place to be, you know." "I mean, we wouldn't have made it this far." Camlin's face softened. He smiled. "You're welcome, lad, though I think I may have used all my luck up now." "That doesn't matter. I don't believe in luck," Corban said. "Do you not? What do you believe in, lad?" Corban thought about that. "This." He touched the hilt of his sword. "Him," pointing to Dath. "Her," a hand ruffling Storm's fur. "Us," a gesture taking them all in. "Good answer," Camlin said. Chapter 47. Veridis. Veridis walked along the hill, the sinking sun sending a long shadow stretching far behind. He was checking the line of bodies that lay before him. 12 of his men, slain in the battle. It was a good number by any standard, but still, it upset him. They had been good men, brave and loyal. 3 he recognized from having been with him since the beginning, from the battle in distant Tarbesh against giants who rode drags. He did not doubt that somewhere on their bodies they would have a drake's tooth. He stroked the one Nathair had presented to him, embedded now in his sword hilt. And something else gnawed at him. Their wounds. All of them had injuries on their lower legs, cuts and gashes on ankles and shins. Not killing wounds, obviously, but nevertheless, it bothered him. Any chain was only as strong as its weakest link, and if this weak link was getting his men killed, then he needed to do something about it. He looked down at his own feet, bound in leather sandals, the soles iron-shod, cords of leather wrapped about his calves. An idea began to form in his mind. Owain had not been found yet, but the battle was over. The defeated dead had been stripped of their precious things, weapons and armour, torques and rings, any silver or gold, and been piled high, and soon their bodies would be burned. The victorious dead were laid out separately, ready to have a cairn raised over them. Rin had set up a tent at the top of the hill and was sitting on a huge wooden chair draped with furs, celebrating. Veridis turned and looked over the woodland to the west, rolling away in shades of green into the twilight as night crept upon them. He strained his ears, listening, and thought he heard something on the breeze. Shouting? Maybe they found Owain. Woodland was not a place he would choose for battle. He had had enough of trees in Fawn. Just stepping into these woods earlier had brought those memories flooding back. He hadn't been in these woods long, though. Just long enough to find the girl, Cohen, and bring her back. And only just in time. Veridis had taken command of watching the girl, given her to Boss with a stern warning to watch her closely. Even though Connell had beaten her bloody, she had been more worried about her horse and how to get that arrow out of it. So the first thing he had done, upon their return, was to take her to the paddocks in search of Rin's horsemasters. He had bumped into Akar, who was overseeing the care given to the Jihad's mounts, and to Veridis' surprise, Akar had said that he would help. Together they had tied the stallion to a series of posts, securing him as tightly as they could. Akar had called other Jihad to help, one of them attaching something to the soft flesh around the horse's nostrils, tightening it until the stallion's head had drooped, had seemed beyond calm, close to sleep even. Then a poultice had been placed around the wound. Akar said it would open the flesh a little and numb it. Then with a sharp tug, he had pulled the arrow out. The horse had jumped, eyes rolling, but it was over so quickly it settled almost immediately. Veridis had left them tending the wound, Cohen looking with interest over their shoulders despite her obvious mistrust of them all. And now he was looking at his dead warriors, wondering what he could do to save lives in the next battle. And there will be many more as we walk ever deeper into this god war. He went in search of Nathair, found him seated in a wide ring of warriors, hidden in shadow and watching Rin as she rewarded her chieftains with plunder. A fire pit had been dug. The carcass of a great boar was turning above it, fat crackling as it dripped into the flames. Veridus's gaze was drawn to Rin, where she was sitting upon an ornate chair, thick with furs, clothed in black sable, a cloak of the same material edged with gold about her shoulders, her silver hair spilling across it. A gold torque wrapped her neck, and the firelight flickering across her face cast it one moment in shadow, the other in light. Her hand was extended, draped with gold and silver that she was offering to a warrior who stood before her. It was an older man, with streaks of white in his red hair and silver torques curled around broad arms. "Who's that?" Veridus asked Nathair. "That's her battle chief, Geraint." "You should be seated with her," Veridus whispered to Nathair. "You won this battle for her. Besides, you are High King." "Let her enjoy her moment," Nathair said with a smile. "She might well have won this battle without our help, even outnumbered. She's a sly one." "Yes," said Veridus. He remembered her well from Aquilus's council. Clever, cunning, and with a clear predilection for younger men, if the way she had looked at her first sword had been anything to go by. Boss pushed through the crowd, heading towards them, grasping Cohen's wrist. She had washed the blood from her face, but it was still patched with bruises. "I hear you have taken on a new ward," Nathair said, looking at the girl. "Thought you'd be upset if she was found with her throat slit. I don't think that Connell has the temperament for guard duty." "You are right. And Calidus would most likely explode if she was killed. He is convinced the girl is important, perhaps a route to finding her brother." Nathair's expression turned serious. "The Black Sun. He is out there." He looked out across the marshes. Just a glimmer now as darkness fell, the sea beyond a murmur. "So, what now?" Veridus said. "Tomorrow we shall meet with Rin, make more plans and continue the serious business before us. But tonight we shall celebrate our victory and the fact that we are still alive." He raised a jug, poured from it, and offered Veridus a cup. Veridus took a sip. Mead. He winced at the sweet taste of honey, but still managed a twisted grin. Boss led Cohen over, freeing her when they reached Veridus. She scowled at the big warrior, rubbing her wrist. "How is your horse?" Veridus asked her. A smile touched her face, hesitant, for an instant transforming her. There's actually a pretty girl beneath all those bruises and scowling. "I think he'll be fine," she said. "Your friend. He's an amazing horseman." For a moment, Veridus did not know what or who she meant, then realized she was talking about Akar. "The Jihar are skilled horsemen. I've never seen their like on horseback." He blew out a long breath. "I think they care more for their horses than people." She smiled again at that. "I know how that feels." Veridus heard a blowing of horns, looked in the direction of the sound, and saw men spilling from the woods, many holding torches aloft, a constellation of firelight in the growing darkness. At their front, 3 men marched. One walked, a woodsman by the look of the long bow slung across his back. Beside him, a warrior rode a fine horse, sitting tall, teeth glinting in the torchlight. Before them both stumbled another man, his hands bound behind his back. Owain. Veridus saw Evenis further back amongst the warriors emerging from the woods, his shieldmen riding close about him. Owain's captors marched him up the hill and pushed him stumbling before Rin. The rider with them raised a hand in greeting to Rin, gave a wide smile and dismounted, handing his reins to a warrior. Cohen was still standing beside Veridus, and he heard her hiss, saw that her eyes were fixed venomously on the warrior. "Morkand, Rin's first sword and paid killer," Cohen said bitterly. Veridus blinked. "Of course. Owain was cut and bruised, his lips and one eye swollen, but somehow he managed to stand straight. "Welcome, cousin," Rin smiled. "You have arrived just in time. We were about to eat." She gestured to the ball turning above the fire. "I am celebrating, you see." Owen stared at her, rage surfacing through the ruin of his face. "Cambrin not enough for you?" he said. "Not when I am surrounded by realms ruled by idiots," Rin replied. "You are a tyrant, a liar, a thief. I hope you rot in hell for what you've done." He spat on the ground. Angry murmurs rippled the crowd, but Rin merely laughed. "A tyrant? Surely it's a little too early to tell. I've only been Queen of Narvon and Arden for half a day." Owain lunged at her, but Morkant clubbed him across the shoulders, sending him sprawling. "You started the war between Brennan and me," Owain snarled. "Yes, I did. Which is why you accuse me of being a thief, I suspect. Stealing your realm from you. To be fair, you did have a choice in the matter, and Brennan did try to explain my parting things to you. He was always the brighter of you two. Besides, I have not stolen your realm. I have taken it from you. There is a big difference. But now, the real question left is what to do with you. You could serve me, you know. Be my vassal, govern part of my realm for me. What? I know, a shocking idea, and most likely a bad one. You see, I am not sure that I can trust you." Owen snorted. "So, what other options do I have? Exile? A lenient ruler, merciful even, might choose that, as you are kin." She looked around the crowd. "What should I do with this vanquished king?" "Mercy!" a voice shouted behind Veridus. It was Nathair, hands cupped to his mouth. "Show him mercy!" "Mercy!" Veridus called out, joining his voice to Nathair's. Soon it was a chant, 100 strong. "Very well," Rin said. "And if I grant you mercy, will you accept it?" she said to Owen. He stood silently, glowering at her. "Please, merciful I may be, but patient I am not. Well, not tonight, anyway. I am too hungry, and that roasting pig smells very good." She looked about the ring, all eyes on her. She's enjoying this, Veridus thought. "You killed my son," Owen said. "Not me, personally, actually. That was him." Rin pointed to Evnis. "But I did order his death." She shrugged. "It was war. Men die. But now the war is over, with you at least. And you have the chance to live. Will you take it?" "I would rather die than serve you." Owen stared defiantly at her. "Very well," Rin shrugged. "Braith, hold him. Morkant, take his head." The woodsman kicked Owen behind the knees, dropping him to the ground as Morkant drew his sword. Owen struggled, spluttering mud, then the sword was whistling, chopping with a wet thunk. It did not cut all the way through Owen's neck, and his body jerked, spasmed, his feet kicking. Morkant wrenched his sword free and swung again, and then Braith was holding Owen's head for Rin to see. He turned slowly, showing the crowd. "Well, that's done then. Put his head on a spike, Morkant, but later. First, come and cut some meat for me," she said, rising and holding her hand out to her first sword. Veridus sighed at yet another life lost and looked down at Cohen. She was gone. He snapped a curse at Boss, scanned the crowd. "I was watching the head," Boss said. Then Veridus saw her, a figure pushing through the crowd, moving determinedly towards Rin. Thought she would have been going the other way, trying to escape. Then it hits him. She can't seriously be thinking to kill Rin. He charged after her, warriors grunting as he shouldered them out of the way. Rin was standing by the spitted boar, Morcant about to slice the first cut of meat for her when Cohen stepped into the ring. She started to run, reaching a hand low to the heel of her boots, no doubt a hidden weapon. Veridus gave a burst of speed after her and yelled a warning, knowing he was too late, that she would reach Rin before he managed to stop her. Morcant looked up, shoved the queen away, and stepped forwards, reaching for his sword. Cohen threw her knife and barely paused as it hit Morcant in the shoulder, knocking him back into the boar, flames flaring around him. She leapt at him, heedless of the flames, her hands reaching for the knife. Veridus closed the gap. All about people were staring in frozen surprise. Warriors hastened towards Rin. Morcant and Cohen rolled away from the fire, flames licking about them from Morcant's clothes. She had a hand around the knife hilt, was trying to pull it out to use again. He managed to get a knee up and kicked out, catching Cohen in the gut, sending her rolling away. In a heartbeat, he was on his feet, grabbing his dropped sword and raising it high. With a hiss of iron, Veridus drew his own sword, sparks flying as he blocked Morcant's swing. For a heartbeat, the warrior stood and stared at Veridus. Then Cohen was leaping at him again as Veridus lunged for her, grabbing a handful of her tunic and managing to block another strike from Morcant as the warrior tried to cave Cohen's skull in with the hilt of his sword. Veridus glimpsed Alcyon striding into sight, Calidus, Bos, and Nathair close by. He pushed Cohen towards them, just as Morcant seemed to decide that Veridus was an obstacle that needed to be removed. Their blades clashed. Veridus retreated before a surprisingly fast combination of blows. He stepped out of range, and then Rin was moving between them, scowling at Veridus.
"What is going on here?" she demanded.
"She tried to kill you,"
Morcant said, pointing at Cohen, who was being restrained in one of Alcyon's huge hands.
"I tried to kill you, you idiot,"
Cohen yelled.
"What?" "You murdered Ronan."
She struggled in Alcyon's grip, then slumped, angry tears staining her face.
"In the Darkwood, when you attacked Queen Alana."
"I probably did," Morcant said. "I don't know who he is." He studied Cohen. Recognition flared in his eyes.
"But you? I do remember. She should be executed."
"No. She is under my protection," Nathair said, stepping forward. Rin frowned, staring icily at Cohen. Then she smiled at Nathair, a sudden change to graciousness and charm. "As you will, Nathair. She is fortunate to have your patronage. But I wonder who will protect my first sword from her." She cast a look of derision at Morcant as laughter erupted from her chieftains.
"I can look after myself,"
Morcant said indignantly. He grabbed the knife hilt sticking from his shoulder and pulled it out with a grimace.
"Think I'll keep this?"
"I'll just find another one," Cohen said. Veridus strode over to her, furious at having been put in such a position in front of Nathair. She does not know when to quit. "Boss, bind her hands. And you." He stepped close to Cohen and pointed a finger at her. "You really need to stop trying to kill people." She glared at him. "Well, I'm glad that's all over with now. Good. Then perhaps I can finally have something to eat," Rin said. Morcant strode back to the fire pit, drawing his knife. As he reached to make the first cut for his queen, another figure stepped into the ring. It was Connell. "I contest your rights," he said loudly, for all to hear. It was written in the law of the exiles that each ruler would have their champion, their first sword. Tradition said that only they had the right to carve the first cut of meat for their king or queen. That right could be challenged, though, to be decided in the court of swords. The victor would be first sword.
"Ah,"
Ring groaned.
"Am I never going to eat tonight?"
Chapter 48. Corban. Corban had lost track of time. His world contracted to the ground before him, the burn in his lungs and legs, the shadows of his companions about him. How long have we been running? It was still dark. The only light was the burning torches that had been hastily fashioned from branches back in the dell where the wolf had attacked them. Dawn cannot be far off. Shapes were starting to emerge from the darkness. Boulders, steep, rocky cliffs to either side of the narrow path they were travelling. In front of him, Farrell stumbled, still carrying his Dow's body. Corban grabbed Farrell's belt, steadying him. Heb and Brynner dropped back, Heb looking at Farrell.
You should lay him down,
Heb said.
No,
Farrell grunted.
I'll not leave him for his bones to be picked by scavengers.
He would not want you to die on his account.
I'll not be dying yet,
Farrell breathed, sweat dripping from his nose.
I think,
Heb said, but Brynner interrupted him.
Less thinking, more shutting up. Leave him be.
She loves me, really. Heb winked at Corban.
What you did in the dell,
Corban said to Brynner and Heb.
You saved us all. It was amazing. I never imagined what you could do.
Neither did we, Heb said. Never done anything remotely close. Blind terror is a good motivator.
There was a fluttering of wings above. Kraft swooping down to perch on Brynner's shoulder.
Wolven?
The bird croaked loudly, sending a tremor of fear running through Corban.
Where?
Brynner managed to ask through her laboured breaths.
Above.
Corban looked up. Sheer cliffs disappeared into the darkness. They are up there, then, hunting us. The slopes must be too high, too steep for them to attack us. Yet.
What shall we do?
He gasped to Camelin, who still ran rearguard behind him.
Keep running,
the huntsman said, eyes searching upwards. A handful of stones came skittering down the cliff. Corban saw Camelin loosen an arrow from the quiver at his belt. Dawn gradually crept over them, unveiling a grey, steep-sided land. At some point during the night, Corban had noticed their path had levelled off. Now it began to slope downwards and their pace picked up. Suddenly they spilt out of the path onto a hillside with pine trees covering the slopes only a few hundred paces below them. Beyond that, wooded hills rolled into a green land.
Darwin,
Hallion said. Storm growled and Kraft squawked urgently from overhead. Corban looked back and up, seeing Wolfen high above, outlined by the sun. One leapt down a sloping escarpment, sliding on gravel. Then a pack behind, 5, 6, Corban could not tell how many. All that he was sure of was that they were coming fast.
Run! To the trees!
Camelin yelled, pushing Corban on.
Turn and face them there!
All of them ran on, except Dath and Corban, Storm snarling beside him. Camelin drew an arrow to his cheek and let fly. Seconds later, Dath's bowstring thrummed. The first Wolfen on the slope tumbled and rolled, sending gravel cascading. It came to a stop and did not move. The other Wolfen surged past it, much closer now.
Run!
Camelin yelled again, as he turned and dashed towards Corban, dragging Dath with him. Corban needed no more encouragement. He turned and ran with the rest of them, pounding down the slope. The group started to disappear into the tree line, Farrell last of all. Moments later, branches were whipping across Corban's face, bodies jostling all about. A glance back showed the Wolfen still powering down the escarpment. They drew up, breathing hard.
Can you make the fire again?
Idana asked Brynner and Heb, the first spoken acknowledgement of how they had been saved.
Yes, I think so, Heb said.
He was breathing hard, pale-faced, blood congealed from a wound on his arm.
There's no guarantee, Brynner added. We'll try.
Something rustled in a bush, sending them all reaching for their weapons. A bundle of black feathers fell out of it, a bird with a dagger sticking from its wing. Kraft flew down from above, head cocking to one side as he studied this new bird. Von reached a hand forward to touch it.
Get off,
the bird said, clear to them all. Von jumped back. Kraft squawked. Brynner ripped off a section of her cloak and threw it over the bird. It croaked a protest as Brynner bundled it up into her arms.
Can't just leave a talking bird lying around, she said,
and with a quick movement pulled the knife from the bird's wing. Storm looked back, growling,
her hackles rising.
"They're coming!"
a voice shouted from behind. Gar. He stood beside Camlin at the rear of the column, looking back, hand on the sword still sheathed across his back. "Face them here?" Idana said to Camlin.
"Deeper into the trees. Break their charge. That way."
Camlin ran, the rest of them following fast. All other sounds were filtered, distorted through the pounding of Corban's heart. They burst into a wide glade, voices from the front of their group shouting in exclamation, those ahead of him stumbling to a halt. The bulk of Farrell moved from in front of them, giving Corban a view of what was before them. Figures stood at the glade's far side, 5 or 6 of them, maybe more. They looked like men, but were larger. Giants. They were wrapped in fur and leather, and for a moment just stood there, staring. Then Corban saw them pull axes and hammers from their backs, some of them striding forwards. One came straight at Corban. Storm leapt at him, burying her fangs in the giant's head, her momentum carrying her body over the giant's shoulder, flipping him with her. Corban drew his sword, eyes searching for his mam. She was to the side, close to Hallian and Idana. A giant swung his hammer at Von. He dived for safety, but the hammer clipped his ankle, sending him careening into Brinna. Farrell stepped forwards, his own hammer whistling about his head, crunching into the giant's hip. The other giants bellowed war cries and came rushing forward. Then there was a crashing from behind Corban, the sound of bodies speeding through the undergrowth, and he remembered the wolfen. They burst into the glade, one leaping at the first form it saw, a giant. It sank its teeth into the giant's shoulder. Another skidded to a halt, colliding with a bunch of figures. Corban saw Idana spinning through the air. Then he heard his mam scream. She was tumbling across the ground, entwined with the wolfen. He yelled wordlessly and ran after them. Chapter 49. Uthas. Uthas stared in disbelief at the people who poured out of the trees. At first he thought it was Wrath, that the warrior had somehow managed to lead his band of giant killers around them in a flanking maneuver, but these were on foot. And a wolfen was with them, white with dark streaks across its torso, like great claw marks. Frey and Struan were the first to move. The wolfen leapt at Frey, the giant and beast tumbling to the ground. Struan waded in with his hammer, but one of the newcomers, who looked like a giantling, stepped forwards, complete with his own warhammer. He ducked and swung, landing a blow on Struan's hip. There was a sound of bones snapping. Uthas gripped his spear, unsure whether to attack or retreat, the knowledge that Wrath was still behind, gnawing at him. How close? He took a step forwards, then paused as more wolfen charged out of the trees, attacking indiscriminately. If we stay here, we will die. We must fight free. He strode forwards, Salak defending him on his left. Giants and men and wolfen were everywhere, a heaving mass. Kai's mangled body lay on the ground, throat torn out. Nearby, Struan was surrounded, swinging his axe at 6 human attackers. I must help him. I have spent so long grooming them, preparing them. An arrow flew out of nowhere and sank into his shoulder, the impact rocking him. He looked about, saw 2 figures crouched amongst the trees, both with bows in their hands. He moved, feeling another arrow whistle past his face. It is too late. This battle is already lost, Salak said, gripping his arm. You can't save them. We must leave. Struan had fallen to one knee, warriors about him stabbing and slashing. Uthas bellowed in frustration, then saw Isa locked in combat with a wolfen. He said her name and charged, Salak following, sending his axe whistling into the spine of the wolfen Isa was fighting. Uthas grabbed her arm, pulling her. Then they were running for the trees. Something made him pause, an invisible change in the air about him, a pressure emanating from the glade behind. The earth power. Someone uses it. He turned and scanned the glade, his eyes drawn to 2 of the humans. They were standing together, a man and woman, both gripping a broken branch. As Uthas watched, he heard them speak a word in his tongue, and the branch burst into flames. He felt the great anger stir within him, looking at these men, these upstarts, destroyers of his people, stealers of his land and the life he had lived. And now they were thieving the giant's greatest treasure, the earth power. He had taught Rin something of it, but she was different, was his key to the future, to changing the fate of his clan. And she'd saved him. These two before him were just vermin, scavengers of a noble order laid low by time and misfortune. Unlike many of his kin, he was not ruled by his emotions, was proud of his control amongst the people who were dominated by the great tides of their passion. But as he looked back, he felt his walls of self-control crumbling, a rage building until he was consumed with only one thought: kill these usurpers. With a snarl, he strode back into the glade. Chapter 50. Corban. Corban stood over the body of his mam, too scared to check whether she was alive or dead. Storm was locked in battle with the wolfen that had attacked Gwyneth. Corban and Gar were searching for an opening to finish the beast. Gar darted forward, stabbing, his blade coming back dark with blood. Then Storm had the wolfen by the throat and was shaking it. The other animal's legs kicked, weakened, then went limp. Corban caught a glimpse of Hallion, Marok, and Farrell circling the giant, the hulking warrior bleeding from many wounds. Von stood before Edana, slashing at a pair of crouched wolfen. There was a crackling sound, a wave of heat, and Corban saw Heb holding a burning branch. The old man ran at the wolfen stalking Von and Edana, brandishing the branch. They crouched low and retreated, snarling. Arrows suddenly sprouted from one. Camlin and Dath. A voice rang out in the glade, discordant. It took a moment for Corban to realize the words were being spoken in giantish. Sclamor teracto fada, trueado, a giant yelled, taking long strides, rage pulsing from each word. Heb turned, saw the giant coming for him, stood frozen a moment. Mirial Gunrut, Heb called out, and raised the burning branch. The giant barked a command, and the flames snuffed out, smoke curling upwards. No, he cannot face a spear-wielding giant with a stick, Corban thought. Lassar, he cried out, as he launched into motion, fear for Heb's life overwhelming all other thoughts. The stick in Heb's hand burst back into flames, fiercer and brighter than before. Heb looked stunned, and the giant's gaze snapped onto Corban. For a moment he faltered in his charge, the hatred in his gaze a palpable thing. Then Heb smashed the branch into the giant's face with an explosion of sparks. The giant howled and snarled, then thrust with his spear. Heb moved, swinging the branch again. Their weapons connected at the same moment, Heb's burning branch crashing into the giant's chest, the giant's spear blade piercing Heb's shoulder. He cried out, sinking to his knees as the giant pulled the blade free. No! Corban screamed, leaping forwards. Brinna was there before him, lunging at the giant, sinking a knife into his thigh. He bellowed and hurled Brinna to the ground. She screamed as the giant buried his spear in Heb's belly. Blood sprayed as he wrenched it free, Heb toppling sideways. The giant stood over Brinna, spear raised high. Then a bundle of feathers fell from above, squawking, claws raking at the giant's face. Craff. Then Corban was there, Storm a step behind him. He swung his sword, the giant stumbled back, Storm bunched to leap. Other giants appeared, one stepping before Corban, another grabbing the one that had stabbed Heb, dragging him away. At the same time, there was a crashing from the far end of the glade as mounted warriors poured out of the trees. Corban exchanged a flurry of blows with the giant before him. They parted, and there was a whistling sound and arrows skittering off the giant's chainmail coat. Dath. The huge warrior snarled once at Corban, and then he was fleeing, following his two companions as they disappeared amongst the trees. The riders had paused. Corban saw expressions of confusion and shock. Then one spurred their mount on, sword raised, others following, spreading through the glade. Many of them chased after the fleeing giants. One speared a wolfen as they galloped past. "Storm! To me!" Corban yelled, fearing she would be attacked by these newcomers. Gar lowered his sword and ran to Gwyneth's body, fingers touching her neck. Corban felt a wave of fear and nausea. She's so pale. Elion above, please let her live. Gar looked up at him. She still breathes. Corban bent and stroked her face, felt a shallow pulse. Her eyes fluttered open, then closed again. Corban gave Gar a weak smile, relief flooding him. Gar had tears in his eyes running down his face. He must have thought she was dead. He felt tears of his own and brushed them away. There was one giant remaining, fallen to his knees. Farrell, Marek, and Von were circling him. The riders pulled close, weapons flashing. With a roar, the giant stood, lashing out, sending Farrell and Marek and Hallion flying in different directions. Farrell rolled to a rest at Corban's feet, and with a groan, pushed himself up. One of the riders spurred their horse forward, skewering the giant with a spear as they passed, then leapt from the horse's back, one hand clinging to the giant's cloak, the other pulling a knife across its throat. Blood fountained, and the giant toppled to the ground, its killer rolling and rising in one graceful move, almost right in front of Corban. The warrior's helm had fallen in the roll, and Corban blinked. It was a girl. Red hair tied tight, wisps of it come loose. Hallion shouted, and he ran towards the girl. She stared at him, body tensed, then grinned as Hallion reached her. They embraced. "Who's she?" Dath said, as he emerged from the trees. "Don't know, but I think I'm in love," Farrell said. Still grinning at each other, Hallion and the girl parted. Then Hallion looked about and saw Corban and Farrell staring at him. "Corban, this is Corellin, my sister." Chapter 51. Evnis. Evnis stared at the scene unfolding before him, with Connell stepping into the ring about the fire pit. When he had returned, Evnis had heard a whispered report that Connell had had some quarrel with Veridus, something to do with Cohen. What he was doing now was clear, though. He's taking an opportunity, making his mark. What was it he said to me back in Duncarrig? Risk much to gain much. Evnis smiled. If he had been Connell, in his position and with his skill, he most likely would be doing the same thing. It is a shame to lose him, though. For, win or lose against Morcant, Evnis would lose Connell from his service now, either to death or to Rin. Connell walked towards Morcant, stopping a dozen paces from him. "My first sword is injured. He has a knife wound in his shoulder. I do not think it would be fair to do this now," Rin said. "I have a knife wound of my own," Connell said, holding his left arm up so that all could see the blood-stained bandage. "And given by the same person," he added, glancing at Cohen. "Really?" Rin frowned at Cohen. Rin looked at Morcant, and Evnis saw the warrior nod. "Very well," Rin said. Noise erupted as men started swapping bets on the two warriors. Evnis saw Rin pause as she was returning to her chair, cocking her head as if listening to something. He saw her lips move, as if she were talking to someone. Then people were pushing in front of him and he jostled through them to keep his view. When he could see Rin again, she was seated in her chair. "Begin," she said. Both warriors held only a sword, no shield or second weapon. Evnis remembered seeing Morcant duel with Tull, and he knew that Morcant was fast, deadly, even though he had lost that duel. But he had also seen Connell spar many times, often against 4 or 5 of his own men. He had never lost. The two men touched blades. Then Connell was lunging forwards, his sword moving quickly, a combination of 4, 5, 6 strikes, all blurred into one long move. Morcant retreated, blocking with a touch, a sidestep, until his heels were almost touching the fire pit. He sidestepped again, swung overhead, pivoted, chopped at Connell's ribs, but Connell was not there. The man was in constant motion, spinning away, striking as he moved. And he was smiling. Morcant followed, parrying, pressing Connell, restricting his space. Evnis nodded approvingly. He had never seen anyone take the fight to Connell like that. Most tried to weather the storm, defend until Connell raged himself out, but not Morcant. He blocked, struck, parried, stepped forward, struck again, mixing stabs, slashes, lunges. This cannot last long. Connell was no longer smiling. The two men moved apart, both breathing heavily. Morcant rested a hand on his thigh, leaning on his blade, sword tip, digging into the earth. Connell took a step forwards and Morcant flicked his wrist, sending earth straight at Connell's face. Connell stepped away, the smile returning. "I saw you fight Tull," he said. "Worth a try?" Morcant said. Then he was moving forward, sending Connell backwards with long, sweeping cuts. Connell retreated to the edge of the ring, almost leaning against the men who made it. Then he was attacking again, Morcant retreating. For a while they just stood, feet planted, trading a flurry of blows, sparks flying. Then Connell's speed increased, and Evnis could see that finally Morcant was struggling to block the torrent. Connell concentrated his attacks on Morcant's injured side, striking harder and harder, faster and faster, the blows repeating down Morcant's arm into his wounded shoulder. Morcant lunged inside Connell's blows and wrapped his sword arm around Connell, pulling him close, punched him in the face, then hammered his wounded arm. Connell staggered, screamed, tried to pull away, but Morcant would not let go and continued punching Connell's wound, blood spraying with every punch. "It is over," thought Evnis, surprised to feel a pang of sadness for Connell. Then Evnis saw Connell's face twist in a snarl, and he barreled forwards, headbutting Morcant full on the bridge of the nose. Now it was Morcant's blood that spurted, his turn to stagger backwards. Connell followed, swaying, punched his sword hilt into Morcant's shoulder. Then Morcant was on his back, Connell's sword at his throat. "You've been here before," Connell said, through ragged breaths. Then he looked to Rin. "Morcant has served me well, and today especially. It would be poor treatment if I were to take his life as payment. Let him live, just blood him a little." Connell sliced his cheek, opposite to where Tull had done the same. "And it would seem that I have a new first sword." She held her hand out. Connell crossed to her and helped her rise. Then they performed the ceremony, cutting their hands and mingling their blood, Connell swearing the oath of loyalty. "He's moving up in the world, then. I wonder if he realizes what he has let himself in for." Evnis smiled grimly, knowing of Rin's appetites. Evnis rose early, his body aching and stiff from the previous day's battle. Groaning, he pulled his boots on, splashed water in his face, and left his tent to relieve himself in the fresh morning air. He nodded to Glyn, his warrior standing on watch at the tent's entrance. As he was fastening his belt, a messenger ran up to his tent. "Queen Rin wishes to see you," the lad said. Connell opened the tent flap for Evnis, beckoning him to enter. "Risk much to gain much," Evnis said to him as he brushed by. "Just so," Connell said. "You look tired." "Long night?" Evnis said. Connell raised his eyebrows and smiled. Rin was seated in one of a handful of chairs around a wide table, maps and parchments strewn across it. When she saw him, she rose and took both his hands in hers. "It has been a long time since that night in the Darkwood." "It has, my queen," Evnis said, surprised to find his voice choked with emotion. "We are close now, so close." Connell poured them some mead. "So," Rin said to Evnis, "I find myself in a wonderful position Cambren, Narvon, and Arden are mine, and soon I will add Doan to that list. The dream has become reality, Evnis said, and they raised their cups and drank. Arden, I will leave to you, Rin said. Thank you, my queen. It is only what we agreed all those years ago. I must turn my attentions to Doan, and I will need someone that I trust to oversee things here. I understand that Owain left some cleaning up to do. There are rumours of resistance in the south, Evnis said. I have heard that. You will put an end to it? I will. I shall give you men, gold, resources, and I will leave Morcant with you. He has served me well. Even if he has been bested, he still has a reputation. He slew Tull, after all, and brought me Owain. As you wish, Evnis said. I do not like Morcant. We all need a little pride and arrogance to see us through these times, but he is too proud, too arrogant. And he had some help in bringing Owain to heel. It was Braith who found him. And shall you stay a while in Arden before you leave for Down? I think I must leave soon. I have received some strange news this morning. Troubling. A messenger arrived from Cambren, and also I have heard from Uthas. Evnis remembered the Benuthi giant, the comrade who had been present in the Darkwood all those years ago when Evnis had made his pact with Azroth. He remembered the giant with some fondness, because he tried to help Fane, had told Evnis of the book beneath Duncarrig, and had urged him to take Fane to the cauldron. Is he well? Evnis asked. No. He tried to contact me last night, but I was busy and the connection faded before it had begun. Then this morning I have spoken a little longer with him. He gave me much to think on. Evnis was silent, waiting for Rin to continue. He knew it was better not to rush her. Then there was a noise at the tent flap. Voices. Connell went to see. It is Nathair, my queen. Ah! Earlier than I expected. Show him in. And please, next time, announce his full title. He is a king, after all. Evnis smiled, seeing Connell's discomfort. Even as first saw, there are things you will not like to do. The usual group of people attended Nathair. Sumur, Calidus, Veridis, and Alcyon, his bulk overshadowing them all. Quickly they were all seated and sipping at their cups, except the giant. My thanks for your help yesterday, Rin began. You're welcome, though I think the result would have been the same, just a little delayed, Nathair said. He was reclining in his chair, looking relaxed, happy even. Perhaps, Rin shrugged. But I shall not forget your aid. What would you ask of me? If I can give it, I will. Straight to the point, Nathair said. When you get to my age, you learn not to waste time. It is too precious. So, what would you ask of me? Join my alliance, as my father wished. Join me and add your strength to the mustering against Azroth and his black son. Rin sat there, staring at Nathair. Slowly, she nodded. I shall do that gladly. From this moment, my realm, or realms, are part of your alliance, Nathair. When the time comes, I shall bring my armies to you, and we shall fight the Black Sun together. She lifted her cup, and they all drank. Would you ask anything else? I will be travelling north. Help or advice with the journey would be gratefully received. Yes, we spoke of this to Murias and Benoth. You seek the cauldron. It will be dangerous. The Benuthi giants are no friends to men. Most of them. I am aware of that, but it is what I must do. Then I will help you, grant you safe passage to the northern border and give you scouts that know the land. And what of you, my lady? Is there more aid that I could give to you? I will be travelling to Doan to pay Eramon a visit. My goal is to unite the West. I would help you in that, Nathair said. I have troop ships anchored in the bay at Duncarrig. It would be a simple thing for them to take your warband across the seas to Cambran. That would be helpful, Rin said. Morcant crossed the channel on 100 fisher boats and lost more than a few to the sea along the way, I have heard. Then it is done, Nathair said. And more than that, take Veridus and his warband, 1,000 men. Evnis saw the young warrior stare with surprise at Nathair. He looks as if he wants to object, but dare not, Evnis thought. Good. A soldier who takes orders without question. If only there were more blind followers such as he in our cause. He is my first sword and my battle chief, and he has proven himself many times. In Tarbesh, he defeated a charge of dregs and giants. In Carnatan, he defeated Mandros in battle and took his head. And in Fawn, he turned the battle against the Hunan. You will not regret his being in your ranks. Rin studied Veridus. The young warrior quickly averted his gaze and looked into his cup. Can you win Doan for me? Rin asked him. I would not be so bold as to make that prediction, my lady, but whatever Nathair asks of me, I will do, or dying the trying, Veridus said. Such loyalty and passion the young have, Rin said, smiling dryly. You are fortunate, Nathair. A question, Nathair said. It is already high summer. Even with my ships taking you there, it must take several moons of travel to reach Doan. Yes, perhaps longer with a warband on the march. So you will be undertaking a winter campaign. I hear the winters here are not as mild as those we are used to in Tenebrel. There will be blood spilt in the snow, Rin said with a shrug. There was a road the giants made that cuts through the mountains between Cambran and Doan, and forges a line right to Eramon's seat, Duntaros. As long as we have that, we can wage war no matter the weather. I have ample stores of provisions in Cambran. You may need a warmer cloak and some woolen breeches to cover those legs of yours, she said to Veridus, who promptly blushed. There is something else that we would ask of you, another voice spoke. Calidus. A small thing. News. News of what? Rin asked. A young man, not much more than a boy. He escaped the fall of Duncarrig in the company of Idana and some others, we think. Yes, I have had many men hunting the land for her. Who is the boy? His name is Corban. He travels with a wolfen, a white wolfen. Rin sat up straighter. What is it? Nathair asked her. That is interesting. A messenger arrived today, bringing news from Cambran. My warriors have tracked what were thought to be Owain's spies through most of Cambran, and I have had reports that each night my men have been hunted and killed by a wolfen. Stories are growing that whoever is roaming my land is in league with Asroth and becomes a wolfen at night, or commands a pack of wolfen, or something. At first I put it down to superstitious warriors, but it is him, Calidus said. I'm inclined to agree. It is too much of a coincidence. Idana must be fleeing to Doan. She must have some capable people about her. Indeed, said Nathair. Well, then, I am glad to have helped, Rin replied. Perhaps you can travel some of the way north with me. We will take your ships together and try hunting this lad and his wolfen before our journeys force us to part. You want him, and it sounds as if he is with Idana, and I really want to find her. Agreed, Nathair said. They drank some more together, toasting their past and future victories, and in time, Nathair and his retinue left. As soon as they were gone, Rin called in a messenger boy and whispered in his ear. He ran off. There is something about that Nathair, Rin said. There is, Evnis agreed. How much does she know? We are both bound to Asroth, to bringing about the God War, to making Asroth flesh. And we have both grown powerful in our ways, but she far more than I, and she loves her newfound power, that is plain to see. Would she relinquish it, even for Asroth or his avatar? What do you think of Nathair? She asked him. Unusually blunt, thought Evnis. The question shocked him. What should I tell her? How much of what I guess? Sometimes a direct question deserves a direct answer. Roll the dice. I think he is the Black Sun. I have heard the voice. She regarded him thoughtfully. I have heard it too, she said eventually. We should do all we can to help him, Evnis said, trying to prompt her. He saw thoughts spiraling in her mind. He is the Black Sun, Azeroth's chosen avatar to bring about the Great War. He is not Azeroth himself. Remember that, Evnis. What do you mean? Do not serve Nathair blindly. I don't think that Nathair realizes who his master is. I'd not thought of that. Perhaps you are right. There is a sincerity about him. Exactly. Be careful what you tell him. He must be steered, controlled. She tapped long nails upon the arm of her chair, making a clicking sound. This boy and his wolfen that Nathair searches for, I have heard more about him than I have told Nathair, Rin said. Evnis just looked at her, waiting. I spoke with Uthas earlier, through the fire. You understand? Yes. He has been sneaking around Doan, spying and killing, stirring things up for my arrival. Well, he has encountered some misfortune. Most of his company has been killed, slain in a battle only last night. The boy Calidus asked about, he was there, with his wolfen. Why did you not tell Nathair? He knew the answer already. Knowledge is power, and she does not want to relinquish any of it. There is no rush, she said with a smile. The tent flap opened, and a man walked in, tall, skin-weathered, a scar running down his face from forehead to chin. Braith. You sent for me, my queen? Braith said, sinking to a knee. I have a job for you. Someone to find. Of course. They are in the mountains between Cambrin and Doan, close to the Giants' Road, or were last night. I guess that they are heading into Doan, so you will have to move carefully through enemy country. It is Adana and her helpers, amongst them a boy with a pet wolfen. Braith frowned at her. I have met this boy before, at Dun Carrig when I rescued Camlin, and he fought in the Darkwood when I had Alana. That wolfen is no pet. I saw it tear my men to pieces, Braith said. I want him, this Corban, alive and in chains before me. There are other parties that are very interested in him, which means that I am interested too. Take as many as you need, whatever supplies, all the gold necessary, but it must be done now, quickly and quietly. You must leave now. Braith bowed and kissed Rin's hand, then turned to leave. Braith, Rin called, as he reached the exit. Remember, I want the boy alive, but you can kill the rest of them, including Adana. Actually, especially Adana. What about the wolfen? Do you want that alive as well? Of course not. Kill it. Chapter 52. Macin. Macin sat with his back to the wall of Dunkellen's stone bridge. His hands and ankles were shackled. The place where his ear had been was throbbing. A blood-stained bandage wrapped around his head stemmed the bleeding. He was part of a group of defeated men, at least 100 of them, the number being added to all the time. A dozen warriors, all of them from the ships, stood guarding them. Further away, towards Dunkellen, Jael's warband was busy, organizing the clearing of the town, bringing order back where chaos had ruled. The newcomers who had arrived on the black-sailed ships were busy around the river, restocking supplies, it looked like. Heads on spikes lined the bridge. Macin was sitting beside one. He looked up and saw a crow perched on the head, tugging a strip of flesh from it. Further along he saw Gerda's head, one eye already taken by these looters of the dead. Orgul's head was not on a spike. Not yet. The big man had laid down his axe to save him. In a way, Mackin wished Orgel had kept fighting, that they had both died in that tunnel underground. But he hadn't. As soon as Orgel's axe had touched the ground, they had both been bound and taken from the fortress. He had no idea where Orgel was. He had failed. Jael was alive. Not only that, he had won, and Mackin had been so close. He put his head in his hands. The only hope to cling to was that Nathair had escaped with Gerda's son, or at least had not been captured yet. If they had been caught, surely their heads would be on spikes alongside Gerda's. There was a glimmer of hope for Isiltir while Romar's son still lived, and that would surely tarnish Jael's victory. That was something. A noise caused him to lift his head. A group of riders had emerged from the town and gathered at the end of the bridge, laughing. One of them dismounted. Jael. He felt a shadow fall over him, refused to look up until his boot was kicked. "Someone's angry," Jael said, smiling. "Ulfilas, protect me from the poison in this man's gaze." Mackin lowered his eyes. Jael kicked his boot again, and suddenly Mackin was lunging forwards. Even with the chains, it was so fast and so unexpected that he had his fingers around Jael's throat before anyone could react. As Jael's eyes bulged, Ulfilas clubbed Mackin across the head with the hilt of his sword, and Mackin's legs turned to gruel. He slumped to his knees. Jael kneed Mackin in the face. He fell backwards. The sound of his nose breaking was like a branch splitting. Blood sluiced from his nose, and his head cracked against the stone wall of the bridge. "Maybe now I'll die," he thought, as he lay sprawled, staring up at Jael. "Help him up," Jael said, brushing himself down. Ulfilas grabbed Mackin under the arm and hoisted him back to his knees. "You've come a long way from Haldis," Jael said, "and survived Fawn Forest. I'm guessing that you are the reason that Gerda and Varric were not surprised to see me. And yet, you lost. You must feel terrible." Mackin just looked at him, the words filtering through layers of dizziness and pain. "And of course, I haven't mentioned your greatest loss, Castell." Mackin felt the world pull into focus, juddering, Jael's face, his mouth, his lips moving, filling the entirety of his vision. "He died badly, you know, if you didn't see. A gut wound. He screamed. A lot. Not very brave in the end. For all his words, his giant-killing. One of the Gadre indeed." Jael spat on the ground, as if the words gave a bad taste. "So, you are quite the failure. You failed Castell. You have failed Gerda. Are you the worst shieldman in all of the banished lands? Ulfilas, remind me never to enlist this man in my service. The day when I do that, I will surely lose whatever battle I am fighting." Laughter drifted about him, from dark places that Mackin could not see. "I call..." Mackin coughed on his words, hawked and spat. "I call you out," he said, little more than a whisper. "I challenge you to the Court of Swords." Jael threw his head back and laughed. A deep, genuine sound. He wiped his eyes. "I think it is a little late for that. In case you are not clear, you have already lost." There was more laughter at that. "I challenge you to the Court of Swords," Mackin said again, louder. "I do not expect you to accept. You are afraid. A coward. Dung that I would scrape from my boot." "Be careful," Jael said, his expression hardening, "before your jest loses its humor." "A coward, as you have always been," Mackin continued, aware now that others were listening, people moving closer to hear. "I have watched you grow, seen you pick always on the weaker man. You are a coward, a traitor. You have betrayed your own kin. Castell, you stabbed in the back, too scared to face him." "I saw." "I did not," Jael roared, angry, looking about at the gathering crowd. "And your victories.
given to you like crumbs from your betters' table. These men." He looked to those on the bridge that had come from the ships. "Nathair's men?" "Of course they are. There are few warriors in Isildir who would follow you." Jael backhanded him across the face. He swayed but managed to remain upright. "Put a sword in my hand. Face me as a man. Look at me, beaten, bloody, yet you are still too scared to face me." "Unchain him and give him a blade." Jael snarled at Ulfalas as he stepped back and drew his sword. Ulfalas moved hesitantly forwards and helped Makeen stand. "Why do you follow him?" Makeen whispered. Ulfalas looked sharply at him and looked away. He fumbled at the chains about Makeen's wrists. "I have no key." "Just put a sword in my hand," Makeen said. "I'll still win." He knew that he would not. Had seen Jael spar many times in the weapons court at Mikil. But at least he would die that much closer to his dream, not chained to an oar 1,000 leagues from home. "Do as he says," Jael yelled, spittle flying. Makeen smiled. He had witnessed Jael goading Castell many times over the years, Jael always with that maddening smile on his lips. It was not there now. It was nice that at the end he at least had this small victory. A crowd had pulled in about them now. Even some amongst the chained warriors along the wall were standing, trying to see the confrontation. Some called out encouragements to Makeen or jeered at Jael. There was a pushing and shoving further back in the crowd, men moving to let someone through. It was the leader of the shipmen, Lycus, Makeen had heard him called. Behind him strode a lean warrior, his face disfigured, part of his nose missing. He led a man by a chain. Orgel. His friend was bleeding from 100 cuts, all small wounds, his face bruised and swollen. He shuffled behind his captor, head bowed. "What's happening here?" Lycus asked Jael. "I'm going to teach him some truths," Jael said, his rage adding a tremor to his voice. "What truths? That I am no coward, and that I am the better swordsman." "He's in chains," Lycus said, "and close to collapse. Look at him. You will prove nothing fighting him now. And besides, he is not yours to kill. He is my captive, remember. He has insulted me. I will not ignore that." Lycus frowned and stepped close to Makeen, studying him. "You have the death wish upon you. You want to die. I can see it in your eyes." Makeen just stared back at him. Lycus grinned. "He is baiting you, Jael. He wishes to die and is using you." "Then I will grant him his wish," Jael said, stepping forwards. "No, you will not," Lycus said, a harshness in his voice. "He is mine, and I do not want you to kill him." "I am king here," Jael said. "Not yet," Lycus replied. He stepped in close to Jael and whispered in his ear. Makeen strained to hear but could catch nothing of it. But he did see Jael's expression change from anger to fear. Jael stepped away. "Have him. He is yours. A gift from me," Jael said. "Run away. Coward," Makeen said, seeing his opportunity slipping away. Jael smiled at him, that familiar, maddening smile. "But, Lycus, some advice. Kill him soon. Otherwise he is likely to bring you bad luck, as he has his previous masters." "I am more than his master," Lycus said. "I am his owner." He drew a knife from his belt and stepped close to Makeen. He grabbed a handful of Makeen's hair and cut it with his knife, then opened his palm for Makeen to see. His warrior braid. "You are mine, my property, a warrior no longer." The warrior who was leading Orgel turned and did the same, cutting Orgel's warrior braid from his beard. All along the line of captives, the same thing happened. "Now, let's get these useless piles of dung onto the ships," Lycus yelled, pushing Makeen. You got a long way to row. Laughter ran through the shipmen. As Mackin walked away, he looked back over his shoulder. I'll see you again, he shouted at Jael. I doubt that, Jael said. His laughter followed Mackin as he shuffled towards the black ships. Chapter 53. Corban. Corban stared at Halion and his sister, Corelin. She stared back. Before anyone had a chance to speak, a warrior rode up. He was old, his hair a mix of grey and white flowing from beneath an iron cap. Corban remembered him from the gathering at Baden on Midwinter's Day. Brennan had invited the rulers of the West, Owain, Rin, and Eramon, to a council and to witness the day turn to night, as had been prophesied. This man had been the representative of King Eramon at that meeting, Wrath. He slid from his saddle and gripped Halion by the shoulders. It's good to see you, little bastard. And you, old man. Another warrior rode up, younger, a jagged scar running through the empty socket of one eye. Some still live, the man said. They have fled into the mountains. We must talk, but later, Wrath said to Halion. Let's see if we can run the swine down before they reach Cambron. Wrath yelled orders as he rode after the giant's trail, some men following him, others staying, moving amongst the dead. The red-haired girl, Corelin, picked up a fallen helmet, and, tucking her hair back into it, mounted her horse and rode after Wrath. Corban looked about the glade, bodies twisted in death littering the ground, men, giants, wolfen. Brenna crouched beside Heb, holding his hand. Corban hurried to her and knelt beside her. She looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Corban wanted to say something to comfort her, but knew that no words could take away the pain in her eyes. He put a hand over hers. Corban remembered Heb standing before the giant, defying it. I heard him say something to the giant, in Giantish. What did he say at the end? He said, I will not run. He was a brave man, good and kind, Corban said. He was an old fool, and now he's dead and has left me, Brenna whispered. She bowed her head and wept. Craft fluttered down out of the branches and landed close to them. He stared at Brenna and Heb, head cocked, then shuffled over to Brenna and leaned his beak against her. Gwyneth was sitting up now, Gar feeding her sips of water. Corban rushed over and embraced her. I thought you were dead, he said, fresh tears springing to his eyes. Can't get rid of me that easily. She smiled weakly. Idana was sitting with Marek and Von, who lay with his back to a tree, white-faced, clutching his broken ankle. Marek sat with his arm across his lap, blood staining the bandages around his wrist. Corban moved amongst them all, checking their wounds, fetching salve and bandages from Brenna's seemingly endless stores. Finally, he checked Storm. The wolfen was covered in a mass of new wounds, claw and tooth marks all over her body. They were all superficial, nothing so deep that would not heal if kept clean. My brave girl, he whispered, as he poured water over the cuts. She nuzzled him and licked his cheek. Farrell stood over the body of his da, lying at the fringe of the glade where he had placed him. I'll raise a cairn over him here, Farrell said. I'll help you, Corban said. We all will, said Idana. They lay Heb and Anwath side by side. Then those that could set about gathering stones and rocks from the surrounding area. As the last rocks were placed on the cairn, a sound drew Corban's attention, a scratching, rustling sound. Storm stared with her eyes pricked forward at a bundle of cloth on the ground. It was moving, feebly, something inside it. The bird, Corban remembered. Brenna had tucked it into her cloak. It must have fallen free during the battle. Cautiously, he unwrapped the bundle and a ruffled black bird stared up at him. It flapped its wings, or tried, one of them hanging limp, and squawked, sounding to be pain. Corban reached a hand out and the bird pecked at him, catching his finger. Blood welled and Storm growled.
The bird wriggled to its feet and shuffled away from Storm, but Dath and Farrell helped contain it. "Craff, do you know this crow?" Farrell called.
"Raven,"
the bird with the injured wing croaked. A correction. It sounded offended. Craff fluttered over, and for a moment the two birds regarded each other in silence. Then the raven hopped over to Craff and started pecking him. Craff squawked and flapped his wings, buffeting the unsteady raven away. "Don't do that!" Idana yelled, who had joined them. She jumped in and grabbed the raven, pinning its wings as she lifted it. "Get off! Get off! Get off!" the bird screeched. Von started laughing. "What? So you can attack our Craff again?" Idana said. "No, I will not, but I will wring your scrawny neck if you keep trying to peck me." The raven was twisting in her arms, but at Idana's words, it went limp. "That's better. It's clear that you can't go anywhere. Look at your wing, and it must hurt. I would help you, but only if you behave. I'll not have you attacking me or my companions, and that includes Craff." The bird looked at her resentfully. "So, what will it be? Shall I tend your wing? Or do you want to try attacking us again and I twist your neck?" "Is she reasoning with a crow?" Dath whispered to Corban. "It's a raven," he said. "And yes." "It's up to you," Idana continued. And with that she put the raven back on the ground. The raven stood still, looking up at Idana. Then it hung its head. "Sorry," it muttered. "All right, then," Idana said, and bent to look at the bird's wing. The sound of hooves grew and riders appeared from amongst the trees. Wrath and his warriors who had given chase to the surviving giants. "Did you catch them?" Hallion asked. "No, they're well into Cambren by now. We'd have followed further, but saw patrols of Rin's warriors in the mountains, as well as filling the giants' road. Something stirred them up." "That'd be us," Camlin said. "Well then, think it's time we had that talk now," Wrath said, sliding from his saddle and striding over to Hallion. Wrath's band followed him, and soon the two companies were standing close together, all listening to the two men speak. Hallion told Wrath of the fall of Duncarrig and their escape by sea, of their landing in Cambren, and a brief outline of the flight that had led them here. Idana rose and stood beside Hallion as he spoke. When Hallion had finished, a silence filled the glade. "I thought I recognized you, under all that dirt," Wrath said to Idana. "My lady." He dipped his head and lifted her hand to his lips. He doesn't look used to doing things like that, Corban thought. It looked as if Idana agreed, as she had a faint smile on her lips. "I shall escort you to Duntaris and Erimon," Wrath said. "You can rest easy now. You're out of danger." "For the time being," thought Corban. "You hear that, lads? We've a queen amongst us. Show some respect." Wrath bowed lower to Idana. His rugged band did the same, some cheering, all except the girl, Coralyn. She remained upright, a frown creasing her face. "And welcome home, Hallion," Wrath said. "Your dar'll be pleased to see you." "Will he?" "Well, we'll find out soon enough," Wrath said. "I, for one, am." "And so am I," Coralyn grinned at Hallion. They gathered around Heb and Anwat's cairn then. Idana spoke kind words over the stones, tears running freely down her cheeks. Farrell stood beside her, head bowed. He's just lost his dad. He remembered that pain, a distant echo of it twisting inside him, and his sympathy went out to his friend. Are they the last to die? Are we safe now? He wished it were true. So many had died since that night in Duncarrig, he had lost count. And here, now, looking at Heb and Anwath's cairn, he felt numb. He had liked Heb always. His stories had felt magical to Corban as far back as he could remember, but over the course of the journey he had come to care for the old man, to think of him as a mentor and as a friend. And yet no tears came. Am I becoming numb to all this murder and death? The thought bothered him. He remembered Dylan, his friend, murdered, his body burned, remembered the ocean of tears he had cried for him. And then the overwhelming grief at the death of his da, and so many others when Duncarrig fell. Life was so frail, and he had not just seen men die. An impartial observer, he had taken lives himself. More than I can remember. That thought shocked him. What am I becoming? He looked about the faces of his companions, all lost in their own thoughts. Idana's voice a wordless blur now. His eyes settled on Brynna, appearing suddenly older, frailer than he had ever noticed. Devastation was scribed upon her face. Finally, he felt grief stir in his gut, an empathy for this harsh, sharp-tongued old lady whom he had come to love. He felt the urge to go and stand next to her, to squeeze her hand or something, but the silence felt almost like a physical thing, a purity to it, so he did not move. Instead, a tear rolled down his cheek. When Idana had finished speaking, Rath's men brought up their horses. Rath and two other men, one the warrior with the scar where his eye should have been, Baird, Corban heard him called, gave their mounts up for Idana, Brynna, and Gwyneth. Craff perched on Brynna's saddle, the black raven on Idana's, its wing now with a makeshift bandage about it. Corellin turned her horse and spurred it over to Hallion. "Where's Connell? Why did he stay in Arden? You haven't quarrelled again?" "He fell," Hallion said. He was a traitor. He killed Cohen, thought Corban. A look of horror swept Corellin's face. "I thought he was indestructible, that he would live forever." "I did not," Rath said, who was nearby. "How did he... Did he die well?" Corellin asked, a tremor in her voice. "No," another voice said. "His ma'am." "Not now," Hallion said. "Please." "What do you mean by that?" Corellin snapped. "It's complicated. I'll explain another time," Hallion said. "No? She'll explain now." Corellin rode closer to Gwyneth. "Won't you?" Gar stepped between them. "Let her be, girl." "Don't be telling me what to do," Corellin said. "And who are you, anyway?" She has a brother's temper, thought Corban, seeing the colour rise in her cheeks. Storm growled. Corellin glanced at Storm. "How? Who are these people you ride with? Bird lovers and wolven tamers?" "She's not tame," Corban said. "She'd make a good cloak, keep me warm in the winter." Corban felt his own anger stare at that. "That's enough, girl," Rath said, riding closer. "But..." "Enough. Enough, Cora. Ride on." He stared her down, waiting until the fire went out of her eyes. She yanked on her reins and rode ahead. "You'll tell me about Connell soon," Rath said to Hallion. It was not a question. "I will." "She had a good point, though. It is strange company you keep," Rath observed, looking between Storm and the two blackbirds perched on saddles. "Lad, your wolfen's not going to eat any of my men, is it?" "She, not it," said Corban, feeling his anger still lurking, with no obvious target for it now that Corellin had ridden off. He took a long breath. "Her name is Storm, and the answer's no. She'll not hurt any of you men, unless they try to harm us. We are her pack, you see, and she's protective." "I remember that," Rath said. With a click of his tongue, Corban called Storm closer. A good cloak indeed. He looked back at the glade, the cairn of stones in its middle, the corpses of wolven and giants scattered around. His eyes came to rest on the body of a wolfen, dark-furred and sharp-clawed, and he remembered the night attack that he and Storm had been part of. A good cloak. The seeds of an idea stirred in his mind. "Move out," Rath called. "Hold a moment," Corban said, marching across the glade. "What is it?" Camlin said to him, bloodied but still vigilant. "Just an idea, one that I may need some help with." Corban pulled his knife from his belt as he crouched beside the dead wolfen. Chapter 54. Veridis. Veridis focused on his opponent's blades, all three of them, his body automatically moving to defend and attack. He combined a long sweep to block two different blows, pivoting suddenly and cracking his practice blade into one opponent's ribs, then striking another on the wrist, sending his weapon spinning. Then there was only Boss left, and Veridis pressed forwards against the taller man, one blow turning into another, neat, economical, and deadly, until Boss stumbled and fell, Veridis' blade at his throat. "All right, you win," Boss said good-naturedly. He held his hand out and Veridis pulled him up. "I think you're getting faster," Boss said, wiping sweat from his bald head. He waved a hand at the other Eagle Guard that Veridis had called out to spar with, both nursing bruises on ribs or wrist. "Feel like I need to," Veridis said. He knew that the recent battles were won, but something about this whole situation felt unsafe to him, and a voice in the back of his mind was telling him to sharpen up, to be ready, prepared. What for, he did not know, but he had learned to listen to that voice before. Maybe it was just the politicking of the last few days which always made him feel uncomfortable, or the sword crossing between Connell and Morcant. Both masters with a blade, that was obvious. Things were so fluid in these lands. It was not a great stretch of the imagination that one day soon it could be him facing either one of them, or someone equally skilled in the Court of Swords. He would not be found wanting. He was near the top of the hill they had been camped upon since the battle, 2 days gone now. It was early, and the smell of the sea wafted on a cold breeze, salty and sharp. There was a slight chill in the air, the first hint that summer was retreating, autumn encroaching. In the valley at the foot of the hill, the only movement Veridis could see was the jihad gathered together, going through their sword dance. It had been an impressive sight on the journey to Fawn Forest, performed by a few hundred. Now over 2,000 warriors stood in regimented lines, moving through the formers with precisely the same timing. It was inspiring. I would almost like to join them. The valley was emptier today, a large force of Rin's army having left the day before, tasked with keeping order in Narvan. Veridis had watched them leave, a few thousand men disappearing into the distance. Strange that out of all those warriors, Braith's face stood in his memory, leaving before the main bulk of Rin's force, almost definitely leading a scouting party ahead, a pack of hounds with him, as well as a score or so of hard-looking men. "What's the plan?" Boss asked, as he came and stood beside Veridis. "We'll break camp today, march back to Duncarrig, then spend a few days on a ship to Cameron and help Queen Rin win some more land." "We are getting good at that," Boss said. "Winning land for others?" "Aye. But it suits Nathair. Besides, we're just soldiers. We go where we're pointed." "That we do. We'll put the lads through some moves before we leave, though. Go and make sure they're on the field. I'll be along soon." Veridis did not want his warband to miss any training in the shield wall. After the meeting with Nathair and Rin, he was sure they would be seeing battle again soon. Veridis walked towards the ramshackle tents that had sprouted on the outskirts of the warband's camp, containing all those who went hand in hand with a warband on the move. Wives, lovers, children, blacksmiths, tanners, weaponsmiths, brewers, whores. All manner of trades made a living from an army. He made his way through the tents, weaving amongst the rope lines and makeshift walkways until he found what he was looking for. The heat hit him first. A tall, wiry man was working a bellows, each pull causing a fire to flare and crackle. He stood and watched the man work a little while, enjoying it. "Here you go," the blacksmith said when he saw Veridis, throwing him a pair of boots. "How do they suit?" Veridis inspected one closely. Long strips of iron, thin enough to keep the weight down, but thick enough to turn a blade, were sewn in a half-circle about the front of the boot's leg. "I think that'll do the job," Veridis said. The leg wounds on his fallen warriors had troubled him for a while, and this seemed the obvious option. "I want 2,000 pairs like it." The smith's eyes bulged. "That's a lot of boots, and iron." He was silent, working things out. "You supply the boots? I'll come up with the iron. For the right price. That shouldn't be a problem. Owain's dead were all wearing good boots. And how long will it take you? Veridis said. I need them all within a 10 night. Veridis made his way to Nathair's tent. They had been on the road for 2 days now, and Duncarrig was a faint smudge on the horizon. He felt slow, tired, his sleep disturbed by dreams. More accurately, dream. Always the same one, the dead King Mandros looking at him accusingly. Murderer, the man called him. It was not murder. And always the accusations about Nathair blaming him for Aquilus's death. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Nathair's tent was situated in the shelter of a wooded cove towards the paddocks and pen that had been erected for Nathair's drake. Not close enough to smell it, though, thank Elyon, thought Veridis. It was early, so he was surprised to find the tent empty, although 2 Jihar still stood guard outside it. Where is the king? Veridis asked, but they gave no response. Veridis began to pace, thinking of where Nathair could be, when the king of Tenebral appeared, Sumur walking a few paces behind him. You're up early, Veridis said, as Nathair ushered him into his tent. Nathair just grunted something unintelligible. Something important? Yes, Nathair said. Veridis looked at him inquiringly. I've just come from Rin's tent, Nathair said. It must be urgent for her to summon you so early. Nathair stared at Veridis. He looked embarrassed. I've been in her tent all night, Veridis. Oh. A silence fell between them. That's disgusting. We were toasting our alliance, Nathair said, rubbing his temples, and one thing led to another. She can be very persuasive. You don't need to explain to me, Veridis said quickly. Nathair looked up, blushing. I'm never drinking that mead again. I don't even like it. Never mind, Veridis said. As you're fond of saying, I'm sure it was for the greater good. Nathair laughed, a little sheepishly, Veridis thought. What was it you wanted to see me about? Nathair asked. I wanted to talk to you about things that have been on my mind. Sit, then, Nathair said, reclining and gesturing Veridis to a chair. What things? Now that it came to it, Veridis was unsure. There were few specifics. It was more of a general feeling, a sense of foreboding that had settled upon him ever since the battle in Fawn Forest. I'm worried, Veridis said. Go on. Veridis looked at Sumur, a silent shadow behind Nathair's shoulder. Sumur, wait for me outside. Sumur did not move. Veridis is my oldest friend. My most loyal companion. There is more chance of my mother assassinating me than of Veridis turning against me. Please, outside. Sumur left quietly, looking back once at Veridis. You can trust Sumur, Nathair said. But sometimes I long for the old days, before my father... He trailed off, his hand searching out the drake's tooth about his neck. Veridis instinctively touched the tooth in his own sword hilt. Aye, Veridis agreed. Everything seemed simpler then. You, I, your warband on a noble cause. It is still a noble cause, Veridis. I know that. Up here. Veridis tapped his head. But sometimes it does not feel it. Go on. In Fawn, things were done. By Calidus, betrayals. What you and I would once have called dark deeds. Dishonourable. You speak of Roma. In part. Roma was setting himself up in opposition to me, becoming my enemy. In the coming war, realms will either join me or fight me. There will be no middle ground. He looked inquiringly at Veridis. Do you know what happened in the catacombs beneath Haldis? Only that Roma went in and never came out again, and that Calidus and Halcyon were part of that, and that my friend Castell died as a result. He remembered Makin's words to him, Be careful whose side you choose. I see. Calidus has told me that Romar took the Starstone axe, refused to give it up. He would have used it against me, and we have both heard of its power. That could not be allowed. Veridis sighed. Maybe, but it still does not feel right. There is more, you have to say. It was not a question. JL, I do not like him. You have told me to leave the politicking to Calidus, which I am more than happy to do, believe me. But his choice is in allies. He shook his head. Nathair leaned back in his chair, nodding. Something in his face changed then, a glimmer of Veridis's friend before the weight of kingship and prophecy had fallen upon him. I agree with you. I have worried over these issues, and many others besides, for countless nights. But let me tell you that every single time I come back to the same point, Calidus is one of the Ben Elim, a servant of Elyon. We both saw him change. I will never forget it. There are other arguments, convincing arguments. The alliance is fragile, and at present I do not hold the power to forge an empire. I hope that will change, but until it does, the future is the alliance and politics is compromise. I do not like JL. I do not approve of some of the things that have been done to further my cause, but they have all been done for the greater good. The greater good. How many times have I told myself that? Nathair paused and smiled. I can see from your face that you have had the same thoughts. And they would be troubling, indeed, if we did not have Calidus. Remember what we saw in Telesar. Remember what we witnessed. He is a servant of Elyon. It is that memory that strengthens my will, that keeps me on my course. Let it do the same for you. He did remember, could still feel the shock, the awe of seeing Calidus transform before his eyes from an old man into a winged warrior. It does, Veridis said. I know. War places a burden on us all, Veridis. The lives we have taken or ordered taken in the furtherance of our cause, the choices made. Veridis had no words for that, his thoughts spiraling. Thank you, my friend, Nathair said, leaning forward and gripping Veridis's wrist. For what? For being honest. There is no one in all the earth that I can talk to as freely as you. Talking helps, eh? Crystallizes the problems and solutions. Aye. And it had helped, talking to Nathair. Discovering that his friend shared the same doubts and worries eased the sense of foreboding that had haunted him for so long. So, let us continue our war in the knowledge that our cause is just and our goal vital. Aye. Onwards. Veridis stood on a shingle ridge that overlooked the bay at Duncarrig. The Vin Thalon transport ships were almost loaded, over 3,000 warriors filling their decks. There was not room enough to take all in one crossing, so the ships would have to return for the rest of them. It would not take long. A day's journey to the shores of Cambrin, a day to unload, and a day back. It would still be much quicker than walking. A call came for him to board. Most of his men were already on the ships, only a handful standing with him. They walked down the ridge onto the beach, along a wooden pier towards a wide boarding plank, his new boots thudding heavily. They would take some getting used to, and his men were already grumbling, but they would save lives. Beside him walked Boss, and next to him one of Evnis's warriors, a young lad, Rafe, from Duncarrig. Calidus had asked Evnis for someone who would recognize this Corban if ever they met him. Cohen walked next to him, her hands bound, and it was obvious there was little love lost between the pair of them. But at least she hadn't tried to kill him yet. Or anyone else. Veridis put that down to the fact that he'd offered her the now-healed horse she seemed to care so much about, in return for her good behaviour, and he had even committed to bringing it with them to Cambrin. It was no great inconvenience, as she would need a mount to ride. She had actually smiled at him when he had offered it to her. and he had asked only in return that she stop trying to escape, which he had attempted 4 times in the first day and night after Owen's defeat. It was tiring, always keeping an eye on her, or making sure that someone with wits enough not to be fooled by her was watching her. Her fine mood had lasted until this morning, when she had discovered that Morcant was staying in Arden as Evanis's battle chief. Now she was sullen and brooding, no doubt devising imaginative ways to carve more holes into Morcant's hide. "It's not going to happen," Veridis said to her as they walked up the boarding plank. "You should let it go." She knew instantly what he was talking about. "He killed the man I was to be handbound to," she said. "I'll never let it go." Veridis believed her. "I'm glad I've not wronged her," he thought. "I would not sleep well at night." They stood at the railing and looked back as the fleet slowly moved out of the bay, banks of oars sweeping into the water. Veridis could make out Rin on the ridge he had recently been standing on. Connell stood close to her, Evanis and Morcant a little further along. "Farewell, Arden," he thought, and deliberately turned to look ahead through the ranks of sailors, masts and ropes to the open sea beyond the bay. And now to Cambren, to more bloodshed in the name of righteousness, to claim my destiny as the most trusted servant of Elion's bright star. Chapter 55. Fidele. Fidele followed Hector down the staircase, torchlight shining off the balding patch on the crown of his head. He was leading her into the tower at Ripper, down to the library in the depths of the tower's foundations. It was quiet, almost stifling, the deeper they went, with only the crackle of torches and the slap of their feet on stone breaking the silence. Orcus's footfalls were heavy behind her. Eventually, Hector stopped before a door, fumbled with some keys and ushered Fidele inside. It was dark. As Hector bustled around with a candle, opening lanterns and lighting more candles, Fidele made out the outline of a bed, a table, some scattered chairs. As the candlelight filled the room, Fidele almost gasped. The first half of the room looked like a ruin, bedsheets strewn on the floor, mouldy fruit and rotting trenches of half-eaten food. Beyond the detritus was a marvel. The library, as Hector called it, was one great curved stone wall with 1,000 alcoves carved into it, ladders leaning against it at intervals. Box-like alcoves were dug into the wall, becoming clearer as Hector lit more lanterns. There were regimented rows of them, curling around the chamber, retreating into the shadows, all with the ends of scrolls protruding from the square holes. It was impressive indeed. She had been looking forward to this moment, ever since Lamar and Hector had spoken of this library during their council, but a pile of endless tasks had filled her days since then, most of them concerned with the rooting out of the Vinthalan fighting pits. And she had stayed in Ripper far longer than she had originally intended. The truth was that she liked it here. The sea air held a freshness that Geraldine lacked, and going home meant a return to the weight of memory. She could put it off only a little longer, though. "Come. Sit here," Hector said, pulling out a chair and sweeping the debris on his table into a pile. "Do you live in here?" Fidele asked, trying to keep any hint of revulsion from her voice. "Of course," Hector said. He looked at her as if the question had not been a sensible one. "Otherwise I'd spend half my life walking to and from this room." "Of course. So you think there are some clues here about the God Wall, and specifically about Michael?" "I do," Hector said, abruptly animated. He hurried to one of the ladders and climbed, one hand holding a lantern high. "You must remember, of course, that everything written here was done so by the Kurgan, so there will surely be a degree of bias, and therefore of inaccuracy, in all that they wrote, but nevertheless also a large portion of truth. The Kurgan were the giant clan that ruled here. Yes, one of the 5 clans that survived the scourging," Hector said distractedly. "When our ancestors, the exiles, were washed up on these shores, there were 5 giant clans still in power. The Kurgan, Here, ruling in the south, the Jotun in the north, the Panothi in the west, the Shekam in the east, and the Hunan in the central regions where Helveth, Carnatan, and Fawn are situated now. Nectar returned with a bundle of scrolls under his arm, the first one he rolled out being a map. "You see?" he said, pointing. "Here is Ripper. The Kurgan ruled this area." He traced a line with a finger. Fidele nodded, intrigued by the map, seeing Ripper, Geraldine, Fawn Forest, other names she was familiar with, and many she was not. The Kurgan wrote much about their history, and that is mostly what fills this room. And most of that is after the scourging, detailing their clan wars, day-to-day life. Much of it would be quite tedious to you. "I can imagine. Have you read every scroll in here?" "Yes, at least once. There are so many, though, that some I have forgotten by now. It may take some time to locate what I need. There is one scroll in particular that I remember. I thought it more philosophical than historical at the time I read it, but now... Well, let's make a start with what you have now, shall we?" Yes. He flicked through his armful of scrolls, then paused at one. "This isn't the one I was speaking of, but I'm sure..." He opened it, eyes flicking across the archaic script, then paused. "Here it is. A reference to Halvor. He is the giant that you mentioned and that Nathair spoke of when he came here, the writer of your prophecy. Listen. We have rebuilt Balara, but Tor and Haldis are lost to us. The Hunan hold them now, and Drasil, though they will never find it, not if Halvor spoke true. It is talking about the contestation of borders between the Kurgan and the Hunan, I think. Halvor is mentioned a few times throughout their histories, or the voice, as they refer to him in other passages. Apparently, he was counselor to the first giant king, Skald. Somehow, this Halvor survived the scourging and ended up in Drasil, the giant city that is said to lie in the heart of Fawn Forest. Counselor to the first giant king, and yet alive after the scourging. That is a long life to live, Fidele said. This is the difficulty I have, she continued, discerning where truth ends and fairy tale begins. I believe in much that has been spoken of. Elyon and Azeroth, the God War. I have seen too much not to believe. But some of these things, they just cannot be true, surely. The giants often talk of long life, Hector said, a rare enthusiasm sparking his demeanour. If the histories and tales are true, then all that lived on this earth were immortal once, giants and mankind alike, until Elyon ripped our immortality from us as judgment for the first murder, the giant king Skald, slain by his brother Dagda. But even then, after that, there are many references to giants, especially that have lived extraordinarily long lives. Neman is written of somewhere here. He thumbed through scrolls, a silent stretching. If you remember it well enough, you don't have to find every reference, Fidele said, growing impatient. All right, then, Hector said, putting the scrolls down. In the later scrolls, written, from what I can deduce, just before our kin, the exiles, arrived on these shores, Neman is written of, spoken of as queen of the Benothi, the giant clan that held sway in the west until we, exiles, took it from them, though their remnants still rule in the far northeast. What of it? Neman was queen to Skald, the first king. Measures of time are a little unreliable, but by anyone's counting, that was over 2,000 years ago. It must be a different Neman to the one ruling today, then, surely. An honorific? The giants don't do that. They would never take another's name. They think they'd be cursed. But that is just impossible. You would think so, Hector said. Well, then surely it is just mistakes in the scrolls, Fidele said. Textual inconsistencies are remarkably rare in the giants' histories. They were quite particular. He paused, studying Fidelay as if considering whether she was capable of understanding. Or worthy of hearing, she thought. He nodded to himself and resumed talking. But if we are digging through the mysteries of our past and giving weight to the argument that myths we previously considered to be fairy tale, or elaboration at least, could possibly, in fact likely, be true, then we must consider the 7 treasures. Yes, Aquila's mentioned them to me, Fidelay said, trying to remember the specifics of their conversation. Some of them were weapons, yes? That is correct, Hector said, beaming like a tutor at a favourite pupil. Aquila spoke of trying to find them to use in the God War. He had set Michael to the task. Well, whether that is good or bad we have yet to discover, but the treasures, yes. In a way, I think they were all eventually used as weapons, even if that was not the purpose they were fashioned for. They were carved from a star stone, you see, a star that fell to earth, the tales say, through Asroth's design. Each of the treasures held different properties or power. One of them, the cup or chalice, if you drank from it, you were given unnaturally long life. He looked at her expectantly. So that would explain some giants living far longer than others, such as this Naman, Fidelay said. Exactly. What else did the treasures do? What are they capable of? Well, there were the axe, spear, and dagger, all fashioned after the War of Treasures began. They were obviously weapons, no real powers, but they'd never blunt, never break. Also, there was a cauldron. To eat from it would cure ill health. The cup would lengthen your life and increase your natural state, make you stronger, faster, and so on. There was also a necklace. I cannot remember what that could do or the talk. I shall have to return to my studies. He looked longingly over his shoulders at the rows of scrolls in their compartments. But not right now, Hector, Fidelay said. No, I shall do that later. Was there anything else that these treasures could do? Well, actually their main design, or Asroth's main intention, was said to be that they made the veil between the other world and our world thin. Asroth desired to break through this veil and become flesh. Obviously, it was not as simple as that. I would imagine that it would need willing parties on both sides of the veil. Spells, sacrifice, other unpleasant things. That, of course, is when Elyon stepped in and decided enough was enough. Yes, I know that tale well enough, Fidelay said with a wave of her hand. She drew in a long, thoughtful breath. So much to learn, so much to understand. But somehow, deep in her bones, she knew this was important. She felt excited by this, and a little scared as well. You are a treasure yourself, Hector. There is much value in what is inside your head. Hector blinked at her. Thank you, he said, blushing. Now, shall we talk about Michael and what you think relates to him? Yes, of course, Hector said. He went back to his bundle of scrolls now strewn across the table. He picked one up, examined an inscription, and then put it down, moving on to the next one. Fidelay noticed the tip of his tongue protruding from his mouth. Here it is, he said at last. When I first read it, I paid it little mind, as it seemed a philosophical work, and my interest leaned towards the histories. Also, it is quite maudlin. The giants were, I imagine still are, a melancholy bunch. But who can blame them, I suppose, after the tragedies they have survived, death, humiliation, defeat, near extinction, loss of lands, more death. Hector, you're rambling now. As much as I would love to stay here for the next moon, I am queen and have other tasks that I must see to. Please, back to Michael. Yes. Sorry. There were some phrases in this scroll that sparked a memory, particularly when my father questioned Nathair about this Michael. So, he spread the scroll on the table, finger tracing a line as he read. Here it begins. We make war, we bleed, we gain, we build, but for what purpose? If Halvor spoke true, then it is meaningless. It is all meaningless. He looked up at her. You see what I mean? Melancholy. She nodded, trying to stay patient. Halvor says the end days are coming, but what will they end? An era? A life? All life. When the white worms spread from their nest and the treasures stir from their rest, he says, but the worms are sleeping, dust-covered, perhaps dead, and the treasures are scattered, spread. Those words in the middle of that, worms, nests, and the treasures at rest, they are familiar to me. Michael spoke them, read them, at Aquilus' council. Did he? Good. Then we can be almost certain that this is referring directly to Halvor's writing, then. There is more here, though, I am sure, scattered amongst the melancholia. And what of the firstborn? Where are they now? In the end days they shall tread this earth, Halvor says, the faithful and the fallen, strange-eyed men, clothed in flesh and bone, one Ben Elim, the other dread Kadoshim. One light-bearer's servant, black heart, spider that spins the web, high king's counsel, one guide of the 100, outcast, messenger of dread. He looked at her thoughtfully. And what to make of that? He mused. It just sounds confusing to me, like one of the riddles my father used to ponder over. The light-bearer part sounds good, though, Fidelay said, her brow furrowing. A riddle? Yes, that is exactly what it is. A 2,000-year-old riddle. Messenger of dread. Black heart, outcast, spider that spins the web. Are any of these terms that you are familiar with? Only black heart. That is mentioned elsewhere in the prophecy, Fidelay said. High King's Council, Ector mused. Aquilus was High King, and Michael his counsellor. He was. Uneasiness gripped Fidelay, another thought splintering in her mind. And Nathair is High King now, with a counsellor of his own. She felt abruptly anxious, a seed of fear expanding rapidly until she felt short of breath. I must go, she mumbled, as she rose unsteadily, feeling the weight of stone all about her, suffocating her. Solve these riddles for me, she gasped, grasping a hand to her chest, and rushed for the door. Chapter 56. Camlin. Camlin walked along the Giant's Road, its stone slabs cutting a line through green fields. He was near the rear of their company, which had been swollen by the addition of Wrath's warriors. Hard men they were, of that he had no doubt. There was something about them that reminded him of Braith and his old company of woodsmen living off the land and their wits. But, unlike his previous band of outlaws, there was an honour in what these men did, putting their lives on the line to keep the roads safe and free from the giant's spawn. Almost a 10-night they'd spent in each other's company, since the battle with the giants and Wolven in the mountains. Their pace had been steady, but not fast, as most of Adana's company were on foot. Still, they were safe now, had been for a 10-night, or a measure of safety at least, as much as could be expected anywhere in these banished lands. He looked up. The sky was blue, the sun warm on his face, clinging to the end of summer. It was a good day, in more ways than one. So why did he have this sensation creeping over him, a hollow uneasiness taking shape in the depths of his gut? Perhaps it's vanity, he thought, knowing that he felt a growing sense of disappointment since they had crossed the border into Doan, a sense of being no longer needed. He had guided this company, led them from danger to safety, and that had felt good. He could not deny it. You are of no use to them any more. They are no different from the rest you've dipped your head to, Braith, Cassalu, all out for their own gain, using you until you've nothing left to give. Just watch. You'll be forgotten about soon enough. He felt himself frowning. Sometimes he really didn't like the voice in his head. Dath was walking beside him now, using his yew-bow as a walking stick. Camlin noticed that the youth was watching him, following his gaze to the warriors on horseback in front of them. "That one there's Baird, you know," Dath said to him, nodding at the back of the one-eyed warrior. After Rath, he was the most famous, or infamous, of this bunch, and even Camlin had heard many tales told about the man while sitting around campfires in the Darkwood. The most common one told of how Baird's hold had been raided by giants back when he had been a lord of Doan. His wife, bairns, and shieldmen had been put to the sword, and he had been left for dead, his hold burning around him. He had been found the next day, close to death, and taken in by a neighbour. Slowly, Baird had been nursed back to health, the tales told, and as soon as he was able, he had borrowed a horse and ridden into the mist that hung over Benoth, land of the giants. No one had expected to see him again. A 10-night later, Baird had ridden out of the mist, back into Dowan. 6 giant heads were tied to his saddle pommel, and he had a new scar on his face, the one that had taken his eye. Apparently, he had never spoken of what happened in the mist. "I know," Camlin said. "I've heard the stories too." He smiled at Dath's awestruck face and felt a pang of jealousy at the same time. He'd become used to seeing that look in Dath's eyes when the lad was looking at him. "Don't be an idiot." Baird was trying to calm his horse, which kept shying from Storm. Camlin felt a swell of protective anger. Storm had been the subject of more than a few suspicious glances over the last handful of days. Not that he could begrudge these warriors their glances. He was part of a strange bunch: warriors, wolfen, a dethroned queen, and 2 talking birds. Craff had flown off early, but the other one still had its wing bandaged and was sitting on Idana's saddle pommel, croaking quietly to Idana. After a few days of silence, it had warmed to the girl, and now seemed to be in constant conversation with her. The other thing that drew the attention of their new companions was Gar. At first he had gone unnoticed, other than his unusual sword drawing a few glances. That had all changed the next morning when he had put Corban through his forms. He'd drawn a crowd then, sure enough. Gar was a mystery, his technique and skill with the blade earning him an instant respect amongst his band of warriors. They have not heard the half of it, though. All that he said about the God War and Corban. Camlin had not known what to think at that revelation, and had chosen not to dwell on it. Something like that, if it was the truth, well, there'd be no keeping it hidden. If Gar was a madman, and really that was the only other option, let him keep his hallucinations and fantasies. As long as it meant that he and Camlin fought on the same side, all was well and good. Corban had earned himself not a little respect after his training as well. Camlin had even caught Corellin watching him with something like admiration in her eyes. Not that she hadn't had her own fair share of attention from others in Camlin's company, Dath and Farrell especially. Each in turn had tried to impress her in his own clumsy way, though Farrell had been most persistent. He'd eventually come away with his ears glowing, though. The girl's tongue was as sharp as the knife she'd used to cut that giant's throat. Camlin sniffed, catching the smell of decay seeping from the packages Corban and his friends were carrying, the skins they had carved from the dead wolfen in the glade. Corban had been determined to take them, though he had been vague about the reasons. Brinna rode a horse close by. She sat slumped in the saddle, like a sail with no wind in it. The life had seemed to have gone out of her with the death of old Heb. I like the old codger. Shame he's gone. The death of someone close always did things to a person. Grief, regret, anger all left their mark. A lesson he'd learned all too well back in his youth when he'd watched his mam and brother butchered by raiders. With an effort, he pushed the memories away. He heard a sound behind, faint, blending with the sigh of the wind in the grass. He turned and looked back along the Giant's Road, seeing a dark smudge in the distance. Dath hovered with him. It was a horse and wain, gradually gaining on them. Something walked alongside it. A hound? Dath, run ahead and let them know we've got company. Dath sprinted along the column, returning soon with Marok and Rath behind him. They studied the wain, which was clearer now, seemingly driven by a solitary man. It was close to high sun when the wain caught up with them, and Rath called a halt, some of the riders taking their horses down a steep embankment to a stream. The wain's driver slowed. A wiry man with sharp eyes, he was obviously wary of such a body of grim-looking warriors filling the road. His wain was piled high, a patchwork of skins tied over whatever was underneath. Not that long ago it would have been a tempting sight to Camlin and the type of men he used to mix with. Camlin looked closer and realised he recognised this man, a trader who had passed through the Darkwood more than once. He was one of those that had come to an arrangement with Braith and paid a toll rather than be robbed and left for dead. One of the practical ones. The man saw something on the road that made him yank on his reins, the wolven, Camlin realised. His hound was crouching low, hackles raised. Then Corban was approaching Gawain. "Ventos, is that you?" The trader frowned, then jumped from his seat, smiling. He snapped a command at his hound and met Corban in the road. They clasped wrists and spoke to each other like old friends, any tension that there had been draining from the air. Corban introduced the man to them as Ventos, a trader whom he knew. Camlin kept his head down. For some reason he did not want the man to see him. "He probably won't recognise me, but just in case." Camlin did not even quite understand why that would bother him, but it did. "Maybe I want no association with my past. I am a different man now." They shared some bread with the trader, his hound lying beneath the wain, watching Storm suspiciously through the spokes of a wheel. Soon after, the man was back in his bench seat and urging his sturdy, thick-boned horse on. "Remember," Rath called out to him, "not a word of us to anyone. If we get to Duntaris and anyone seems forewarned, I'll know who to come looking for." "No chance of that," Ventos called back, and soon he was blurring into the horizon. Shortly afterwards, a band of riders appeared on the road ahead, coming towards them. Rath approached them and exchanged some words with them. They were only a handful, 4 or 5, and wearing cloaks of the same woolen checks as Rath and his comrades. Camlin kept one eye on them as he sipped from his waterskin, his other hand resting on the pouch where he kept his bowstrings safe from the damp. "I am a mistrustful soul," he thought, then shrugged to himself. "Old habits die hard. And besides, it's better to be mistrustful and live a little longer, in my book." Rath returned to them and spoke to Idana. "We're close to Duntaris now. They were Eramon's men from the fortress. I sent them on their way, though. I still have some influence here, amongst the warriors, at least." "My thanks," said Halion. "I trust your judgment, Rath. Whatever you think best," Idana said. Camlin had heard this situation discussed already. Rath suggested that if surprise could be engineered, it would be best. That way, they would stand a good chance that their first meeting with Eramon would be free of Roshin, his young wife. She had been mentioned around the campfire after their first night of travelling with Rath. Apparently, she was growing in influence and ambition in Dowan, Eramon becoming more content to listen to her counsel. "It's not the best time to have returned to us, Halion. Your dar is fading, and she's on the rise," Rath had said. "I had little choice in the matter," Halion had replied. "And it is Idana's safety that I'm thinking of, not my own." "She'll be safe enough. Don't worry about that," Rath had said. "And so will you be, brother, or I'll have Roshin's scalp for a trophy," Corlin had snapped. Camlin had smiled at that. Fiery little thing. It had not been so much of a worry to Camlin when they had been sitting around a campfire, a 10-night away from this Roshin. Now, though, Camlin felt a creeping anxiety take root in him. As they rode on, Idana dropped back, Marok and Halion walking beside her. "I wanted to talk to you," she said, looking seriously at Camlin. "What about, my lady?" Camlin said. Those words still don't fit well on my tongue. "You have served me well during our journey here." He looked up at her, not really knowing what to say. "The way I have seen it, the task has been to stay alive." "Yes, it has. But you would have had an easier time of that if you just walked away." He blinked at her. Have I been talking in my sleep? Thinking out loud? But you did not. You stayed and guided me, advised me, fought for me. Risked your life time and again when you need not have done so. Can I ask you, why? He was caught by surprise, stunned. Same question I've been asking myself since we landed in Cambron. I don't know, he mumbled. Marok snorted laughter. You see, he's more honest than you may be prepared for. Honest? I'm a thief from the Darkwood, not been called honest since, well, never. Marok laughed again, Idana and Hallion joining in. I suppose I'm still here, with you all, because I want to be, he said, only realising at that moment that it was the truth. He looked about at Dath and Corban and the others. I like being here. Not here as in Dowan, but here. He waved a hand and flushed. With you all. Idana smiled at him then, warm and genuine. That is what I thought, she said. Her expression changed, became serious. And I want you to know this, Camlin. I may not have a kingdom or wealth, but I am a queen, and I mean to win back what is rightfully mine, if... When? Marok interrupted. When I do that, Idana continued. I will not forget those who have helped me and, more than that, been loyal to me through the dark times, when death looked like the only road, when winning a kingdom was the furthest thing from my thoughts. She smiled again. If I ever sit a throne again, you shall have no need to return to thieving in the Darkwood. I promise you. He shrugged. We'll cross that bridge of thorns when we get to it, eh? Indeed. But for now, we have moved from one danger, but only to slide into another one, I fear, one more sly and devious. An ambitious woman. We must keep our wits about us, our eyes and ears open. And where we are going, you may be more practiced at doing that unnoticed. I would ask you to learn what you can of this Roisin and her followers when we reach Duntaris. It may well save our lives. I will do all that I can, my lady. She reached down and squeezed his shoulder. I do not doubt that. Wrath called out from the front of their column. Duntaris! Duntaris is in sight. Idana kicked her heels against her horse and rode to the front. Hallion followed as quickly as he could on foot, Marok lingering. Camlin looked at the warrior's arm where a bandage covered the stump of his wrist. How is it? Camlin asked him. Marok raised his left arm, gazing at the stump. It itches, he said. Or, at least it feels like my fingers itch, and they're not there. I've heard similar said before. Comrade of mine lost an ear, but was always trying to scratch it. I live, Marok said, though it's hard getting used to the idea I'll never draw a bow again. He shrugged. I'm alive, so I'll not complain. He looked hard at Camlin then. I'm grateful to you, Camlin, for all that you've done. Idana's right, we'd not be here if not for you. Camlin walked along in silence as they crested a rise in the road, the grey walls of Duntaris appearing in the distance. He did not pay too much mind to it. He was too busy smiling. Chapter 57. Makin. Makin pulled on his oar. He'd lost track of time, had no idea how many nights had passed since Dunkellen had fallen, and he'd been herded onto this ship. A 10 night? 20? It had merged into one long, hellish slog, each day the same. Kicked awake at dawn, sitting and pulling on the oar hour after hour, all marked by the constant beating of a rower's drum, the only marker of time that seeped into his awareness. He thought he was fit and strong with a warrior's stamina that could last all day on the battlefield. And recently he had done just that. But nothing had prepared him for this. The muscles in his back and shoulders, neck and arms burned, felt as if they were ripping, tearing apart with each stroke of the oar. And his hands, they were bandaged now. the palms crusted with oozing blood and pus where they had blistered and burst and blistered again. His wrists were the same, the skin and flesh worn by the ill-fitting chains that bound him to the other rowers on his bench. Each day would end with the coming of night, a bowl of something closer to vomit than food, and then sleep. Instant, exhausted, dreamless sleep. He had picked up the technique of rowing well enough. He had pulled an oar a few times with a gadre along the dark, tree-shrouded waters of the Renos. He'd done better than others, anyway. Some of them were dead now, unable to master the technique, whipped until their backs were a shredded mess. Some the fever took, others just collapsed with exhaustion. Regardless, they all went the same way, tipped unceremoniously over the side and fed to the river. Orgel was still alive, a few benches in front of him. He was not in good shape, though. The warrior with the ruined nose made a point of visiting Orgel each day, giving him a taste of a whip or cudgel. One time he clubbed Orgel unconscious, then had him dragged down the centre aisle and doused with a few buckets of water, then clubbed some more. Orgel took the torture in silence, his only response being to stare at his tormentor, which seemed to incite the man to greater acts of violence. Mackin was surprised even Orgel could survive the beatings he was taking and manage the torture of rowing every waking hour. Part of him just wanted to lay down his oar, to tell these pirates to go to hell and smile as they sent him across the Bridge of Swords. Part of him would welcome that. But there was a stubbornness in him that refused to quit, that refused to admit the battle was over. And one thought above all others kept him going. JL. Each day he remembered the smile on JL's face as Mackin had been dragged onto the ship, remembered the man's mocking laughter drifting after him. He fantasized about killing JL, quickly, slowly, painfully, every conceivable way, and those thoughts stoked the fire in him, kept him pulling, league after league after league. A shadow fell across him, and looking up he saw Lycus, his captor and the leader of these corsairs, staring down at him, arms folded across his chest. His face was unreadable, a sharp intellect dancing in his eyes. The pirate captain regarded him a long while. "You still live, then?" Lycus said. Mackin was unsure whether it was a statement or a question. "Clearly," Mackin said, focusing on his rowing. "I mean, in here," Lycus said, tapping Mackin's chest. "The death wish is on you. I can see it plainly. But there is more to you than that. Something deeper. A will to live." Mackin said nothing. "Most of your comrades with the death wish have gone over the side. Food for fish by now. Yet you're still here." Mackin shrugged. "I'm glad of that, my friend." "I'm not your friend," Mackin said, unable to keep the passion from his voice. "And why do you care?" "No, you are right. You are not my friend. You are my property," Lycus said, grinning, his teeth white and straight. "And I would not say that I care. But I am interested. You may be useful to me." "Isn't pulling an oar for you use enough?" Mackin asked. "I've something more entertaining in mind." "What?" Lycus grinned again, clapping Mackin on the shoulder. "We'll talk again when we're home. If you're still alive." As the days merged, Mackin began to judge the passage of time by the changing of the landscape around them. The rolling hills of Dunkellen were far behind now, the horizon opening up into a flat vista, trees disappearing, replaced by tall, thick banks of reed and dense walls of scrub, punctuated by spindly sycamore and willow. Every evening was defined by great clouds of mosquitoes, and every morning Mackin would wake with a multitude of itching bites. One morning their fleet landed against the silt-edged riverbank, and they were all herded onto the spongy ground. A level of shock seeped through Mackin's exhaustion and confusion as the corsairs began dragging their ships onto land using thick, tar-crusted ropes. The ships came onto land surprisingly easily. They were sleek and shallow-drafted. And once out of the water, the corsairs fetched the long timbers that they used as masts or kept as spares against storm damage. Mackin watched with growing understanding as the masts were placed under the prows of the boats, and they were dragged further onto land. Then the second mast put in place, and the third, the first one fetched from the rear and carried around to the front, beginning the process all over again. It was quite a sight. 30 ships being pulled across the land, all in a row. Then orders were yelled and the whips started snapping, and he and his fellow captives were set to work. Some put on the ropes to drag the boats across the land, others to do the running with the makeshift rollers. More than one man on that task ended up crushed under a ship's keel. They crossed countless leagues of fenland, the ground flat and treacherous. After a day of this, Mackin was praying to return to rowing. A whole different set of muscles was feeling close to failure. Also, his feet were quickly soaked through, and by the second evening felt as if they had swollen to twice their normal size. On the third day, they reached another body of water, only a little wider than a stream. They followed its course, and within half a day it had widened into a river. Soon after, the fleet of ships was dragged back into water, Mackin collapsing for a few instants' rest. Something bumped into him and he turned, looking up into Orgel's bruised and swollen face. "Be strong, brother," Orgel whispered as he brushed past, being herded back onto their ship. Mackin did not have the strength or wits to respond. Then Orgel was gone, trudging up a wide plank. It took a while to get everyone back on the ships into their places at the benches. Mackin used the brief moments of rest to empty his boots of water. Then the oar drum was beating again, and Mackin was back to the rhythm of pull, lift, stretch, dip, pull, over and over. They rode through leagues of swamp and fen, the smell of rotting vegetation mingling with the odours of the ship, of tar and timber, but mostly sweating men. Slowly the landscape around them changed, the river broadening as they reached the edges of marshland. The land became greener, and soon Mackin saw trees again. A day after that, and they were entering woodland, trees growing thick and dense upon the riverbanks, branches almost blotting out the sky, reminiscent of fawn, though not so ancient, not so daunting. A 10-night later, the river curled out of the forest. A wooden fortress sat on a hill to the north. People watched them pass, warriors ranked upon the fortress walls arrayed in black and gold. They passed under a stone bridge that would have smashed their masts to splinters if they had been raised. Soon the river widened into an estuary, and Mackin heard the call of gulls. Now the masts were raised. Great sails of cloth bound with strips of leather were unfurled and billowed as the ships met the swell of the sea. The beat of the drum increased, and Mackin's ship felt as if it was cutting a line through the waves, almost flying. That first night on the ocean, Lycus and his corsairs set a fire burning in a cauldron, with metal rods resting in the flames. Lycus soon approached Mackin, who was still chained to the oar and bench. Lycus was holding a rod of iron, a swirling design at its tip glowing white-hot. With one hand and a knee, Lycus pinned Mackin down and pressed the rod into Mackin's back, just behind his shoulder. There was a sizzling sound and the sudden smell of burning flesh. Mackin stifled a scream, struggling as pain lanced through him, but he was weak to the point of collapse, and Lycus had an iron strength in his frame. "Never doubts that you are mine, old wolf," Lycus whispered, as he branded Mackin, the blood trickling hot and wet down his back. "I have marked you now as my slave. You belong to me. This mark is part of you now, as am I, until death." "Your death," Mackin snarled, jerking violently as Lycus released the pressure from his back. "That's the spirit," Lycus laughed, and cuffed him across the head. The next day, Mackin was shivering, his body burning. He was still led to his station at the oar, forced to row. The fever took him, giving him wild hallucinations. Gerda's head on a spike, twisting to look at him, berating him for failing her son. Castell, his body pale, bloodless, sitting on the chair in the burial chamber beneath Haldis. "You failed me," Castell said to him, and Mackin wept even as he rowed. He vomited, rowed through it, the stink of it turning his stomach, causing him to vomit once more, but he did not stop rowing. He knew that if he faltered, if he stopped, he would be heaved over the ship's rail. Some days he felt close to embracing that end, felt he had not the strength to pull one more stroke, but something kept him pulling. JL. The thought of him was a burning coal in his guts, a cleansing pain, a beacon in an otherwise dark, fog-shrouded world. Rage kept him alive through those days, when others all about him surrendered to exhaustion and hopelessness and died. It was a cold, white rage, burning, holding the emptiness of submission at bay, forcing a strength into his muscle and sinew that had otherwise long since departed. Slowly, the climate changed. Mackin knew that they must be moving towards autumn, but somehow it did not get colder. The opposite. It felt warmer, the sun brighter, the sea bluer. Some days he would see dolphins swimming parallel to the ship, racing it, sea spray sparkling like gems as they arced out of the water. Always ahead of him, he saw the broad back of Orgel, the benches thinning around him as men died, but Orgel was always there. Time passed, and the heat of Mackin's anger began to dim, the flame fading. The thought of JL seemed to lose its power, and a day came when Mackin could not even conjure up the man's face in his mind. Despair closed in upon him, the knowledge that this was the sum of his existence. To pull an oar for the rest of his life drained him of will and purpose. The only counter to this was that slowly, a little each day, he felt his strength returning to him, a new power in his back and arms and grip, a physicality that he thought had deserted him. He welcomed it through the long days, nurtured it, prayed that he would have an opportunity to use it, even if only against Lycus or any one of his captors. A last burst of defiance before the end came. The next day, before high sun, Mackin spied a shape on the horizon. First a dark line, rapidly solidifying, growing quickly larger. Land. Rocky coves soon loomed close, waves smashing against high cliffs. The fleet followed the coastline until it reached a bay. Horn blasts echoed on the cliffs that surrounded it. Mackin's ship moored up to a long quay that stretched out into the water, the other ships in the fleet dropping anchor in deeper waters. It was not long before Mackin and the others were herded from the ship, shuffling down the gangplank and onto a beach of white sand. Mackin and Orgel sat together, no words to say to each other, or no strength to say them. In time, Lycus' shieldman, with a mangled nose, Dainon, approached, and, unshackling Mackin, dragged him to Lycus. The sea shimmered turquoise behind the corsair. Now is my chance, thought Mackin. His eyes flickered to Dainon, a thick-muscled man, each striated cord defined and shifting under his skin as he moved. Don't do it, Lycus said, a hardness in his voice. It will be the last thing you do. Mackin's fingers twitched, but he resisted the urge. Small chance if I took them by surprise, none with them ready. I wanted to talk to you. Mackin stared sullenly at the corsair. You are the only survivor from Dunkellen I took for myself who has survived the voyage. True, I did not claim many. I am a generous man, and shared your sword brothers amongst my crew. But still, for you to survive the journey only to be cut down now would be a shame. They stared at each other a while, Lycus crossing his arms, fingers twisting the silver ring about his bicep. I am leaving, almost immediately, and you will be staying here, Lycus said. Where is here? Panos, one of the 3 islands, my home. And where are you going? Away, that is not your concern. But what I want to tell you is that I do not want to find you dead when I return. The death wish wars within you, I can see it still. It has not consumed you yet, but hopelessness feeds it. You feel you have nothing left, nothing to live for, yes? Yes. You are mistaken. Dainon here was in your position once. He earned his freedom. Really? Mackin looked Dainon up and down. Then Why is he still here? I offered him a place as my shield man. He chose to stay. Others have not. Some leave, some stay and work my crew, some are now captains of their own ships. How? By fighting for me. I'll not be a corsair for you, robbing, burning, murdering. Corsair is too good for you, Lycus snorted. I'm not asking anything of you, he continued. I'm not bargaining or negotiating. I'm telling you the facts. One day soon, you shall be thrown into a pit. Others will be thrown in also. Only one will come out alive. He shrugged. You will be that man, or you will not. It is up to you. Pit fighting, Mackin said, twisting his lips as if the phrase tasted sour. I'll not be your slave, warrior, spilling others' blood to earn you gold. That is up to you, Lycus said. He turned to walk away, then paused and looked back over his shoulder. But I saw how you looked at Jael. A rare hatred you have there. I'm giving you a chance. Admittedly, a very small one, but nevertheless, it is a chance to walk away from here, to find Jael and take your vengeance. He walked away then, called back as he left. All you have to do is fight and win. Chapter 58. Cohen. Cohen was riding in a sprawling column. Behind her, Rin's warband stretched all the way to the sea, the slate-grey waters merging with the horizon. The ships they had arrived on were just a mass of small dots bobbing upon the white-flecked waves. A little way ahead of her, Nathair rode atop his lumbering drake, its head low to the ground, tail swaying from side to side. Beyond him, Rin's warriors marched northward into undulating foothills. Cohen leaned forward in her saddle and ran her hand down Shield's shoulder, her fingers searching out the smooth circle of scar tissue. It was all that was left of the horse's arrow wound. From his movement, you would never know he'd been injured at all. Those Jihar are gifted. Cursed, but gifted, she thought, looking about instinctively to catch a glance of them. Amazing riders. She had been shocked to see that so many of them were women, and remembered them on the night Duncarrig had fallen, how she had thrown knife after knife at them, seen the way they fought. She remembered their leader, Sumor, asking her questions about Gar. Why is he so interested in Gar? Surrounding Nathair was a circle of the Jihar, all mounted, a substantial space between them and the drake. She had seen Nathair feeding it earlier, but it seemed very fond of horse, so the Jihar were wise to keep their distance. The rest of the Jihar, and there were many of them, thousands, Cohen had noted, were riding out on the wings of this disordered column, appearing fleetingly between rolling hills and stretches of woodland. No one was likely to ambush Rin's warband in Cambron, her own realm, but the Jihar, apparently, were not inclined to leave such things to chance. The sound of hooves grew behind her, out of time with the rest of them, faster. It was Veridis, the giant with the black axe striding easily next to him. Veridis pulled up beside her and glanced at her wrists. They bore red marks where she'd been bound, though the ropes were cut now. "Boss, is she behaving?" he asked the warrior who rode close to Cohen, her guard since the night she had tried to kill Morkant. He was a big man, bald though young, and not as dim as she had first thought. "So far," Boss said. "Biding her time, maybe." He said it with a flicker of a smile. "Can you be trusted to not cause any trouble?" Veridis asked her. "There is a sea between me and Morkant now," she said, scowling. She had hated seeing him standing on the beach at Duncarrig, her home, as she had sailed away. Just another thing to put on the long list of wrong in her recent past. "I know. But now that he's not here for you to obsess over, I'm thinking you might turn your attention onto someone else. Starting to regret cutting my bonds. A little. Should I? I hate you all," she said with conviction. "But there's no one here I'd pick out above the rest to try and kill, The giant chuckled at that, a rumbling sound like stones rattling down a hill. "Except perhaps Rin," she added, or Nathair. He played a part in opening Stonegate at Owain. "What about that lad, Rafe? I've seen the way you look at him. I think you might be tempted to try sticking a knife in him. I can't have that." "Is it that obvious?" "It's fair to say I don't like him, but he's not worth being tied all the way to wherever we're going. Doan, I'm guessing." "You guess right. I think perhaps I should bind your wrists again." "Please, no," Cohen said with feeling. Veridis looked at her long and hard. "I'm going to trust you against my better judgment and leave you unbound. For now." "My thanks. I will not cause any more trouble. Besides, if that friend of yours, Calidus?" "Aye." "If he was right, then I am moving closer to my family, to Corban at least." She chewed her lip. "How could Calidus tell that Corban was across the water, in Cameron, just by touching Ban's old smith's apron?" "If you don't ask, you don't get." "I don't know," Veridis said uncomfortably. "He is, gifted." The giant snorted. Veridis looked at him. "That was nothing compared to what he can do," the giant said. "If Calidus had a lock of hair, he could do much more." "Like what?" Veridis said. The giant shook his head. "Better that you do not know," he muttered. "It's all right," Veridis warned with a smile. "Best not let Calidus close with a knife, then, lest he take a lock of your hair." "He already has some of mine," the giant said. Something crossed his face. Sadness? Anger? He slowed down and dropped behind Cohen and Veridis. "What does he mean by that?" Cohen asked. Veridis didn't answer. He was looking over at the giant, a troubled expression on his face. Slowly the warband crept through the densely green and fertile countryside of Cameron. The landscape was beautiful. Sweeping hills of meadows filled with wildflowers, sparkling streams and dark, still lakes. Much of the land was covered in swathes of dense woodland, the leaves turning to red and gold as the days passed. Cohen's guards were always close by, mainly Boss, although Veridis also spent much of his time riding alongside her. So there was never any opportunity for her to attempt an escape. Her two guards were far more vigilant than Connell had ever been. It was frustrating. When their duties took them elsewhere, such as each morning when Veridis would spar and drill his warband before the day's marching began, Cohen would be bound hand and foot and left to watch them going about their training. She had seen Veridis spar against Connell back in Duncarrig, but he seemed different now, faster, more aggressive. She doubted that he would draw against Connell if they faced each other again. Part of her resentfully enjoyed the journey. It was a joy to be upon Shield's back. She could feel the power of him. He was quick to follow any command, and he was a part of Corban, somehow, as Budai was a part of her Da. One night she was sitting in front of a crackling fire with the boss and a handful of eagle guards, 1,000 similar tiny beacons in the darkness clustered all around. Budai was curled at her feet, gnawing on a bone that Boss had thrown him, when Veridis appeared out of the darkness and sat with them. Boss handed him a skin of mead. "What news?" Boss asked. "A band of Rin's warriors joined us today," Veridis said. "Come from the north. They brought a strange tale. It's probably not worth the telling, just superstitious fairy tales." He paused and drank from the skin of mead. "Just tell us," Boss said. "We'll hear it anyway, soon enough." "True enough," Veridis said. "All right, then. They said they had chased a small group across these very hills, thought they were spies of Owain. Said they ran with Wolfen, that they were attacked at night with tooth and claw." There was a silence, then a twig popping in the fire making Cohen jump. "Wolfen don't run with men," someone said. "Changelings," another whispered. "What happened?" Cohen said, feeling a shiver of excitement, of kindled hope. "They caught up with them in the mountains that border Doan," Veridis said, waving his hand into the darkness. "They said they'd cornered them, were leading a final attack, and then they were set upon by more wolfen, a pack of them. "How many of Rin's men were tracking these people?" Boss asked. 50 of Rin's warriors, or thereabouts. Only 3 have returned. "What about the ones they were chasing? How many of them survived?" Cohen asked, trying to sound only mildly interested. From the sound of it, no one was counting. They were too busy running. Verity shrugged. "I don't believe the half of it," he continued. "We all know how tales grow in the telling. Perhaps there's a stone of truth at the heart of it. When we reach the mountains, we'll have a look at the place where this is supposed to have happened. See what we see." "It's nothing to worry about anyway," Boss said. "Not for us. We face worse than wolven. Drake slayers and giant killers we are." "That we are," Veridus said. His hand dropped to the hilt of his sword and absently stroked it. "I'll drink to that." Cheers and laughter rang out, all of them lifting skins of mead. Cohen had stopped listening, only one thought swirling around her mind. Storm, she thought. It must have been Storm and Corban. Rain dripped off Cohen's nose. It had been raining since she woke, a soft, gentle drizzle that slowly seeped into everything. And now it was high sun, though it was hard to judge from the faint glow leaking through the low clouds. She was soaked through. A mist shrouded the land, reducing visibility to a score of paces all around. Veridus and the giant were on one side of her, Boss the other. She was not really paying them any attention, or the rain for that matter. She was consumed by a bubbling excitement mixed with worry, last night's conversation still fresh in her mind. Storm, Corban, Mam, Gar, somewhere out there, and, best of all, these people, her enemy, were taking her to them. But were they still alive? "Why is your king so interested in Ban?" she asked suddenly. "Eh?" said Veridus, looking at her sharply. "Ban, Corban, my brother. Why is he the subject of the king's attention?" "I'm not going to discuss Nathair's thoughts with you," Veridus said. "He is the High King of the banished lands." "So?" Cohen said. "He's not my king, high or otherwise, and Ban's my brother. What does he want with him?" "Tell me about your brother," Veridus said, and she noticed the giant walk a little closer. "Ban? What's there to tell? He can work in the forge. Our dad was a blacksmith. He asks more questions than there are answers. He's annoying. He could beat even you with a sword given half the chance." Boss laughed at that. So everyone's listening now. "He can make a poultice and cure an illness. He's loyal to the point of stupidity. His friends love him. I love him." She felt sudden hot tears blur her vision. "I've never told Ban that. Why am I telling Veridus?" She looked at the warrior beside her and felt a sudden swell of suspicion. Is he trying to trick me? To give something away about Ban? But he was looking at her so openly, no deceit or cunning written upon his face. He is not so old himself, and first sword to a king. Such responsibility for one so young. She felt her misgiving melt and sighed. "He's just Ban. My brother." Veridus nodded thoughtfully. A mounted figure suddenly appeared. Calidus. He spoke quietly to Veridus and the giant, then turned and rode away, back into the mist. Veridus and Boss followed after him, Boss snapping a short command back to Cohen to keep up with them. "What's going on?" Cohen asked. He ignored her and rode after Veridus and the giant, a group of warriors peeling from the warband to join them. Cohen touched her heels to shield and cantered after them. Calidus stood beside Nathair on his drake with a handful of the Jihar surrounding them, and Rin, accompanied by Connell, watching close by. They were all looking in the same direction. Then Cohen saw something out in the mist, as 3 big figures appeared, wrapped in fur and leathers. Giants. She saw some of the Eagle Guard reach for their weapons. "Hold!" Nathair snapped, raising a hand. The giants came nearer, approaching Rin and Nathair. Their leader held a long spear, whilst one of the 2 behind had an axe slung across his back. With shock, Cohen realised that the 3rd one was female, although really the only difference was that she did not have a long, drooping moustache like the other 2. Cohen glanced between these newcomers and the giant with Veridus. saw that he regarded these arrivals with narrow eyes, ridges furrowing his broad forehead. Then Rin spoke. "Greetings, Uthas of the Benothi. You and your kin are welcome here." Chapter 59. Tukul. Tukul the Jihar blinked as he looked up. Light was breaking through the canopy above, more than he had seen in many moons. They were almost out of Thorn. Michael's arrival at Drasil and its resulting lurch into action had lit a spark in his slumbering heart. Tension, excitement growing, the promise of resolution to a lifetime of waiting. It felt strange, but he had grown fond of Drasil, and even of Thorn Forest, and the thought of leaving, of moving into a world of open spaces and a sky that went on forever, felt almost uncomfortable. He laughed at himself. This from a man who had been raised in an oasis in the desert. He put the thoughts aside and marched on, following the tall frame of Michael, while inwardly complaining at the stiffness in his knees. The damp. I hate the damp here. All else I can cope with, but the damp. Behind him wound the long line of his sword brothers and sisters, walking their holy pilgrimage in the name of All-Father Elion. Theirs, was a life of worship, devoted to the absent god. Soon it would become a pilgrimage drenched in blood, of that he had no doubt. The culmination of generations of devotion, of discipline. I hope you are taking note of this, All-Father. Surely you watch, even if you no longer intervene. All I have done, my whole life, has been in the hope that you watch, that you would notice me. They had left Drasil 2 days after Michael's arrival, and had made much quicker going of it than Michael's journey into Thorn. The central task at Drasil had been preparing the old fortress for what was to come, repairing it, making it defensible. During their explorations of the stronghold throughout the years, tunnels had been discovered, initially bored by the roots of the giant tree, then extended by the giants. They ran for leagues upon leagues beneath the tangle of Thorn, and they had made good use of one such tunnel to bring them close to the forest's edge. He looked up to the heavens again, blinded for an instant by the glow seeping through the branches high above. The trees about them now were spread widely, great trunked monsters that stretched their roots wide, drinking deep of the earth. Soon they came to a space where trees had been felled, the round bases of the trunks white and leaking sap. Tukul ran his fingers over one. They came away sticky. People. Tree fellers, loggers. We are moving into another world indeed. They moved through a field of stumps, came upon a wide river, roughly trimmed trunks stacked along the riverbank, the odd pier that struck out into the river's black waters, but no sign of people. Yet. Michael paused and waited for him. "We are nearly there," he said. "We are moving into Graham's land now. You remember him?" "I do," Tukul said. On their journey into Thorn, 15 years ago, Michael had led them to a hold built close to the outskirts of the forest. It had belonged to a man, Graham. He had had a wife and 2 sons, youthful but old enough for some labour, and was full of boldness and dreams, his plan back then to trade timber along the river and to breed horses. By the looks of things, he had made good on the timber trading at least, and carved a life for himself out here, on the edge of the wild. "He'd better have looked after my horses," Tukul said. "You'll see, soon enough," Michael said. They marched on, and in short time Tukul heard the sound of hooves on turf. Instinctively his hand reached for the hilt of his sword, and without looking he knew his swordkin were doing the same, all 70 of them. The 100, they were called, though they did not number that now. But 100 had ridden out from Thalasar all those long years ago, straight-backed and zealous. Riders appeared, at least a dozen of them, dressed for war in mail shirts, with helmets and long-hafted spears couched at their saddles, most with axes strapped to their backs. Axes. Awkward, clumsy weapons. The riders saw Tukul and his companions, and cantered towards them, one of their number peeling away and heading back the way they had come, They are shieldmen of Graham's, Michael said, scouting his lands.
They look like more than scouts to me, Tuckle said.
Their land is bordered by thorn forest to the east and the desolation to the north. Nowhere is safe in these banished lands, but here least of all. Nevertheless, Michael frowned as the riders approached, his own hand straying to the hilt of his sword. As they approached, the riders gripped their spears, bringing them lower. Not committed to the charge yet, but prepared for it. Tuckle felt a detached respect flicker to life. Their horses were bred for war, tall, big-boned, yet with a rare grace to them, long, thick manes streaming, some plaited with leather. The first rider raised his spear and reined in his mount before Michael. He took his helmet off and hung it from his saddle, his men lining up behind him. "Well met, Michael. Father said to look for you." Michael stepped forward and gripped the rider's wrist. "And you have found me, Wolf. Well met. And your companions, they have the look of those who were with you all those years ago. You have a good memory, Wolf. You were only a bairn. 11 summers, and I'll never forget the day I saw you all. The horses."
"Are you riding my horses?" Tuckle asked, stepping forward.
"Not yours, exactly," Wolf said, turning his gaze upon Tuckle, "but bred from them. My father says he had your permission."
"Aye, that's true," Tuckle said, moving towards him, holding his hand out for Wolf's mount to smell, murmuring softly as he ran fingers down the animal's muscled chest. "Your father has done well."
"You are not the only one who thinks so. Our horses are sought by many, both north and south," Wolf said, sitting straighter. "Come," Michael said. "I'll be happier talking horse trade with a cup in my hand and my backside in a comfortable seat. We've walked a long way." "Of course," Wolf said. "We shall escort you home." With that, they set off, the riders spreading around them, a protective hand. My swordkin need no protection, Tuckle thought, but he liked the gesture. It was good manners. "You are always ready for danger, here on the edge of the Northlands," Michael said as they walked. "But you looked about ready to skewer us back there." "Aye. You will not have heard the news, I guess, coming from Fawn, as you have. There is war to the south, in Isiltir. War parties have been raiding from the south, sweeping further and further north, burning out holds. They won't be doing that to us." "War? Between whom?" Wolf shrugged. "We hear different things. An internal struggle for the throne. Roma is dead in Fawn, fighting the Hunan. At least that's the tale we have heard the most. Those he left behind are fighting over his scraps." Michael glanced at Tuckle, and they shared a grim look. So many years we've waited. Have we waited too long? Graham's hold was upon the crown of a low-lying hill, a tall timber wall ringing it. They approached from the southeast, walking through a series of fenced paddocks. Tuckle saw a herd of horses like the ones these warriors were riding, at least 100 strong. A thrill coursed through him at the sight and smell of them, and he shared smiles and appreciative nods with his followers. All Father be praised, maker of such beauty. He wanted to stop, to watch, to ride, but knew it was not the time. Soon. They marched up the hill, Tuckle catching a glimpse of barns and buildings clustered along the side of a wide river to the north of the hold's walls. Beyond the river stretched a wasteland, punctuated by a scattered range of mountains receding into the distance. The desolation. A peninsula of land where the scourging had raged hottest, so the histories read. The land was all but barren, pitted and scarred, and broken from the outpouring of Elion's wrath. Tuckle paused, gazing reverently into the distance. To see such a place, where Elion once touched this earth. Reluctantly, he moved on, and soon passed through a wide-arched gateway into a busy courtyard. Graham had changed. He was thicker about the waist, with streaks of grey in his fair hair. His face was still open and friendly, though, something that Tuchel remembered from their first meeting. Graham greeted them, hugging Michael and Tuchel, then showed them to rooms with fresh-poured steaming bowls of water. "Wash away the dust of the road. We shall feast tonight," he said. "And celebrate. An auroch is being slaughtered as we speak." Tuchel wiped grease from his chin, savouring the hot meat as he chewed. They had not starved while living in Drasil, but the journey through Fawn had been long and dark, with little time for hunting and cooking. This roasted auroch tasted like the finest meal he had ever eaten. A long hall lay at the centre of Graham's hold, and tonight it was filled. It seemed that Graham had done well indeed. His timber trade had made him wealthy, and he was famous for leagues round about for the quality of his horses. He had told Tuchel that he had bred 2 lines from the horses Tuchel and his warriors had left here 15 years ago. One he'd kept pure, he said the herd numbered in its hundreds now. The other he had crossed with a hardy breed from the north, big-boned and heavily muscled, bred for heavy work and lots of it. The result had been the horses Tuchel had seen today, and he had to admit that he was impressed. Graham had been successful in other ways as well. He had introduced Tuchel to more sons, daughters, and grandchildren than he could possibly remember. Tuchel had felt a stab of jealousy at seeing the joy that family brought this man. He had always dreamed of many sons, of laughter and the sound of running feet in his halls. It was not to be. He sighed. He had left his only son in a strange place with a task greater than any other he could conceive. He struggled even to remember his face now. And Daria, his beloved wife, she had crossed the Bridge of Swords over 12 years gone. Wounded in a clash with a Dragon fawn taken by the fever a 10 night later. He lifted his cup in a silent toast. My Daria, my son. All of his Jihar warriors were sitting together, taking up about half of a long table that ran down the centre of the hall. Having been so solitary, he could tell they were a little overwhelmed to be surrounded by so many people, so much noise. While Graham's family filled a large portion of the hall, he also had a number of other people under his roof. Men and their families that worked for them, tree felling, logging, working the barges that took timber downriver, stable hands, as well as a group of warriors employed to protect his lands and trade. Usually they were busiest defending against raids from the north, out of the desolation, but of late they had been busy further south, where rumour of war and raiding parties had increased the boldness of lawless men. A handful of these warriors were gathered between Tuchel's table and the rest of his jihar. They were throwing axes at straw targets, laughing, either applauding or mocking the various attempts. Tuchel was surprised to see how accurate many of them were. "They are all handy with an axe," Graham said from beside him, seeing where Tuchel's gaze was thrown. "Though none can outthrow my wolf." He raised the cup and drank, slapping Wolf across the shoulder. "Would you like to try?" Wolf asked. "I like an axe well enough when I need to cut some firewood," replied Tuchel. He heard a snort of laughter from Michael. "An axe has more uses than that," said Wolf stiffly. "Especially here, when we are so close to the desolation. There are things that come out of it that need some extra persuasion to stay dead. There's a lot more weight in an axe. If you come face to face with a war party of the Jotun, you may find your sword isn't so well suited." "I've survived 15 years in Fawn, fought wolven, drakes, other things that don't have names, and I'm still here," Tuchel shrugged. "But I am curious. Let me have a throw of one of these axes, then." Wolf led him down to the gathered men, who parted to let him through. "Here, I'll show you once," Wolf said. "All the weight's in the head, so you'll let that do the work for you." He hefted a short-hafted axe that someone passed him, fixed his eyes on the target, and threw. The axe spun through the air, landed with a thunk a hair's breadth from the target's centre. "Here," Wolf said, passing another to Tuchel. Tuchel swung the axe a couple of times, gauging its weight and balance. He took a deep breath, held it, and threw the axe. Instinctively, he knew he had thrown wrong. The axe head slammed into the target a handspan above Wolf's and bounced off, falling to the ground. Raucous laughter burst around him. "You see the advantage of an axe," Wolf said loudly. He was grinning. "If you miss with the blade, you still stand a good chance of braining your enemy." More laughter at that. Even Tukul smiled. A quick glance at his jihar, all sitting silent and grim, told him they were not so amused. "Another," Tukul said, holding his hand out. "Fair enough," Wolf said. "You blackened your enemy's eye already. Let's see if you can give him a matching pair." Tukul repeated his ritual. Test the weight, fill the lungs, throw. This time he knew it was a better effort. It spun, hit with a satisfying thunk, the blade sinking into the straw, 2 fingers from Wolf's. A silence fell upon the group, then loud cheers and applause. Wolf slapped his back and Tukul grinned. "I think I like your axes," Tukul said to more laughter. He noticed some of his sword kin rising and walking over. Ankara, Jalil, Hester, others behind them. I knew they would not be able to resist. "Again," he said, holding out his hand. Just then the great doors of the hall swung open, letting a cold draught of air swirl in, making the fire flare in its pit. Figures filled the doorway. 2 men with spears, guards, Tukul realized, leading 2 others. The hall fell silent as they approached Gram. The 2 being escorted were an odd pair, a young warrior and a boy who walked beside him, not more than 10 or 11 summers, Tukul guessed. The warrior rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. They were both travel-stained, looked close to exhaustion, their steps unsteady. They stopped before Gram. "They were found on the southern border," one of the warriors told Gram. "Said they've got something to say, but only to Gram." "My mum said, Gram's the one I need to speak to, no one else," the boy said. His voice reed thin, a tremor in it. "Is that so?" Gram said. "You look more in need of hot water and something in your belly than talking to me," he added, peering at the 2. "I am Gram. So, tell me who you both are, and then let me hear what it is you have to say." "I am Nathair, last sword of the Gadre," the warrior said, standing straighter. A ripple ran through the hall at that. "We bring news of war. Jael of Mikil has slain King Roma and claimed the throne of Isiltir." The boy stepped forward, pushing past Tahir's protective hand. Tukul saw the tremor in his limbs. Fear and exhaustion combined, but he will not hide behind his protector. I like him. The boy raised his chin. "I am Halen, son of Roma and Gerda, rightful king of all Isiltir, and we have come here seeking your sanctuary." Chapter 60. Corban. Corban woke with a stiff back. Strange, after my first night in a bed since... He pushed the thought away, still not liking to think of his last days in Duncarrig. Always the first memory would be of Nathair driving a sword through his dad's chest. With a sigh, he climbed to his feet and picked his way towards the kitchen, the stone floor cold. They had arrived at Duntaris yesterday. Halia, Nidana, and Marok were taken almost immediately to an audience with King Eramon, while the rest of them had waited in a secluded courtyard and gardens. That had been after they had managed to get through the gates of Duntaris, which had almost not happened. The guards had taken a very dim view of allowing a wolfen to walk into the fortress. Craft flying up to the battlements and hurling insults at them hadn't helped matters much either. But eventually Wrath had overruled the captain. Word spread about them quickly enough. A crowd of children followed them, as well as a fair few adults, most of them pointing at Storm, not Idana. The meeting between Idana and King Eramon had gone well, according to Hallian, though Idana had not looked so convinced. They had been housed in a large stone dwelling on the outskirts of the fortress, where it was easier for Storm to stay with them. Idana had been offered chambers in the keep, but she'd chosen to stay with her people, as she was referring to her small band of companions. Dawn was close, pale light leaking through a shuttered window in the kitchen. The bulk of Farrell was a dense shadow sitting near the glowing hearth. Corban pulled a chair over and joined him, warming his hands. Soon Corban heard the pad of feet, and Dath came to join them. The three of them sat in silence a while, watching the embers in the fire. "Does it get easier?" Farrell said, his voice harsh in the silence. Corban sighed, instantly knowing what Farrell was talking about. He missed his Da too. They'd all lost their fathers to battle in just a few moons. "A little," he said. "At first it felt as if I had a hole inside me, an empty space that hurt more than any wound. Just to think of him would take my breath from my body." He looked at Farrell and Dath. "But with everything that's happened since we left on Carrag, the possibility of dying each and every day, it's been distracting." Dath snorted in agreement. "Not that you forget," Corban continued. "I'll never forget." In his mind, he was suddenly back in Duncarrag's feast hall, smoke and screaming thick about him, watching Nathair sink his sword into his Da's body. A rush of emotion swelled within him, almost a physical pain, a fist gripping and twisting his heart. "All that talk about your Da," Dath said, looking at Farrell. "About him being a coward." Farrell looked at him, eyes narrowing. Anwath, Farrell's Da, had been shieldman to Arden's old battle chief. In some conflict or other, Anwath had been accused of cowardice, of playing dead while his chief had been slain. Nothing had ever been proven, but accusations like that, they never went away. "I don't believe it," Dath said. "He volunteered to stay with Marek, knowing that to stay meant to die. And I saw him in the battle. He was no coward." Farrell reached out and squeezed Dath's shoulder. "Ouch," said Dath. "Your Da was no coward, either. He tried to storm that boat all on his own." "He did, didn't he?" Dath said. He looked at his hands, his face crumpling. Tears spilt down his cheeks. "He loved you, you know, Dath," Corban whispered. "Did he so? Why was he always hitting me then?" "I don't know," Corban shrugged. "I'd hit you, if I were your Da," Farrell said. "I'm a coward," Dath said quietly, almost to himself. "What?" "Every day, every battle. I'm scared. More than that, terrified. It grips me, freezes me." "Fear hasn't hurt your aim much," Farrell said. "All men feel fear," Corban said. "Gar told me that. It's what you do about it. Stand or run, fight or give up. That's what makes you a coward or hero. Without fear, there's no courage." "In that case, you're no coward," Farrell said. "Does that make me a hero?" Dath said with a weak smile. "I'd rather my Da be a coward and still be here," Farrell said. They sat in silence some more. Corban had no answer for that. "Talking of Gar and heroes," Dath said, "what's all this about you being, the 7 disgraces or whatever it was?" "Seren Disclair," Corban corrected with a grimace. Life had been too filled with danger and imminent death for him to think much on Gar's claims. Now that things had changed, though, and a measure of safety restored to them, he found his thoughts constantly returning to Gar's words. Both his mam and Gar were sure that something would happen, that he would change his mind. Not likely. I don't want to be some bright star fighting the dark sun. I've seen enough of war and death for a lifetime. "Yes, so when did you become the saviour of the banished lands, then?" "Shut up," Corban said. "It's not funny." "God doesn't think it's funny," Farrell said. "He seems to take it seriously, and he strikes me as a serious man. Never seen him smile, even. Just because he's serious Doesn't mean he's right, Corban said with a frown. What's he on about then? Dath asked. He's just made a mistake, that's all, Corban shrugged. You're best off paying him no mind. There must be more to it than that, Farrell persisted. Look at how he fights. His sword, those warriors back at Uncarried like him. The one guarding Nathair that he fought, and the others. Corban shifted uncomfortably. Those are thoughts I've had myself. Gar is no fool, and until recently not someone I consider mad. Anyone can make a mistake, he said. Let's leave it at that. The other two gave him sidelong glances, but they said no more about it. One thing that you can't just leave lying about is your stinking bag of wolfen pelts, Dath said, wrinkling his nose and pointing at a large sack. I know. I need to ask Hallion's help in finding a good tanner. What do you want them for? Dath asked him. Just an idea. I'll say no more about it yet. Corban blocked Gar's practice sword, flicked it away, used the momentum to form his own lunge, saw Gar shift to block his blow. He pivoted on his feet, spinning, ducking Gar's weapon as it whistled over his head and swung at Gar's ankles. Gar jumped over his practice blade, struck at Corban's head, but Corban was rolling forwards, using the force of his failed swing to carry him out of the way. He came up onto his feet, sword gripped two-handed over his head, and launched a fast combination at Gar. 2 chops to the head, 1 lunge to the heart, another short chop to the ribs, a swing and lunge at thigh and groin. All of them were blocked. He felt sweat trickling down his forehead, sent shadows around him, still and watching, his eyes flickering to them for a heartbeat. And then, somehow, Gar was inside his guard, the practice blade at his throat. You lost focus, Gar said as Corban stepped away. Until then, good. Good. That was the fastest I've ever moved, the longest I've kept you from killing me. Corban smiled ruefully and wiped the sweat from his face. He glanced about, saw warriors all around the practice court watching them. That had been happening a lot since they'd arrived at Duntaris. Wrath was there with some of his giant killers, including the girl, Coralyn. She wasn't looking at him or Gar, though. Nearby were Dath and Farrell standing with Marok and Camlin. The woodsman was strapping a buckler to Marok's injured arm. Stop looking at girls and raise your sword, Gar snapped at him. I wasn't, Corban objected, then had no more time or breath to complain. When they had finished sparring, Gar put Corban through the sword dance. Corban loved the routine of it. It was a time when his mind became still and calm, and he could forget for a short while the turmoil and upheaval that defined almost every other waking moment. When he was finished and about to put his practice sword back in the basket, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Coralyn standing there. Don't put it back, she said, and stepped back into a space on the grass. She raised her own practice sword and waited. In her other hand she had a wooden replica of a knife. She fights like Connell, then. What? Said Corban. Don't keep her waiting. She'll only beat you worse, someone yelled to a burst of laughter. Corban thought it was Baird, Wrath's warrior with a scar. Frowning, Corban stepped back onto the grass and lifted his wooden sword. Stooping falcon, the standard first position. In a blink, Coralyn was lunging forwards, her blade coming from unusual angles, moving faster than Corban had expected. Her wooden knife left a red welt across one arm. She uses it like a wolven uses claws. That set an idea growing. One that I must talk to Farrell about. Another blow slipped through his guard. Focus, you idiot, he scolded himself. You saw her slay a giant. She's fast and deadly. He stepped back, seeking time to regroup, but she did not allow it, following him, striking high and low. He managed to block it all, though clumsily, then began to fight back. They moved backwards and forwards over the grass, the clack of their blades marking a sporadic beat. Time passed, Corban losing all track, getting lost in the block and strike, his body and brain working faster together, overriding his thoughts, employing the responses that only uncounted hours of practice could instill. Then he saw an opening, his blade sweeping forward before he had time to think about it, his body following, stepping close into her guard. Somehow, she turned his blade and they slammed together, blade to blade, chest to chest. He could smell her breath. Sweet, a hint of apple on it. He blinked, then somehow her foot was behind his ankle and he was falling, the air knocked from his lungs as he hit the ground. Her blade touched his throat, and she smiled. He frowned, remembering seeing Connell execute an almost identical move on Marok back in Duncarrig. "You cheated," he muttered. She grabbed his wrist and helped him up. "And you're still dead?" she grinned. He blushed as he looked around, saw a crowd watching them, Dath and Farrell amongst them. Gar shook his head, his lips twitching in a brief smile. Hallion strode over. "Come to rescue me, I hope." "Come on," Hallion said to him. "We've to meet Queen Adana. The king wants to see you." "Me?" said Corban. "Why?" "Because he's been hearing tales about the young warrior that tamed a wolfen. He wants to meet you. Come on." "She's not tame," Corban muttered, as he left the practice court, shoving his weapon into a wicker basket. They had been in Duntarys over a 10-night now. Idana had been back to see Eramond 5 or 6 times since her first meeting with him, but there was still no definite answer from the king about his commitment to aiding her cause. Also, the king's wife, Rasheen, had been present at the meetings, and according to Hallion, she was more poisonous than he remembered her. Storm uncurled herself and fell in by Corban's side as they left the weapons court and walked through the streets of Duntarys. It wasn't so different from Duncarrig, the streets as wide, paved with huge flagstones, the grey keep looming above everything. The rock was darker here, and there was no sound of the sea, though, no calling of gulls, no salt on the air. "Your sister, Coralyn, she doesn't fight fair," Corban said, a throbbing in his back, reminding him of their sword crossing. "No, she's good, though," Hallion grinned at him. "She put me on me back easy enough. Reminded me of Connell, though with a sharper tongue." Hallion looked sad at that. "Aye, she spent a lot of time with Connell growing up. He was always the one she looked up to. She's not as hard as she pretends, though." "I'd have to disagree. Did you see her kill that giant back in the hills?" "I mean, on the inside. She's grown up around men, been around warriors her whole life. Her mam abandoned her when she was young and Wrath took her into his hold. But that is a place for warriors, not bands." Hallion shrugged. "That's all she's ever known." Hard on the outside, soft on the inside. A list of her cutting comments came to mind. I'm not seeing it. "Where's Idana?" Corban asked Hallion. "She's already with the king, and it's Queen Idana, remember? If her own people can't give her due respect, neither will the folk of Doan." "Sorry," Corban mumbled. It was not that he didn't respect Idana as his queen, of course he did. It was just that she was his friend, too. He understood Hallion's logic, though. "A word of warning, Corban. Be wary of Rasheen. She's proud, cunning, jealous. Her son Lorcan is heir to the throne, and protecting his claim is her one ambition. Think before every word that you say to her. Also, because my father is old, do not think his wits have deserted him. He has a sharp mind when he is not distracted, and he still likes looking at the women." "He is still the same, then, as you remember him?" "Much the same, though diminished. More cautious. This meeting with you could help. My da is a complicated man. Part of him a thinker, part of him spontaneous, wild in his youth, I am told. He can be ruled by his heart, as with Rasheen. He likes Idana, I can tell, partly because she is young and female, true, but he likes her spirit, I think. She is no longer the meek, sheltered child that she was. And you and your Wolfen. There is a magic in your story, our story, the escape from Duncarrig and through Cambrin to here. It appeals to my father. That could be helpful in the end. We need his help, and if we are right, Rin will probably be turning her covetous glance this way soon enough." "It doesn't sound very safe here for Idana," Corban said. "No. But where is safer? Arden, where she would have been hunted by Owen, or Cambrin, where Rin rules? I trust Dar where Idana is concerned. He knew Brennan and respected him. I am sure he will treat Idana well. Would this Roisin do anything to Idana? I'll not let her, Halion said. I swore an oath. To Brennan and Idana, I could not save Brennan, but I'll die before I see any harm come to his daughter. Looking at Halion's expression, Corban did not doubt him. Soon they were in King Eremon's chambers, situated in the lower levels of Nantaris' tower. Apparently, he had given up his rooms at the top of the tower a long time ago because he didn't like the long climb. It was a large room, a fire burning in a hearth against one wall holding back the autumn chill. Eremon was sitting upon a fur-wreathed chair, his hair white, his skin waxy and loose. His eyes were still young, though, sea-grey like Halion's. They lingered upon Corban and dropped to Storm. Ah, the Wolven Tamer, at last. Stories of you are spreading about my keep faster than the west wind, Eremon said. Corban walked forward and dropped to one knee, bowing his head. Rise, Eremon said. My queen, Corban said to Idana as he stood, seeing her seated on a smaller chair close to the king. She gave him a warm smile. Feck the raven was perched on the arm of her chair. A jet-haired woman sat at Eremon's other side. Roisin. With her lips a deep red in a face as pale as alabaster, she was beautiful, and Corban's eyes were drawn to her as he bowed. I have heard much about you and your Wolven, Eremon said. He held his hand out to Storm. Careful, Roisin said. Hush, woman, Eremon said irritably. I've 2 hands, and I only need one to scratch my arse with. He looked back to Storm. Friend, Corban whispered, and Storm padded forwards. She seemed bigger, now that she was indoors, tall enough to look the seated king in the eye. Her long canines glinted in the firelight. She took a long sniff of Eremon's palm, her amber eyes regarding him. Then she went to Idana and nudged the queen's leg with her muzzle. Idana ran her fingers through the thick fur about Storm's neck. The Wolfen flopped down at her feet. Eremon was watching her keenly. Amazing. She is quite relaxed and knows you well, Idana. Of course. We are pack, Idana said. Come then, Corban, Eremon said. Tell me how this came to be. I imagine it's quite the tale. Corban sat at Eremon's feet and recounted his tale, of finding Storm's mother in the Baglan, then saving Storm as a pup. Eremon called for a chair to be brought forward for Corban as the tale wound on to when Corban had given Storm up, after she had wounded Rafe, and how she had followed him to Narvon, how she had helped track Idana through the Darkwood and on until they had reached the mountains between Cambran and Dowan. When he was finished, Eremon sat there a while in silence. What a tale, Eremon eventually said. How old are you? Nearly 17 summers, my lord, Corban said. Nearly, Eremon grinned. I remember wishing my years away. As you get older, you start wishing for the opposite, or at least for a time when you didn't have to wake to use the pot 6 times at night. Corban didn't know what to say to that. He found himself liking Eremon. Quite the tale, Eremon repeated, at any age. Made all the more so by its truth. I don't know you, but I know Halion well enough to be an honest man, and Queen Idana, of course, vouches for your tale's accuracy. Remarkable. I have never given any thought to it, my lord, Corban said. It just happened. And I bet it gets you a lot of attention from the ladies, Eremon winked. Corban felt himself blushing at that. You are very lucky, Idana, to have such devoted and unique protectors about you, said Roisin, speaking for the first time. Her voice had a lilting quality, almost musical. Yes, I am, Idana said. Corban is part of the reason that I am still alive, as is Halion. When I have regained my kingdom, they shall both be rewarded for their loyalty, as will any who support me in my quest for justice. Ehrman smiled slyly at that, but said nothing. "You must be thirsty, Corban, after all that talking," Rushin said, clapping her hands. Servants brought a table and filled it with cups, jugs, and assortment of foods, fruits, cold meats, cheese and dark bread. "You are Ehrman's kin, and he will do what he can to help you," Rushin assured Idana. "But we need to have all the facts at our disposal first. Then we can make an informed decision of what is the best course of action for Darwin." "But I have told you the facts," Idana said, an edge to her voice. This is not the first time they've had this conversation, Corban thought. "Owain has invaded Arden. My mother and father have been betrayed and murdered, and Rin is the puppeteer behind it all. She plans to rule the West. With all due respect, those are the facts as you know them. But one version of events is never usually the whole truth." Rushin turned her gaze pointedly at Hallion. "I understand that," Idana said, "but I am worried. Not only for me, but for you also, for Doan. While we sit idle, Rin prepares, of that I am sure. I fear that by the time you have gathered these facts that you so desire, it will be too late. Rin will be marching an army into Doan. We thank you for your concern, but you must try and see things from our perspective. While the events in Arden are terrible, wars do happen. And at this moment no form of aggression has been made towards Darwin by either Owain or Rin. So whilst we can feel sympathy for your plight, there really is no action that we can take. And also you must remember that just as you are kin to Ehrman, so are Owain and Rin." Idana bowed her head. "And if the worst happens? If I am right and Rin is plotting to take your crown? She does not play by the rules. She will not behave politely or respectfully or fairly. She will use all means at her disposal to succeed in her aim, and then you will have no kingdom to pass on to your heir. I have already seen how Rin deals with heirs. Uthan, Owain's son, was assassinated by Rin. She has tried to kill me more than once. I imagine she would wish a similar fate upon your young prince, Lorcan." Rushin's eyes narrowed at that. You are learning this game of politics quickly, Corban thought. A young girl poured drinks for them. She was fair-haired, older than Corban, he guessed, but not by much. Corban saw Ehrman's eyes following her, his head turning as she left. Corban saw that Rushin noticed too. "You're leering at your daughter," Rushin hissed. "Is she?" Ehrman said, frowning. "Pity." "The possibility of Rin invading has been considered, hasn't it, my king?" Rushin said sharply. Yes, it has," Ehrman said distractedly. "As you know, as soon as you arrived, scouts were sent out to Cambrin and Narvon, and even Arden. I have means of gathering information, my young queen. We shall have the facts soon. But what about Rin? What about the danger of invasion? I have alerted my barons. They will be ready. If the call to war is given, my battle chief is not to be dismissed lightly. Wrath is no stranger to combat. You worry too much for one so young. You are safe now. You must learn to relax a little, and to trust me." He reached out and patted her hand. Frustration flickered across Idana's face, but then it was gone. There was a knocking at the door, and a guard looked in. "A messenger, my king." "Send him in," Ehrman said. A man strode in and knelt before the king. "Rise, and tell me your news." The man stood, looking about the room, his eyes growing wide at the sight of storm. "There are many tales spreading through Doan about a boy and his wolven. In Cambrin I heard similar tales, though bloodier." "Boy," Corban frowned. "You have returned from Cambrin, then?" Rushin asked. "I have, my queen. Tales are rife, and many different. The one I heard most often is that there has been a great battle in Arden between Owain and Rin. They all agreed on the outcome, that Owain is dead. And there is more. There is rumour that Rin has gathered a great warband and that she is marching it to Doan.
A look of shock and dismay swept Roshin's face, quickly masked. In a sentence, her political duelling has become a reality. Chapter 61. Makin. Makin sat against a wall, trying to keep as much of his body in the shade as possible. The heat in this place was unrelenting, as cruel in its own way as some of the Isiltir winters he half remembered from his childhood. He was in a courtyard full of slaves like him. 12 nights he'd been here, if the marks he'd made on the white-clayed walls were accurate. They were starting to blur. Orgul was not here. They had been herded from the beach where he had last spoken to Lycus, up a sandy path that wound through steep cliffs. Then they'd been separated into pens like cattle, 10 to a pen. Makin and his 9 companions had been led away as night was falling. He'd looked back once and seen Orgul watching him. They had not walked long, passing through white-stoned ruins and wide streets until they reached this place, a complex of buildings. They had been led into this courtyard, no words from their captors, unchained, and just left. At first, he and the men he had been brought here with had stayed together. They were all survivors of Dunkellen, a bond in a strange place. One of them he remembered from the battle on the walls, though he did not know his name. A lean, wiry man with a pock-marked face. The others in this place had greeted them with silent stares. Makin had studied them the next morning as the sun had risen, most of them sun-darkened, a mixture of ages from little more than boys to old, though he guessed that he numbered amongst the oldest. At first, their captors had returned every evening. Makin recognised some from his first night, one especially, a wide, barrel-chested man with an abundance of rings bound into an oily black beard. They brought with them a great trough of food, or what passed for food. It was mostly a brackish liquid with unidentifiable items floating in it. Their captors had handed out wooden bowls, ensuring that everyone had one, and then left. Makin had not eaten on the first day, but by the second he was famished, and knew that abstaining would only result in him losing the strength he had gained in the latter part of his journey. So he ate. It was disgusting, but he found that if he did it quickly, and when the guards first brought the food, before it had had time to ferment in this ferocious sun, then he could manage to keep it in his stomach. The last time they'd seen their captors, or anything resembling food, had been 5 days ago, though. The first day, Makin thought it was just a mistake. By the third, he knew it was intentional. Yesterday, 2 men had fought over a rat that had scurried across the courtyard. One man had died, and the rat had escaped. They were all weak, becoming desperate now. But why were they being starved like this? Had the Corsairs just decided they did not need them, and so were just going to let them starve to death? Lycus's words from the beach still rang in his head. One day soon you shall be thrown into a pit. Others will be thrown in also. Only one will come out alive. And as yet he had no answer to them. All that he knew was that, at this instant, he was not ready to give up and die. And death was in the air. Already he could tell that some of those in the courtyard were succumbing, even if they did not realise it. 40 men had been in the courtyard when he was thrown in. There were 38 now. Initially, there had been an unspoken organisation to the courtyard. There had been an area at one end that had become the midden heap. All had used it, and although the pile was high and stinking, constantly swarming in flies, at least the rest of the courtyard was relatively clean. Now, though, people were starting to defecate where they lay. Makin could smell it, could see urine staining the hard-packed red earth. Death is going to start coming more quickly. The sound of chains rattling in the gate brought him sharply out of his thoughts. "On your feet!" a voice shouted, the barrel-chested man. At first no one moved, but then other men came through the gates. They spread about the courtyard and began hitting people with clubs. Makin stood, feeling lightheaded.
His stomach growled and he steadied himself against the wall, putting a hand to his head. His fingers brushed the lump of flesh that was left of his ear. It had healed well enough, and he could hear as well as he ever could. At first, it had felt strange, as if his head was unbalanced, but he was used to it now. With much staggering and grumbling, the men in the courtyard were formed into a line and marched out. "Where are we going?" one man called out. Mackin heard the dull crunch of a club breaking bone. "No questions, then. I do not need to ask, though. I can guess where we are going." They marched through streets bordered by houses of sun-dried brick, roofed with reeds. Children chased along behind them, some throwing things, bits of food, stones, sticks, until they were chased away by one of the men with clubs. The children laughed as they went, and soon reformed like a swarm of flies. Broken walls loomed ahead of them, and they passed beneath an archway, carved from white stone. More Vinthalans stood before them with short, curved swords in their hands. They were standing guard before a wide and deep stairwell leading steeply down beneath the ground. Silently they moved down, the walls closing in about them, the shuffle of their feet echoing, the air thankfully cool after the unbearable heat. Soon the stairwell opened up into an underground chamber, with large iron bowls crackling with fire attached to the walls. There were crowds down here, all gathered around holes in the ground, big holes, and lots of them. Too many to count. 40? 60? Many of the men about them were holding torches high. The fighting pits. Mackin saw other men, under guard like him, being pushed to the edge of the pits and thrown in. For a moment, he thought he saw Orgel amongst them. The same thing was going on all around the chamber, groups of men thrown into different holes, crowds closing about them, bags of coin waved in the air, changing hands. The barrel-chested man who had entered the courtyard first turned and looked at them. "You are going into those pits. You will fight and live, or you will die. Those of you that come out alive will feast like kings tonight." He looked at his men and nodded. Mackin smelt the acid tang of urine as someone's bladder loosened close by. Quickly, the line of captives was divided up into smaller groups, and Mackin was herded to the edge of a pit. He only had a brief chance to look down before he was shoved from behind, and then he was falling. He landed on something soft, or someone, heard a crack, then a scream as he was rolling off, crouching low on his haunches, unsure what to expect. He looked about wildly, fists clenched. The pit was too deep to climb out of, roughly circular in shape. The bowls of fire from above sent light flickering into the pit, but there were areas of shadow. Instinctively, he counted those with him. 8 other men had been thrown in, all looking about, some at him, all with the same sense of panic, wildness. Then a figure was looming over the edge of the pit, the same barrel-chested man, holding a sack. "9 of you in there? 4 knives in this bag." He emptied it, the knives clanging as they hit the ground. Briefly, there was silence, utter stillness. Then men were bursting into motion around him. Mackin was still frozen. "I don't want to fight, to become their entertainment." But he did not want to die either. He stepped back into the shadows as the screaming began. Men were wrestling, punching, gouging, scratching. One was on his knees, screaming, hands at his stomach trying to stop his guts from spilling about his fingers. Even as Mackin watched, the man toppled to his side, his screaming fading to a mewling, his feet twitching. Mackin became aware of yelling up above him, at the pit's rim. He glanced up, not wanting to take his eyes off the men gone mad on the pit floor. Some of the Vinthalan had seen him hiding in the shadows, were shouting and pointing. One threw a lit torch, its flame leaving a writhing trail through the air as it fell. It landed right at his feet, sparks flaring. It sputtered but kept burning, banishing the shadows that had cloaked him. A man in the pit saw him. He was gore-spattered, a knife clutched in one hand, red to the hilt. They locked eyes, and then the man was charging, knife held low. Without thinking, Mackin snatched up the flaming torch and sidestepped as the man lunged at him. He thrust the torch out, felt a lance of pain as the knife scored along his ribs, heard a sizzle, heard the man scream as he ground the torch harder into his attacker's face. The man's arms waved, and Mackin grabbed the wrist holding the knife, pulled the torch back, and swung it down. Flames caught in the man's hair, and he staggered back, dropping the knife. Mackin snatched it up, saw his attacker careen into another pair of men locked in combat. The three of them went down. Something slammed into Mackin's side, and he fell, a weight on top of him. Foul breath washed over him, and fingers reached for his throat, his eyes. There was a sharp pain in his shoulder as the man bit him. He stabbed with the knife, felt it turn against ribs, stabbed again, lower, punching into flesh. Blood gushed hot over his fist. His attacker gasped, tried to pull away, but Mackin held him, kept striking with the knife until the struggles faded, the man going limp, a dead weight upon him. He pushed the body off and rolled to his feet, his shoulder throbbing, his ribs feeling on fire. Something warm and wet trickled down to his waist. His own blood. He did not have time to check how bad his wounds were. There was one other man left alive in the pit. He recognized him, the pock-marked warrior from Dunkellen. He too held a knife, blood dripping from it. Half of his face was blood-spattered. "Live or die," a voice whispered in Mackin's head. "Drop the knife. You have lost all. Keep your honor and accept death." The memory of a face formed in his mind, a mocking smile. "Jael." Like as his words from the beach returned to him. "You want your revenge? Then fight for it." Jael's face merged with the man in front of him. "I am not ready to die." Mackin raised his knife and moved forwards. Cheering erupted from the top of the pit, but Mackin barely registered it. He slipped to the side as his opponent stabbed, swept his own knife in, raking a red line along the man's shoulder. Then they were out of each other's range, crouched, circling. Mackin lunged, grabbing for his opponent's wrist, stabbing at the same time. The man twisted, avoiding Mackin's knife, trying to tug his wrist from Mackin's grip. They staggered about the pit, pulled apart, slammed together. Mackin headbutted him in the face. Cartilage crunched, blood spurted, and the man staggered, his legs wobbling. Mackin stayed close, moving with his opponent. He headbutted him again, and the man dropped to the floor. Then Mackin's knife was raking across his opponent's throat. Blood spurted, and Mackin stepped back, watched the man topple and die. More cheers came from the pit's edge. Mackin staggered back a few steps, dropped the knife, and sank to the ground. He put his head in his hands and wept. Chapter 62. Fidele. Fidele walked out of the shade of Reaper's Hall into the sunshine. It was autumn now, but here in the south of Tenebral, summer lingered. Only a chill to the sea breeze hinted at the changing seasons. She strode down the steps and through a courtyard, beneath wide wooden gates and onto the plain beyond. Her shieldman Orcus at her heels. It was here that Calidus trained his warband in the shield wall. Men were lined up on the field, gripping their great round shields, while a small clump of men yelled orders at them. Calidus stood tall amongst them. The warriors raised their shields, interlocking them so that they became a solid wall. Other men ran and battered against the shields. A horn blast and the shield wall was moving forwards, those before it falling or giving way. Some fled to the flanks of the wall, where they renewed their assault. Another horn blast rang out, and the shield wall rippled as men from the back reinforced the flanks. It worked well enough, repulsing the attackers, though something about the movement looked ragged. She approached Calidus as horns signalled the end of the session. The rows of men in the shield wall breaking up, dissolving into individual sparring sessions. "My lady," Calidus said as she drew near. Peritus was there, talking with a white-haired man, Alban, the swordmaster of Ripper. He was old but had a sprightly energy about him. Fidele had spoken with him and found him to be humble and intelligent. He had even made her smile, something in short supply of late. Two younger men were there. One of them had a large tooth tied by a strip of leather about his neck. A drake's tooth. She recognized him, Maris, as having served in Nathair's warband and returned with him from his campaign to Tarbesh. These are the two Nathair sent to teach Krellis the shield wall. "It looks very impressive," she said to Krellis. "Well done." She added to the two behind him, "I am sure my son will be pleased with you and the work you do here." The two warriors bowed. "Their hearts are not in it," Krellis said, looking at the field of warriors. "This is the way men should fight, looking into each other's eyes, skill and courage deciding the victor. It is honourable." Fidelay sighed. "We've been over this. It is unlikely that Azeroth, the Fallen One, will be concentrating on honour upon the battlefield. The priority is to win. I do not intend to discuss it again. I came to tell you I will be travelling to the Vinthalan shipyards today. I will leave at high sun." "Are you sure that's wise?" Krellis said, a frown creasing his large head. "Yes, I am. I will have my own honour guard with me, obviously, but I thought you might wish to accompany me, to see and hear for yourself." "Yes, of course. I will be ready to ride by high sun." The road through the forest was dappled with sunshine, but it was cooler under the swaying branches, the smell of autumn, of decay, much stronger. Peritus rode one side of Fidelay, Krellis the other, but there had been little conversation since they had left Ripper. She had too many warring thoughts swirling around her mind. Foremost of those were the hints and suggestions discovered in the underground library back at Ripper with the help of Ector. He is a rare find indeed, such a mind. Fidelay had left him in his library, determined to sift through every single one of the myriad scrolls in search of the briefest mention of Halvor's writings. Just the memory of her time there unsettled her. One Ben Elim, one Kadoshim walking this earth, and the reference to High King's Council. She felt worried, scared for Nathair, had thought of writing to him, warning him. Had even reached the point of putting quill to parchment, but the words had dried up in her mind, with any warning that she would write sounding, even to her, like the mad ramblings of someone struggling for their sanity. Warning him of what? A riddle in a parchment written before our kin even set foot upon these banished lands. It is too unclear. The riddle's bewildering. Perhaps Ector will find more, something clearer. Her thoughts turned to Michael. Who is he? An ally? An enemy? Part of her could not bring herself to believe that. She had never liked him, exactly, but there had been an honesty to him, even if it had been cold, sometimes even cruel. Something clean. And Aquilus trusted him. Could he have been so easily fooled? The answer to that came back quick and sharp. Of course he could be fooled. He was murdered in his own chamber by a king that he trusted. She pushed away the pain that threatened to rise in her at that thought. I have more pressing concerns to focus upon. The Vinthalan. What was she to do with them now that their fighting pit had been discovered? Nathair had great plans for the Vinthalan. She knew that much relied upon them, and yet Lycus had deliberately disobeyed her, worse, lied to her. Far worse than that. Some of those she had found in the pits had been her own subjects, stolen in raids. And how many were dead? They rode out of the shadow of the forest and soon turned south, following the river on its journey to the sea. It was not long before she saw the Vinthalan settlement, large storehouses and barns, a ramshackle village made mostly of timber and reed. The skeletons of half-formed ships lay along a flat, sandy beach, looking like a leviathan's graveyard. Fidelay had been here before, the day after they had raided the fighting pit at the ruins of Valour. They had come with carts full of the dead, Vinthalan who had been killed during the raid, and corpses that they had found in the labyrinth of fighting pits. Fidelay had questioned the leaders here. They had been sullen and denied the existence of any other pits in Tenebral. Of course, Fidelay did not trust them, and that was why she was back. She kicked her horse into a canter, wanting to give the Vinthalan as little time to react as possible. Those with her kept pace, and she saw Krellis loosening his great sword in its scabbard. "No killing, unless we are attacked," she yelled at him. They swept through the makeshift village and boatyards, warriors spreading out and searching the place as people poured out of buildings, men, women, children. Bony dogs chased the horses through the streets, yapping and nipping at hooves. Fidelay reined her horse in close to the beach, in the shadow of one of the ships standing upright in its timber frame. Orcus and a handful of Eagle Guards stayed with her. The rest spread out to search the buildings. A group of Vinthalan approached them, mostly warriors by the number of rings tied in their beards. One led them, a bow-legged older man. "What's the meaning of this?" he demanded. "I am searching," Fidelay said. "For what?" "You're talking to the Queen of Tenebral," Orcus snapped. "Show some manners." "Tenebral has a king but no queen, last time I heard," the Vinthalan said. "He's right," Fidelay thought. "My son is king. I am regent in his absence," Fidelay said coldly. "The result is the same. I rule here." The Vinthalan glared at them. "Searching for what, my queen?" he said. "For evidence of your fighting pits." "There was only one, and you've destroyed it." "We shall see. What is your name?" "Alazon. I am chief shipwright here." "Wait with us, Alazon." It was not long before Krellis and Peritus appeared, leading a line of ragged men. Krellis's warriors were holding back the Vinthalan crowd that followed them. Fidelay saw that the men were chained together, their clothes threadbare. Most of them were covered in wounds of some description, from clean cuts to scratches and bite marks. "Will you insult me with an explanation?" Fidelay said to Alazon. "They are rowers. A ship came in from one of the islands last night," Alazon said. He spoke boldly, holding Fidelay's gaze, but she did not believe a word of it. "You!" She pointed to the first in line, a young man, surely younger than her Nathair. He had a scabbed cut that ran the length of his forearm. "How did you get that cut on your arm?" "They are slaves, taken from foreign lands. They often come damaged," Alazon said. He stared at the captive as he spoke. "You have nothing to fear," Fidelay said. "As of this moment, you are all free men. We shall escort you to Ripper, feed you, and then your future is yours. So, tell me, with fear of no repercussions, how did you come by that wound?" "In the pits," the lad said, looking at his feet as if a deep shame had been revealed. "He lies," Alazon said, stepping forwards. Krellis moved in front of him. "Find some wains for these men, then continue your search," Fidelay said. "And Krellis, make sure you have searched under every rock in this rat's lair." She looked at the captives and saw harrowed looks sweeping them, some silently weeping, others just utterly wretched. It turned her stomach and brought the sting of tears to her eyes. She turned away and rode onto the beach a little way, looking out to sea. Orcus followed her, staying a short distance behind. He had learned to read her moods. "Where are you, Lycus? In some distant land? Dead? I hope that you are, you swine, for if you ever return to my homeland, I shall see your head struck from your body." Chapter 63. Corban. Corban walked in a grey world. The ground was mist-wreathed, the sky boiling with dark cloud. In the distance there were flashes, veins of red pulsing through the iron grey, fading, then brighter, like a distant storm. He walked towards it, the world about him ethereal, shifting from fields of grey rock to green woodland to barren plains of ash. He drew near to the clouds, saw darker specks moving in them, swirling in tight formations. They were up above now. One fell, growing rapidly larger. Distantly he heard screaming, the clash of weapons. The shape crashed into the earth before him, a cloud of ash rising about it, settling slowly like black snowflakes. He walked closer, peering cautiously. A figure lay upon the ground, its skin alabaster, dark veins set in marble. Great wings were spread about it, like a cape of leather. It was wounded, a deep gash across its chest. Something that was not blood wept from the wound. Close by lay a spear, its shaft broken. Then it opened its eyes. They were black, no iris, No pupil, just a black, soulless well. Corban took a step back. It tried to move. Pain swept its face, its mouth twisting, revealing jagged teeth, a thick tongue, all as black as its eyes. It reached out an arm, steadied itself, its eyes fixing on Corban. "Who are you?" it said. A sound came from above, the wind whipped to a storm. Figures were approaching, great wings of white feather speeding towards Corban. The creature before him scrabbled for its broken spear, its wings jerking feebly. Then the others landed with a thunder that made the ground tremble. One stamped a foot onto the wounded creature, knocking it flat, then buried a spear in its belly, twisting as he drove it in through the writhing, hissing form, pinning it to the ground beneath. It drew a long sword from its back and hacked the creature's head from its body. Others of its kind gathered around Corban dressed as warriors in mail and leather. The air moved from their gently twitching wings. "Who are you?" they asked. Corban mumbled. He did not want to say his name, something batting at his memory like a moth against a shutter. Had he been here before? In a dream? A nightmare? Hands reached out for him and he staggered backwards. Corban woke with a start. His man was standing over him. She looked worried. Gar hovered in the background. He sat up and put his head in his hands. "What's wrong?" Gar asked him. "A bad dream," he mumbled. "Probably of that Corban kicking him in the stones again," Dath said. "Come on, Ban, get up. We're going to the feast hall for a drink." "For a meal," Gwyneth corrected Dath. Just then the door to their home creaked and footsteps echoed. Idana walked in, Hallian and Von behind her. With a flap of feathers, Feck flew in before the door was pushed to. Idana sat at a long table and groaned. "What's wrong?" Brynner asked her. Kraft was perched on the edge of the table, pecking at a chunk of bread that Brynner was feeding him. Feck landed close by, eyeing the bread. "Roshin," Idana said, shaking her head. "What's she done now?" "She's agreed terms for committing to the battle with Rin," Hallian said. "Terms?" said Corban. "Rin's invading. There's no need for terms." "That's what I said," Idana muttered. "She's a sly one," Hallian said. "She didn't say it, of course. It came from my dad's mouth. But it had her influence behind it." "What?" several voices asked at the same time. "That the alternative to battle with Rin was negotiation, and that Idana would make a good gift." "Your dad said that?" Dath blurted. Not in those words, but the meaning was clear. He offered an alternative, of course, and Idana took it. She had no choice. "What alternative?" Brynner asked. "To agree to be handbound to Lorcan, Roshin's son, Aramon's heir, when the time comes and Rin is defeated." "But he's only 15 summers," thought Corban. A silence settled over the room, then they all began talking at once. "You should have said no," Von's voice rose through the crowd. "Rin will attack them, and then they will have no choice but to defend themselves." "True enough," said Hallian. "But by then Roshin would have handed Idana to Rin on a plate. Rin will hardly turn down that offer. After that, Idana's head would be on a spike, whatever happens in Doan." More arguments rose up, but Idana slammed a hand on the table. "I've agreed," she said. "The deal is done. I'm not happy about it, but it is a sacrifice I must make. And it's a smaller one than the many we've suffered already. Besides, it could have been worse. Aramon told me he'd marry me himself if it wasn't for Roshin." "That's disgusting," said Von. "Roshin won't like him saying things like that," Marek said. "He's said things like that all his life. It's when she thinks he'll act on it that you have to worry about Roshin. Idana's safe from her now that Lorcan benefits," said Hallian. Corban sat in the feast hall of Duntaris. It was noisy, voices rising as they often did once the mead started to flow. Or the ale that he was drinking. It was dark, bitter stuff, but after a bit of getting used to it, he was starting to like it. Dath at least certainly seemed to be liking it, judging by the jug in his hand and the smile on his face. All of the company that had survived the journey from Duncarrig were in here somewhere, most of them sitting together about a long table. Storm was curled underneath the table, though it moved every time she changed position. Corban suspected that even Kraf and Feck were lurking somewhere up in the rafters of the vaulted ceiling. The rest of the room was full, pulsing with excitement and activity. Duntaras had been like this ever since word had arrived of Owain's death and Rin's march on Dowan 10 nights ago. Warriors were drifting into the fortress from 1s and 2s to warbands of 100 or more. Halion said King Eremon's barons would muster far greater numbers, but would most likely join the king's warband somewhere along the journey to Dowan's border. There was only one main route into Dowan from Cambron, and that was the Giants' Road. All other routes were little more than trails through the mountains, and winter was coming, so they were unlikely to be used. Thus, the plan was a simple one. Stop Rin at the Giants' Road. Corban was not yet sure what part his group would play in the coming conflict. Halion had told him that King Eremon would be staying at Duntaras, too old for the journey, and that Wrath would be leading the warbands of Dowan against Rin. It was likely that Idana would have little choice other than to stay with Eremon. But Corban, along with many others in their small company, wanted to fight. Rin had taken everything from them, and they all wished to play some part in taking it all back. The doors to the feast hall opened and a figure came in from the dark, the wind hurling a spattering of rain in after him. Ventos, the trader. Corban had seen Ventos a handful of times since he had arrived in Duntaras, and always enjoyed talking to the man. He felt like another part of home, somehow, a reminder of happier times. And he was a great teller of tales, the places he had been. "How long will you be staying here?" Corban asked him, as he settled next to him and took a drink of ale. "For a while," Ventos shrugged. He looked round the overflowing feast hall. "Seems as if the whole of Dowan is coming to Duntaras, so it would be stupid to walk away. It's a good place to sell." "Even though war is coming?" "War's good for business. People get reminded that we're not here forever. They like to enjoy life a little more, make the most of it." Nearby, a man leapt onto a table and started dancing a jig to the applause of his friends. "See? I just thought that this is what they're like in Dowan," Corban said. "Oh, they're more inclined to a song, a good tale and a drink than many places I've been," Ventos said. "Maybe it's the rain. It rains so much here, you have to balance it with something." "Where's your hound?" Corban asked. "He's guarding my wain. It's full of goods I've collected from all over the banished lands. Wouldn't want them to be robbed in a night. Talar won't let anyone take what's not theirs." Corban nodded his agreement. It was a vicious-looking hound. I remember that from the first time I saw him. I fell on him and he looked at me like he wanted to eat me. "And what of your bird? The hawk you won from the Sirac in a game of dice." "Ah, Cartilla. She's around. She can leave me for days at a time, even moons, but she always finds me again." The doors opened again and in walked a large crowd. Leading them was Quinn, Eremon's first sword. He was tall and thick-muscled. Corban had seen him training in Duntaras' Rowan Field. There seemed to be little finesse to him, but he had a strength and speed that he used to overwhelm his opponents, literally battering them to defeat. Beside him walked Lorcan, Eremon's only recognised heir, Rushin's son. Idana's betrothed now. He was slim, dark-haired, fine-featured like his mam, though Corban could see something of Halion about him. Perhaps it was his eyes, sea-grey like Eremon's. Lorcan was 15 summers, not yet sat his long night, but he trained in the Rowan Field and looked close enough to ready from what Corban had seen. He had expected there to be some animosity between Halion and Lorcan, but Corban had seen nothing to suggest that. If anything, the boys seemed to admire Halion, or at least his skill in the weapons court. Corban often noticed Lorcan watching Halion when he was sparring, and there was no malice that Corban could read in his face. A host of others walked in with Quinn and Lorcan. One of them pushed a hood back, and Corban could see it was the serving girl from Eremon's chambers, Maeve. She looked at him and smiled. He'd seen her a few times about Duntaris, and this was not the first time that she had favoured him with a smile. She walked over. "Hello," she said. "I heard your story, that you told to the king." He didn't know what to say to that, so he didn't say anything, just nodded. "It's quite the tale." "Special," she said, bending lower. She put a hand on his and squeezed it. "I think you must be too." Corban didn't know what to say to that either, so he blushed instead. Maeve smiled. She looked along their table and saw Hallion. "Brother," she said to him. Of course, another sister, thought Corban. Hallion dipped his head in response, and she walked away. Corban looked up to see Dath with his mouth open, Farrell staring at him. "Why are they all smiling at you?" Dath said. It was true, Corban had been noticing a lot of attention of late. He put it down to Storm, remembering it was the same in Duncarrig at first. But it was different here. In Duncarrig it had been children following and warriors frowning. There was still a fair share of that here in Duntaris, but there were also a lot of smiles and waves, mostly from girls. Corban shrugged at Dath. "You'll need to get yourself a pet wolfen," Farrell said to Dath. "She's not a pet," thought Corban. "Like that's going to happen." "How about a crow?" Dath said. "Brenna, can I borrow Craft for a while?" "Ha," said Brenna, who was sitting a little further along the table. "We all know Craft scares you witless." It was the largest number of words Corban had heard Brenna put together for days since Heb's death. "He does not," Dath said. Farrell squawked in Dath's ear and he jumped, then scowled. "There's still hope for us, Dath. Not all of the lasses smile at Corban anyway," Farrell said. "Coralyn doesn't." "Now, I am scared of her. I think she actually tried to kill you in the practice court today, Ban," Dath said. Each day after Corban finished his training with Gar, Coralyn challenged him to a sparring match. He had stopped losing to her, though the bouts were more often closer to draws than outright victories. She was vicious, and a cheat, with more tricks in her head than Corban thought possible. "She's a fine lass," Farrell said. "Formidable. I'd like to marry her." Dath spat out a mouthful of ale. "I think she hates me," Corban said. "At least, she hits me as if she does." "There's a knife's edge between love and hate," Brenna said. Farrell frowned. "What does she mean by that?" "Like you and Heb, then," Dath said. His smile withered the instant the words were in the air. Brenna looked at him, pain radiating from her. "I thought she'd be angry, but she's not. She's heartbroken." Brenna stood with a scrape of chair legs and left. Dath spluttered something after her, but she ignored it. Corban watched her for a few moments, then followed her. Storm crawled out after him, spilling drinks as she rocked the table. Last to follow was Gar. They made their way through the rain, back to their temporary home on the outskirts of the town, a black shadow winging above them. Brenna lit candles and Gar set to sparking flames in the fire pit. As light flickered into life, Corban saw a figure sitting in a chair. He jumped, but it was only Von. "What are you doing? Sitting here in the dark?" Brenna asked him, not too kindly. "Nothing. Thinking," Von said, blinking in the sudden light. Brenna bustled about the fire that Gar had started, hanging a pot of water. "I'm making tea. You want some?" Von stood. "Think I need some air." "Better keep an eye on him," Brenna said. "Just what I was thinking," said Gar. "He is still Evnis's son." He headed out the door after him. "I'm here to keep an eye on you," Corban said to Brenna. She raised an eyebrow at that. "I'll make the tea," Corban said. "No, I will." Brenna collected cups, sprinkling tea leaves into them and squatting by the pot, waiting for the water to boil. "Dath didn't mean anything by what he said." "I know," Brenna snapped. He's an idiot. He can't help that. She poured the hot water into 2 cups. You miss Heb? It was more statement than question. Brynna scowled at him, a spark of anger in her eyes. She spooned some honey into Corban's tea, knowing how he liked it, and stirred ferociously. She sighed. Corban, I know you mean well, but I cannot talk about Heb. She trailed off, blinked hard. It is a raw wound. You understand? He nodded. She passed Corban his tea, then sat beside him. During the battle in the glade, Corban said, unsure if he should speak of Heb. Brynna remained silent, so he continued. The giant put Heb's burning branch out with the earth power. Aye, he did, but Heb relit the branch. Not that it did him much good. No, I lit the branch. Did you? There was a hint of genuine interest in Brynna's voice. How did that happen, then? I don't know. I saw the flame go out, was terrified for Heb, and just did it. Well, there you are, then. Sometimes it's better not to think, especially those of us that lean towards the cynical. Are we going to continue with the book? Learning? I don't know, Ban. Truth be told, I don't want to do much of anything. Things were different when... She trailed off again. When Heb was here, he finished for her. Awkwardly, scared that she might shout at him or hit him, he reached out and put a hand over hers, gently squeezed. He felt a tremor pass through her as tears spilt down her cheeks. They sat there like that for a long time. The only sounds were the crackle of flames in the fire pit, the occasional slurp of tea. Chapter 64. Veridis. Veridis paused in his climb up the mountain path. He was sweating beneath his clothes, but as soon as he stopped, he felt the bite of the wind. It was cold in these mountains, colder than Veridis had ever felt. He had traded his leather kilt and iron-shod sandals over a moon ago for woolen breeches and boots, and his cloak was lined with fur, but still he was cold. Stop shivering. Keep walking, Alcyon said to him as the giant reached him. That's useful. They were part of a scouting party sent into the mountains that separated Cambren from Dowan. The bulk of the warband was camped a few leagues east, where a road cut a deep crevice through the mountains. Scouts had confirmed that King Eramon had massed a sizable force further along the road, where it split into Dowan. The battle for Dowan would most likely take place there. The giant Uthas led their group. He was showing a handful of Rin's scouts the route he had taken through the mountains. Veridis had asked to come along because he wanted to see the site of this battle that had become almost legend between Rin's warriors, those they had been tracking, and a wolfen pack. For some unknown reason, Alcyon had decided to come too, even though it was clear to Veridis that he did not like the company of Uthas or the other 2 giants that had joined them. They had stopped up ahead, Uthas and his giant companions outlined at the ravine's head. Veridis pulled his cloak tight and marched on. Snow sprinkled a wide dell that the narrow path opened up into. Tiered cliffs curled around it, wind-beaten trees growing on ledges. Veridis could only stare and wonder at what had occurred here. There were bodies everywhere, or what was left of them. A mound of half-eaten corpses was piled close to the dell's entrance, arrows and broken bones evidencing the violence that had sent them across the Bridge of Swords. They weren't just human. Wolfen scattered the ground, wide rib cages picked clean of flesh, as well as other animal carcasses. Horses, Veridis realized. Parts of the dell bore the signs of a great fire, even trees and boulders blackened and charred. Some, at least, survived, were victorious even. The ones that Uthas and his band met further along the road. Alcyon was inspecting the twisted trunk of a burned-out tree. He rubbed his fingers against the blackened bark, sniffed them, touched them to his tongue. "What is it?" Veridis asked him.
The fire, Alcyon frowned. It was not natural.
You mean sorcery?
Elementals.
But how? Who?
Alcyon shrugged. Your enemies are resourceful.
Our enemies, Veridis corrected. Alcyon showed him his teeth, what passed for a humorless smile. They searched a while longer, but the scene yielded little more information. Veridis had brought the lad from Arden, Rafe, thinking that he might be useful. But the bodies were too decomposed or gnawed upon to be recognisable. Uthas and his two giant companions, one with a great axe, the other female, stood to one side, watching.
This is not where I met these people. That place is further on, Uthas said to Veridis.
Then lead on. They spent a night on the mountain. Veridis shivered through most of it. It was Hunter's Moon, the seasons passing from autumn to winter, but back in Tenebral, the chill would be easily banished by a good cloak. Not here. Veridis woke with frost in his beard and a dusting of snow over the ground. Back at the main campsite, it had been cold, the morning training taking place in frost-stiffened grass, but nothing like this. Uthas grinned at him as they shared strips of salted meat and washed it down with cold water.
This is warm, Uthas said. Never come north to Murias. On a cold day, your urine will be frozen before it hits the ground.
His companions chuckled at that, but Veridis didn't find it funny.
We will enter Doan today, Uthas said. We may have to stop before we reach the site you wish to see. Eramon will have scouts up here.
We will see, Veridis said. They walked for half a day, following a winding path little more than a fox's trail. They crested a ridge, all of them hurrying across its peak so as to give no easily seen silhouette, and then stopped a little way down the other side. Hills carpeted in thick pine rolled into the distance, the hint of green land beyond them. Dowan. They set off along a quickly widening trail, the ground sloping ever downwards now. Veridis saw a humped mound on the path, saw it was a dead wolven, again its carcass mostly stripped. They passed into light woodland, the ground thick with pine needles, and soon came to a clearing. It was full of bodies. Veridis whispered an order, and Rin's scouts moved through the glade and then faded into the surrounding trees. The female giant gave out a fractured wail and crouched by a corpse. A giant. Veridis tried to make sense of it. Wolven and giants ranked highest amongst the dead this time, and this time there was a cairn, so the victors had lingered to pay respect to their fallen. The wolven corpses drew his eye, though. Something about them. It took Veridis a few moments to realise what was different. They've been skinned. Though I'm not surprised, the wolven pelt would be a handy thing in this cold.
Tell me again what you saw, Uthas, Veridis said. A company burst upon us. They were a mixed company, warriors, women, carrying injured.
Those that had survived the previous battle, Veridis thought. And there were wolven with them?
Aye. One, to begin with. Then others came soon after. 4, 5, I'm not sure.
The wolfen fought each other, the giant with the axe said. Salak.
That is true, Uthas said. I remember now. A black one fought a white one. Over there.
They all moved to where Uthas pointed. Close by were the remains of a wolven, little flesh left on the bones, the skull picked clean. The ground was littered with torn fragments of skin, sinew. No fur. A white wolven, you say?
Aye.
That must have been Corban's wolven. It was them, then. Fled all this way from Arden. So Adana was here as well. And Rauka's killer, most likely. Gar. And Corban, the Black Sun, Cohen's brother. His thoughts turned to her. She had proved pleasant company, once she had left Arden and stopped trying to murder people. Over the last part of their march through Cambrin, he had found himself seeking her out, enjoying the conversations they had. She made him laugh, even if her tongue was often as sharp as the knives she liked to use. He liked her. He shook his head. Concentrate on what's in front of you. Let's have a look inside that cairn. There were 2 corpses inside, a warrior, sword placed across his chest, and an old man, white hair whipping across the stones. His body looked deflated, creased, like a sail with no wind in it. One's Anworth, Farrell's da, Rafe said, pointing to the warrior. Word was he was a coward. He died fighting, not running away, Veridus said, noting the puncture wounds in the warrior's torso. The other one's old Heb. Rafe looked sad. He told a good story. Well, his story's over, said Veridus. Cover him up. Footsteps thumped on pine needles and Rin scouts burst into the glade. Run! They saw us, one snapped. Veridus turned and ran, Halcyon keeping pace with him. The other giants soon drew ahead, their long, loping strides eating up the ground. It felt like a longer journey, running back up the hill to the ridge they had recently passed over, the woods silent apart from their heavy breathing, the thud of feet. He heard footsteps behind, voices calling in the woods. As they broke from the woodland onto open ground and sprinted for the ridge, Veridus heard men shouting behind him, the whistle of a spear cast high. He ran faster. The spear skittered off a stone a few strides away. He slid over the crest of the ridge and down the other side. They kept running, long after his lungs and legs were begging him to stop, and eventually paused when they were sure their pursuers had given up. They rested a while, then began the journey back to Canberra and Rin's warband. Veridus was pleased. He had learned much to share with Nathair. Most importantly, that the Black Sun is probably in Dowan, and there is nowhere further west that he can run to. The camp was a sprawling mess, spreading along the Giants' Road, and for leagues about it, great clusters of tents and campfires huddled in the rain. The setting sun was just a faint glow beyond the mountain's rim. At least it is warmer here, though wetter. The journey back through the mountains had been uneventful, just cold. He was glad to be back. He singled out Nathair's tents and aimed for them. As he reached the outskirts of the camp, he changed his course, weaving between tents and ropes until he reached the Eagle Guard section, a more organised area, he was pleased to note. He passed through it, staying within shadows, not wanting to be seen, until he reached the paddocks. His eyes searched, then he saw her, grooming her horse as she always did around this time. Her brindle hound lay almost invisible at her feet. "You're back, then," Cohen said, as he approached. She smiled to see him. "Aye." He stood there hesitantly, returning her smile, unsure. Why have I searched her out? "He has recovered well," he said, moving to stroke the chest of her stallion. He was a beautiful animal, proud and strong. A good warhorse. "Yes, he has." Pride filled Cohen's voice. "Where have you been, then?" "Scouting. Through the mountains." "I didn't know fur swords and battle chiefs went scouting. They must do things differently in Tenebral." She smiled faintly. "I wanted to see if there was any sign of these wolven packs. I went in search of changelings and shapeshifters." "Did you find any?" "No. Dead wolven. Dead people." She just looked at him now, eagerly and with some fear, waiting for him to tell her more. "There was a cairn in the mountains. 2 bodies in it. Rafe said it was 2 men named Heb and Anwath." He stared at her in turn now, studying her reaction. Tears filled her eyes, a tremor in her lip. "You knew them, then?" She nodded, not trusting her voice. He felt the urge to wipe her tears from her face. They traced streaks through the grime on her cheeks. "I have to go," he said instead, and walked away. "Were there any others that Rafe recognized?" she called after him. He paused, looking back. "Yamam and Corban were not amongst them," he said, then walked into the darkness. Veridus leaned back in his chair, enjoying the heat from the fire in Nathair's tent. "You are sure?" Nathair asked him again. "I am sure that there were men from Arden amongst the dead up there in the mountains. I am sure that they came from Doncarrig. Evnis's lad, Rafe, he didn't just recognise them. He knew their names, all of them warriors or men loyal to Brennan and his daughter Idana." "I see." Nathair looked at Calidus. "So, Idana is in Dowan, likely under Eramon's protection."
"It would seem so," Calidus said.
"Which means that this Corban is probably with her. He was definitely not amongst the dead. Not that we saw. There were many dead and most unrecognisable, just bones and gristle. But Idana's group appears to have won both battles, at least. Enough of them survived the first battle to carry on and then kill a number of wolven and giants. And they buried their dead in a cairn, which would suggest they did better than those they were fighting. Corban's body was not there. So, the Black Sun is in Dowan, possibly camped with Eramon's army on the other side of those mountains." Nathair drank from a cup. "It seems almost unbelievable. I have chased this Black Sun in my dreams and in my waking imaginings for so long. I am torn. I was to leave soon for Murias. I must find the cauldron. My dreams—" He trailed off. "Elion commands me. I cannot fail him. And yet the Black Sun, if we could defeat him here, kill him, the danger would be over, surely." He looked to Calidus. "What should I do?"
"A dilemma, indeed," Calidus said.
He was silent a while, his expression pensive, unsure. Eventually he sighed.
"My advice is that you should go to Murias. We need the cauldron. Elion has come to you in your dreams, I know this, and he has not asked you to defeat the Black Sun. No, he has asked you to get the cauldron."
"But why, Calidus?" Nathair shook his head. "I don't understand. Defeating the Black Sun is the goal. That is my task."
"Yes, ultimately. I do not know Elion's mind, but I know that the cauldron is a weapon. Perhaps it is impossible to defeat Azeroth and his Black Sun without it. Maybe that is why finding it is so important in Elion's plans." He shrugged. "I don't know. But I do know that Elion has asked you to find the cauldron and claim it. So that is what you should do."
"To be so close to my enemy," Nathair growled, anger sweeping his face.
"Only to walk away from him." "You were closer still in Doncarrig and watched him walk away," Calidus said quietly.
Veridis shifted uncomfortably. He is Ben Elim, but still, to rebuke my king. He felt his own anger stirring. "I have punished myself 1,000 times for that," Nathair snapped, slamming his cup on the table.
"Azeroth is the enemy,"
Calidus said calmly, ignoring Nathair's flash of temper.
"To defeat him and thwart his plans, we must have the cauldron. We must focus on that. Of course, if your faithful First Sword has an opportunity to kill this Corban over the coming days, well then—"
He smiled at Veridis. Nathair drew in a deep breath and blew it out slowly. "All right. You are my counselor, so I should listen when you give counsel." He smiled, the anger of moments before evaporating. "And you are well suited for advising on this subject." Yes, he is, thought Veridis. If one of Elion's Ben Elim cannot advise on this, then no one can.
"Indeed,"
said Calidus.
He grinned. "Commit yourself to your task, Nathair. Focus on that. It will be difficult enough. The Benothi giants will not just hand the cauldron over to you."
"Well then, Veridis," Nathair said, "I shall leave you this task. Help Rin to destroy Eramon, this king that would harbour my enemy." "I will do all that I can," Veridis said. "But I would rather be travelling north with you. I am your first sword. I would keep you safe." He traced the scar on his palm where he and Nathair had sworn a blood oath. It seemed a very long time ago. Nathair saw the movement, turned his own palm over to look at his scar. "We are brothers, you and I. That is why I want you to stay. Rin must be watched. I do not trust her. I would like her to see what your shield wall can do. It may temper her ambitions. I will do as you ask, then join you when it is done." "Good! And in doing so, hunt down this Corban. Perhaps he is the Black Sun, perhaps he is not. But if you have the opportunity, kill him. Just in case." He smiled at Veridis and raised his drink. They all touched cups, Veridis trying to smile back at Nathair. All he could think of was Cohen's face, her tear-stained, dirty, grimy face framed with black curls. Nathair had just ordered him to kill her brother. He felt a wave of sympathy for her. "So be it," a voice said in his head. Chapter 65. Corban. Corban slid and moved, spinning about Corban as he swung his practice sword at her head. He doesn't hold back anymore. She liked that. Knew that when she had first challenged him in the weapons court, he had not tried his hardest. Had held back because he was not a man. A few falls on his arse had soon served to disabuse him of that notion. And now he sparred against her with the same intensity that she saw in him when he fought against Gar. Corban's sword glanced off her shoulder, knocking her off balance. "Focus, you idiot," she scolded herself. But before she was able to, she was on her back, staring up at a cold sky, Corban's sword tip hovering against her chest. Did he just use my move against me? He held out a hand for her, grinning, but she slapped it away and rolled fluidly to her feet. She saw men staring, various expressions of shock and surprise on their faces. It was not often that she was knocked on her backside in the weapons court. "Again," she said, wiping the smile from his face. When she left the weapons court later with Baird, they encountered her half-sister, Maeve, hovering near the entrance, casting cow eyes in Corban's direction, her face painted up like a mam's. Corban glared as she walked past. Gods, she hated Duntaris. It was the bedrock of all of her earliest memories of her mam and da, King Eramon, when she thought the world revolved around them both, when her mam was the most beautiful woman in the world. Or so she thought. Eramon seemed to think so as well, if only for a little while. Then the spurning had come, the constant tears and wailing from her mam as Eramon had tired and moved on to different fields to sow. At the time, Corban had felt as if her world was collapsing, imploding in upon itself, a constant of destruction and misery. Never shall I be like my mam, reliant on a man's goodwill, giving myself up for a few smiles and some time under a dry roof. A man's plaything to be tossed away when he gets bored. She felt herself scowling as the memories bubbled up inside her. She saw the wolfen come stalking out of the weapons court, all muscle, teeth and power. She had to admit, it was quite something, seeing a full-grown wolfen prowling around the fortress. Corban and his friends followed behind. Well, at least Corban was good with the blade, she had to concede. Better than her, perhaps, if you took out the dirty moves she specialised in. A score of tricks that Connell had taught her for when a fight got up close and personal. Maeve dropped something on the road, a piece of linen, and Corban bent to pick it up. Maeve said something and touched Corban's arm, smiling at him. Corban couldn't hear the words, but she saw Corban's face flush red and saw Maeve lean forwards and kiss his cheek. "What's wrong with you?" Baird asked her. "What? Nothing," Corban snapped. "Can we go now?" "Of course." She saw Corban's friend, the big one with the hammer, staring at her. She scowled at him for good measure before she walked away. Baird caught up with her, and together they walked to the feast hall. She was starving hungry, ready to eat her weight in food. She lost some of her appetite when she walked into the hall, though, seeing Quinn and Lorcan sitting close to the entrance. Quinn smiled at her. She hated that, hated the way that he looked at her, like she had seen men look at my mam so many times. "Come over here, lass," Quinn called out. He patted his knee. "If I do, it'll only be to cut your stones off," she said. "I'll take the risk," Quinn said, his smile growing broader. She changed her direction, but Baird held her arm. "He's not worth it," Baird said to her. She paused a moment, then saw someone else whom she wanted to talk to, Hallion. She strode to him instead, sitting down opposite him. He was with a warrior, the one who had lost a hand. "Cora?" Hallion said. Baird slipped onto the bench beside her. "I've waited long enough. Tell me about Connell," she said to Hallion. Hallion's expression grew guarded. She'd seen that face before 1,000 times and understood that he would not be telling her much. "There's not much to tell, Cora. There was a battle. Connell fell." Grief travelled across his face, a ragged cloud skimming the sun on a summer's day, and it was gone, replaced with the cold face that he had taught her so well. "There's more to it than that," Corin impressed. "Were you together?" "No, we were not." "Why not? You were always together, inseparable. Had you argued?" Hallion rubbed his face. "It was a battle, Cora. Chaos. Enemies had broken into the fortress. There were people fighting everywhere." "So, how do you know he's dead?" Corin said, a spark of hope flaring in her belly. She had loved Connell fiercely. "I saw him die," the warrior beside Hallion said. "You are?" "Marek. I was fighting on the walls above Duncarrock's gates. Connell was there too." "What else did you see?" The warrior's eyes flickered to Hallion, something passing between them. With the palm of his remaining hand, he rubbed the stump of his other wrist, capped now with leather. "He was fighting. We all were. He fell." Marek shrugged. "But he may have survived?" "No. It's a long drop." Corlin leaned back, studying them both. "There's more they're not telling me. It's in their eyes." "You are sure? Did you see—" "Enough," Hallion said, his voice fraying with anger. His face softened. "Connell is gone, Cora. It is a hard fact, one I don't want to accept myself, but it's the truth. Accept it. Let him go." Chapter 66. Tuckle. Tuckle grinned with the joy of being on horseback again. His legs and backside ached as if he'd been kicked by an auroch, but he didn't care. The wind in his face, the rhythmic drum of hooves at a canter, the bunching and expanding of muscle, the sense of power in the horse he was riding. It was wonderful. They had stayed at Graham's for 2 nights. The arrival of the Child King, Haylan, and his guardian had set a fire in Michael. They had stayed long enough for Graham to gift them with horses and provisions, and then left. Finding 72 horses for warriors as fussy as his jihar was no easy task, but they were wonderful animals. Graham had given them free choice from both of his herds, the purebloods and the crossbreeds. Many of Tuckle's people had chosen the purebloods, he suspected out of a sense of nostalgia, a reminder of home, the white-walled city of Telesar. He had chosen one of the crossbreeds, a powerful piebald mare, because he was riding to war, and if ever he had seen horses made for war, these were it. Daria, he had called her, after his wife. She wouldn't have minded. Horses were almost family to the jihar. There was one other gift that he had been given whilst at Graham's, but not from Graham. It was an axe, presented by Graham's son, Wolf. "In memory of our axe throwing," the young warrior had said. It was strapped tightly to Tuckle's saddle now, a single-bladed weapon covered in soft leather. For nearly 2 moons they had been riding through the flat plains of northern Isiltir, the black columns of smoke on the horizon telling the tale of war. They had seen few people, Michael taking them by less travelled ways. Nevertheless, they had needed to cross rivers, and these were guarded. The bridge that crossed the Rennas had been manned by a band of Isiltir's warriors, about a score of them. They were too few and unprepared for the jihar, who just rode through them, thundering across the bridge like the north wind. No one had pursued them. They had carried on southwards, for days skirting leagues of stinking marshland, then crossed another river, the Afrin, Michael told him, and moved into the realm of Arden. That had been 3 nights ago. They were cantering across a rolling moorland of gorse and heather now, watched only by goats and auroch. To the north, the horizon was edged with a wall of trees, dark and brooding, though insignificant compared to Fawn. "That is the Darkwood," Michael said, following Tuckel's gaze. "It marks the northern border of Arden. On its far side lies the realm of Narvon." "I know. I have studied many maps over the last few years. Soon we shall come upon the river Taryn, which will take us to Baglan Forest, Doncarrig, and the sea, and the Seren Disclair." "Indeed," Michael said. Excitement was growing in him. They would soon be there. Doncarrig, home of the Seren Disclair. He could hardly believe these times were upon him, and I will see one other, my son. All Father be praised. When they reached the river Taryn, they skirted south and followed the fringe of the Baglan forest towards the sea, the ground carpeted in leaves of orange and gold. After another 2 days' riding, Tuckel heard the call of gulls. He looked over his shoulder and saw Enkara first amongst his swordkin. They had all heard it too. He grinned fiercely at them. Soon they came upon a great road running across their path. It was made of cut stone, though worn and broken, with grass and weeds growing in its cracks. "This is the Giant's Way," Michael said. Tuckel stared, could see in the distance a dark smudge upon a high cliff top. Doncarrig. A jolt of excitement passed through him. "We cannot approach in strength. They would bar the gates at the sight of you all," Michael grinned. A fierce excitement was scribed on his face. "Tuckel, you and I will go. The rest of you? There is a glade within this forest further along the road. A giant stone stands in it. Wait for us there." Tuckel nodded his agreement to his swordkin, and they parted ways, he and Michael riding the road northwards. The road cut through a landscape of rolling moors. A low hill stood nearby. A cairn sat on its crest, outlined by the cold blue sky. They rode on in silence. Then, from between the undulating moorland, the road spilt onto a plain, the fortress of Doncarrig rearing high above. The Seren Disclair is up there. A village nestled at the foot of the hill that the fortress was built upon, beyond it the roar of a distant sea. As they drew nearer, a group of men rode from the village, warriors carrying couched spears and swords at their hips. They wore cloaks of black and gold. "Something is wrong," Michael said. "Those are not Brennan's colours." The riders were closer, had seen them, some pointing. Tuckel counted 12 of them. "They wear the colours of Cambren, Rin's colours," Michael said. "Should we turn back?" Tuckel asked. "Too late. They would only follow. Let us see this through, find out where it leads us." "As you wish." Tuckel reached down and slipped the leather cover from his axe. "All Father, may my arm be strong and my sword sharp." He glanced at Michael, at the longsword hanging at his hip. "When was the last time you used your sword?" "In this world of flesh? Against the wolfen that gave me these." He ran a finger along the silver scars that raked his face. "Do not worry, my friend. If it comes to sword work, I think I can remember what to do." The warriors rode up, pulled up before them. "What's your business here?" asked one of them. An older man, grey hair pulled back from his face. "We are travelling to Narvon, just looking for a place to rest the night," Michael said, his voice warm, relaxed. "Where are you from?" the old man asked. Men moved to their sides, curling around them. "Carnatan, leaving the war behind. We've been on the road since midsummer. What's the news here?" "You've come to the wrong place, if you're running from war," one of the other warriors spoke up, a younger one, his beard thin with youth. "I heard Brennan was a peaceful king," Michael said. "Brennan's dead. Rin rules here," the young one said. "What about you?" the older man said, fixing his eyes on Tuckel. "You don't look as if you're from Carnatan." Tuckel just stared at him, not sure what to say. Diplomacy had never been his strength. "He's got the look of one of those that came with that foreign king," another man said. That's what I was thinking, the older man said. There were Jihar here, Tukul blurted. Jihar. That's it. And I'm thinking you know that already. Are you a deserter? Not got the stomach for war? You should be across the water with the rest of your lot, with Rin and Nathair. Tukul saw Michael stiffen at that. He rode here from Carnotan, with me, Michael said, hiding his shock. The old man looked at them both. Think you'd both best come with me. We'll see what Evnis has to say about this. Evnis? Michael said. Aye. He rules here, in Rin's place. Come along now. Riders closed about them. Without a word or even a warning look to Tukul, Michael burst into motion. His sword arced into the warrior nearest him, cutting upwards into his jaw, teeth and blood exploding. The man fell backwards, gurgling. Before any could react, Michael was turning his arm, using the momentum of his first strike to form his second, looping his blade down to crack into the helm of another warrior, denting the helm, the man slumping, senseless or dead. Tukul pulled his axe free, threw it, and was drawing his sword from its scabbard across his back as the axe buried itself in the old warrior's chest. Then the others were moving, shouting, yanking on reins, horses neighing, crushing together, weapons hissing from scabbards. A spear blade grazed Tukul's cheek as he swayed in his saddle, using his knees and ankles to guide his mount straight towards the man with his axe in his chest. He grabbed the shaft as the man toppled backwards, wrenching it free, used the axe to turn another spear thrust, and sliced his sword through the man's throat, leaving blood arcing. 4 down, 8 left. You need space, old man. Don't let them crowd you. He spurred his horse on, crashing through the loose circle that was pulling tight about him, sword and axe swirling, deflecting, cutting, another warrior toppling in his wake. Then he was in open space, turf instead of horseflesh about him. He tugged on his reins, his mount turning a tight circle, and caught a glimpse of Michael with blood on his face, his horse rearing, hooves lashing out. Riders were approaching from the village, galloping. More warriors seeing the conflict, 5, 10, more. This is not looking good. He swayed in his saddle, leaning heavily to avoid a sword cut, slashed the man's leg as he pulled back up, the muscles in his back straining, complaining, his axe blade biting deep, turning on bone. He pulled it free, deflected a sword stabbing at his chest, heard the pounding of galloping hooves drawing closer, closer. Michael, I must reach Michael. Then horses were all about him. It took a moment to register who their riders were, holding their swords two-handed, carving through their enemy with great swooping blows, tracing crimson arcs through the air. His swordkin, the Jihar, all of them. Within heartbeats their enemy were dead or dying, the ground about them churned, slippery with blood and bodies. A riderless horse trotted away, stopped, and began cropping when it found some grass. Tukul saw Enkara. You were supposed to wait, he said to her, then grinned. I am glad you didn't. She grinned back. No more riders were issuing from the village, though many were milling about on foot, pointing. A horn blast rang out, answered from the fortress on the hill. Come, Michael yelled. We must ride. They thundered back along the Giant's Way. Tukul's blood was racing, pounding in his ears, the joy of battle still coursing through him. Blessed are those who stand before the darkness with a pure heart, though their swords run red. Thank you, All-Father, for the gift of combat. Wind whipped his face and a thought seeped through the fading euphoria. But where is the Seren Disclair? They sped along the Giant's Way, putting league after league between them and Duncarrig. If there was any pursuit, by nightfall it would have fallen hopelessly behind. Eventually, Michael called a halt, and they made camp in a sheltered cove. Huge moss-covered boulders and dense stands of wind-beaten trees provided some cover from the rain that had begun to fall. Where is the Seren Disclair? And those warriors, they spoke of the Jihar here. How can that be? Where are we going? Tukul asked Michael. I must find him, Michael said. I have avoided the other world for too long. Going back there has its dangers. Azroth tracks my steps there, and I would not lead him straight to the bright star. So I have trusted to King Brennan and the guardians I have set about the Seren Disclair in this world of flesh. I have been too cautious, I must go back to the other world and find him there. He spread a blanket on the ground and lay upon it. Your ways are not our ways, Tuckle quoted to himself. But if it were up to me, I would have kept a closer watch on the bright star. Do not try to wake me, Michael said. Almost instantly, Michael's breathing changed, deeper and slower. His eyelids twitched, his breath slowing further, becoming shallow now, the gap between them so wide that a casual observer might think Michael was dead. Tuckle stood the first watch. When he was relieved, he lay down beside Michael, who was as still as the dead. Tuckle's body was stiffening now, his joints and muscles protesting at the day's events. He woke to someone touching his shoulder. Michael. Dawn's grey light outlined boulders and trees. I have found him, Michael said, looking drawn, eyes dark and sunken. We must ride to Dawn. Chapter 67. Cohen. Cohen was standing with the giant, Alcyon, who had apparently taken over the duty of guarding her. She'd been told only a short while ago that she was leaving. Boss gave her the news. Where she was going, he would not or could not say. She looked up at the giant, a head taller than Shield, his black axe curving over his shoulder. Where are we going, then? She asked him. Might as well try asking. Someone might give me an answer. He just stared down at her a moment, then looked away. Not the most talkative of travelling companions, then. He looks as miserable as I feel. The Jihar were milling around her, climbing into saddles, harness creaking. The other 3 giants that had joined them recently stood close together, and near to them she saw Veridus appear, his eyes searching. They focused on her, and as he marched over, her mood lightened, just a little. Why wasn't I told about this? He said to Alcyon. What? His voice sounded like stones grinding together. This, Veridus gestured at Cohen, taking her north with you. I'm going north, then. I don't know, the giant said with a shrug. Why does she need to go with you? Calidus wants her near to him. Alcyon shrugged again. You'll have to ask him why. Veridus frowned, emotion sweeping his face, anger, worry. What are you worried about? Me? She felt pleased to see him. He had not been a bad travelling companion, in his way. Since they had camped here, at the foot of the mountain, she had seen little of him, though. Good day to you, too, she said. What? Oh, yes. Veridus looked at her, seemed about to say something. What? Cohen said. Nothing. Veridus shook his head. Instead, he looked at Alcyon and stared at him. What's wrong? He asked the giant. How does he know something's wrong with the giant? His face looks like a rock. Alcyon didn't answer, but his eyes flickered across the crowds, towards the other 3 giants. I thought you'd like travelling with others of your kind, Veridus said. I am Kurgan. They are Benothi. It is an old blood feud. He smiled, looking for an instant more human to Cohen. If nothing else, we giants know how to bear a grudge. Look after Nathair, Veridus said to Alcyon. Calidus will not let any harm come to him. Aye, if it is within his power to stop it. Veridus looked over to Nathair, sitting tall on his drake. Cohen could just make out Calidus near him. Yes, and his power is formidable. Veridus nodded, still looking troubled. And look after her, he muttered. I will, Alcyon said. And you try and look after yourself. I will not be around to keep saving your skin. No, I shall do my best. Veridus smiled now. You will be fighting soon, today, tomorrow. Think on that, not about us walking north. We will be at least a moon travelling through Cambren before we even reach Benoth. We will not see trouble until then. Just then, a group of warriors rode by, wearing the black and gold of Cambren. Queen Rin led them. Cohen saw Connell close to her, wrapped in a dark cloak. Is she going with you? Veridus asked Alcyon.
Aye, part of the way. She has some reason for returning to Dunvanna. She is leaving Geraint in charge of her warband, but he seems capable enough. He did well against Owain.
That battle ran to Rin's plan, Veridus said. He shrugged. It does not matter to me who leads the warriors of Cambrin. I will lead my shield wall and fight whoever is foolish enough to stand in front of it. You're fighting today? Cohen said to Veridus. He nodded. We're pushing into Dowan. I don't think that Eramon will just allow that to happen. There will be a greeting arranged for us. Maybe not today, but soon. Oh? Cohen felt a knot in her stomach. She looked back at the broad road that cut a swathe into the rain-shrouded mountains. And my mam and Corban through there. Will they fight for Dowan? And Veridus? She looked at the young warrior, his expression so earnest. Horns sounded, echoing through the throng.
Time to go, Alcyon said. Stay safe, true heart.
Alcyon offered his arm to Veridus, who gripped the giant's forearm. What did you call me? Veridus asked him.
True heart. It is your name, Alcyon said, then turned to Cohen. On your horse, child.
I am not a child, she grumbled, as she swung onto Shield's back. She was feeling miserable again. Farewell, Veridus said to her, as she sat in her saddle. He reached out, his fingertips brushing the top of her hand. Stay safe, he said quietly. Looking at him, she could not find the words to answer, just stared back at him as she rode away. A strange thought struck her. I shall miss him. Chapter 68. Corban. Sweat dripped from Corban's brow. The heat from the forge and the ache from swinging a hammer felt like familiar friends. They brought back a flood of memories, of working with his dad in the forge back in Duncarrig, Budai slouched by the doorway. Good times. Corban had asked Hallion to find him a blacksmith who wouldn't mind him using his forge for a day or so. With war looming close, that had been harder than Corban originally thought, but Hallion was well liked at the fortress, so eventually somewhere had been found. It was cutting it close, though. The muster was finished, and Eramon's warband was set to march on the morrow. Enough! Farrell grunted, his tongs turning the piece of iron that Corban was hammering. It was the length of a dagger, but curved. Corban hammered an iron pin through the wide end, punching a hole. Then Farrell dipped it into a bucket of water, steam hissing. Finally, he placed it beside a pile of similar pieces. That the last one? Corban said, almost disappointed. Aye. 15 blades. Still some work to do, though. They all need sharpening, and then there's some leather work to be done. Aye. Let's go see my mam. The streets of Duntarus were packed, the population of the whole fortress seemingly determined to enjoy their last night at peace. Musicians strumming upon lyres or beating rhythms out on leather-skinned drums lined every street corner, men and women dancing jigs and singing loudly. Corban, Marok, and Camlin were winding their way towards the feast hall through the growing crowds. Storm helped them through the throng, a pathway opening automatically wherever she padded. Once upon a time, Corban would have shared the excitement. Once all he wanted was to be a warrior, to fight in defence of his king and kin. He had had a taste of war now, though, and the thought of more of it filled him with dread. He was not scared, not of battle anyway. It was more the knowledge of what came after, the loss of life, the grief and heartache. Memories of his Dar and Cohen flickered through his mind, and other faces, Heb, Anwath, Mordwyr, those who had fallen on their flight to Dowan. With an effort, he pushed the memories away. There'll be a lot of sore heads on the morrow, Camlin observed. They'll have a nice long walk to the border to work it off, Marok said. Besides, I don't blame them. Live life while you can, for who knows what the morrow will bring. Didn't take you for a philosopher, Camlin smiled. Events change us, Marok said. Corban saw him glance at his wrist. Aye, that they do. He seems to be coping better, Corban thought. The bitterness that had stained Marok's voice every time that he spoke of his injury had faded during their time in Duntaris. Perhaps he has come to terms with it now. Somehow Corban did not think that was true. If anything, his bitterness is buried like rocks at high tide. I still see it surface every now and then. The doors to the feast hall were flung open, a wall of sound pulsing out. All manner of merriment was going on inside, dancing, wrestling, singing, dice and throwboards, all to a tune and barrels of free-flowing ale. "Where are they?" Corban said, almost having to shout over the noise. "Over there." Camlin led them to a great crush of people. Von and Hallian greeted them. "What's going on?" Corban asked. "Farrell," Hallian said with a grin. "Look." Farrell was sitting at a narrow table, a warrior opposite him, all thick muscle and hair. They were arm wrestling. Both their faces were red with strain, veins bulging in arms that seemed frozen, carved from stone. As Corban watched, Farrell's opponent gave a great roar, his arm starting to move, first a tremor, and then Farrell had slammed it onto the table. The crowd erupted with cheering. Dath appeared with a jug in each hand. "That's the third one he's beaten." Dath grinned. Passing a jug to Corban, he took a drink and then passed it to Camlin. "Is it a tournament, then?" "Aye, and he's entered another sort too, by the looks of it." Farrell was still seated at the bench, but now, sitting opposite him, was Coralyn. She was filling 2 pewter cups. Farrell took one, and together they tipped the contents down their throats. Farrell screwed his eyes shut. Coralyn laughed. Corban slapped Farrell on the back. "She thinks I can't hold a drink," Farrell said to him. Coralyn handed Farrell another cup. Corban looked along the bench, saw Baird slumped upon it with his head resting on the table, half a dozen empty cups beside him. "What happened to him?" Corban asked Coralyn. "He's sleeping off round 1, Coralyn said, flashing a grin. Farrell downed his drink. Corban leaned close to Farrell's ear. "Maybe I should concede and stick to the arm wrestling." "This is my chance to impress her," his friend replied loudly. "Never met a lady who's impressed with vomit in her lap," Dath said. A warrior sat down opposite Farrell. Coralyn shifted along for him. He put his arm on the table, another challenger for Farrell. This one didn't last more than a dozen heartbeats. "Have a drink," Farrell said to his defeated opponent. Coralyn handed out cups and they drank them down. Someone tapped Corban on the shoulder. His mam. "Are they done?" Corban asked her. "Aye. My thumb feels like it's going to drop off. Stitching leather is not easy, you know, but they're done." "Thank you, ma'am." Corban hugged her. A commotion drew his eyes back to Farrell. A group had approached the bench, a handful of men, Quinn, the first sword of Dowan, leading it. He was a big man, broad and thick-muscled, with a flat nose that spoke of the pugil ring. His build reminded Corban of Helfac, Evnis's dead huntsman. Maeve, Hallian's sister, was hanging on his arm. Quinn grabbed the warrior sitting opposite Farrell and dragged him out of the way, then sat and grinned at Farrell. He tried to wrap an arm around Coralyn, but she slipped out of reach. "Want to try my arm?" Quinn said to Farrell. "Course I do," Farrell slurred. "Keep an eye on your friend," Hallian said in Corban's ear. "Trouble follows Quinn." "I don't like him," Corban said. "He reminds me of Helfac." "I can see the likeness," Hallian snorted. "Not a good reason to dislike someone, but this time you're right." "How so?" "Let's just say I wouldn't want him guarding my back in a fight. There are rumours." "What rumours?" Just then the warrior whom Quinn had dragged from his seat crashed into Quinn's back, sending him flying into Farrell. There were a few moments of chaos, fists flying and chairs turning over. Corban pushed forward to Farrell's side, then Quinn's followers were holding the warrior who had started it all upright, his hands pinned behind his back. Quinn punched him with a solid uppercut, and the unconscious man was dragged from view. "How about that arm wrestle now?" Quinn said, as he sat back down. Farrell wiped blood from the back of his hand, a cut during the brief skirmish, then gripped Quinn's hand. "Begin," Maeve declared, and instantly both arms were straining. The crowd around them roared to life, shouting encouragements, making wagers, some singing. Quinn was the bigger man, his arms bulkier, slabs of meat for biceps, but Farrell's strength had been honed in the forge, like Corban's, with years of hammer pounding, packing every fibre with strength. For a long time both arms remained fixed, immovable. Then, slowly, a tremor appeared in Quinn's forearm. His face was contorted with strain, jaws clenched, eyes bulging. His arm moved just a fraction, and the crowd around them hushed, sensing the end. Quinn's arm moved again, a downward jerk this time. He checked it somehow, a hand span from the table, pausing the flood. It's over. Farrell's won. Corban felt a grin slipping onto his face. Then Farrell grunted, a shiver running through him. His head lolled and Quinn's arms slowly rose again, their fists back at midpoint. Farrell shifted, his head coming up, glaring at his arm as if it had betrayed him. Long moments passed, frozen in time. Then Farrell's head dipped again, and suddenly Quinn's arm was forcing Farrell's back, ever lower. With a final roar, the strength seemed to drain from Farrell, and Quinn was punching the air in victory. Farrell just sat there, staring at his hand, clenching and unclenching his fingers. Quinn caught hold of Corban, who had stayed nearby. He pulled her close, kissing her hard. She struggled in his grip, stamped on his foot, and elbowed him in the face. Farrell lunged across the table, grabbing Quinn's wrist. "Let her go," Farrell growled. Quinn let go of Corban and swung a fist at Farrell, catching him high on the temple. Corban leapt forwards, vaulting the table as Farrell sagged to the ground. He crashed into Quinn, sending him stumbling backwards. "Stay behind me," he said to Corban, and pushed forwards, fists raised. "Don't punch at all if you can help it," he heard his father's voice, clear as if he were standing next to him. "But if you must, punch first and punch hardest." Quinn swung at him, and Corban ducked, still moving forwards, slammed a fist into Quinn's belly and sent a hook to his chin. The big man staggered, and a straight right sent him toppling backwards. That should do it. Quinn climbed to his feet, blood running from his nose. "So, it's a fight you're wanting," he said, his fist bunching. He spat blood. Oh dear. Then men were moving everywhere, some gathering about Quinn, others closing beside Corban, Gar, Hallion, Dath, Von, others. A sound rose over them all, silencing the clamour. A deep rumbling. Storm. Growling. Corban felt her brush past him, place herself in the space between Corban and Quinn, teeth bared, slavering. Quinn took an involuntary step backwards. His hand moved to his sword hilt. There was a moment when all was still, violence hanging in the air. Then a figure stepped between them. Wrath, a handful of his giant killers with him. "Best save it for Wren," he said, "and you'd better calm that beast down." Corban touched Storm, and she stopped growling. Quinn wiped blood from his face, then grinned. "These Southerners are too serious, and that one can't take his drink." He waved at Farrell and then turned and walked into the crowd. "Well, aren't you the brave one?" a voice said. Corban turned and Maeve was there, standing uncomfortably close. "You just put the first sword of Darwin on his arse. I think that deserves a kiss." She pressed her lips to his, her arms wrapping around his waist, and for a moment the world went blank, shrinking to the taste of wine on Maeve's breath, the sensation of her lips against his. Then someone was pulling him. He spun to see Corban glaring at him. She slapped him hard across the face. "I'm no maiden to be saved. I can look after myself," she spat at him. "I know you can," he spluttered. "So, why did you do that? Fight my fight?" "Because," he shrugged. "Why did I do that?" "The same reason they were all at my side." He gestured to Gar and the others. "We look after each other. Because you're a friend." That stopped her a moment. Her mouth open, but nothing coming out. Then her eyes slipped to Maeve. "Enjoy your victory," she said with a sneer, and walked away. Chapter 69. Makin. Machin sat at a table brimming with food and drink. Bowls of fruits, oranges, figs, plums, olives, meats, as well as eels and squid and anchovies, warm flatbread and jugs of watered wine to wash it all down with. Machin had tasted wine like it when in Geraldine and hadn't liked it. Now, though, after his months of gruel whilst chained to an oar, it all tasted like a feast made for kings. He felt sick, though, his stomach sending him pains of warning. He wiped grease from his beard and leaned back in his chair. He was not alone at the table. At least 50 or 60 other men were also stuffing their bellies to overflowing. They were the survivors, the victors of the fighting pits. Machin had seen Orgel sitting further along, too far away to talk to. The big man had tried to catch his eye, but Machin had looked away. He still felt ashamed of what he had done in the pit, what he had become, and he knew Orgel would share his disgust. He has killed today, just as I have. This all felt like a dream. Men were standing in the shadows, guarding the men and women bringing the food and fresh jugs of wine. One pit slave grabbed a woman and dragged her onto his lap. He was quickly taught that he had crossed a line. His arm was held flat on the table and a finger broken. The servants were left alone after that. A man walked into the chamber, the barrel-chested man who had led Machin to the pit. "I am Herak," the barrel-chested man said. "I am your mother, your father, your sister, and brother. I am the closest thing to family you will have here." He smiled at them all. "And you are my children. I'm going to train you, discipline you. No doubt I will have to punish you, and I hope that I will have cause to reward you." He waved a hand at the table. "You have done well today, and for some of you, this will be just the beginning." "Beginning of what?" a man said, small, dark-skinned. "Of your new lives. You belong to the Vinthalan now. As you have started, so you will continue. You will fight for us in the pits. You will kill for us and make us rich." He nodded, grinning at that. "And some of you will earn your freedom. Emad, step forward." One of the guards moved closer, huge, as big as Orgel, with skin as dark as the small man who had just spoken. His beard was knotted full of rings. "Emad came here as you did, an horse slave. He was 15 summers then. How long ago was that, Emad?" 9 years, the big man said. 9 years. He fought in the pits and earned his freedom. He was given a choice and chose to join my family. You could do the same, or a ship's crew, or just walk away, if that is what you wish. You will fight for your freedom, and that is what we will give you." "Fight who?" the small man asked. "Whoever is in front of you." Herak shrugged. "I will train you now. Most of you think you know how to fight, but I promise you, you do not. Yet. Then we shall put you against the pit fighters of the other islands, Nerin and Pelset. If you live that long, then we shall talk of what comes next. That is all. I shall see you on the morrow." He turned and strode from the chamber. Machin felt his stomach lurch and only had time to lean in his chair before he vomited onto the tiled floor. Machin spent the night in a cell underground, part of the labyrinthine complex that formed the fighting pits. He was led out into the ruins that he had seen before, the sunshine making him blink, and given breakfast along with the men from last night's feast. He did not indulge, only chewed on some fried goat's meat and warm bread. He washed it down with water. Herak greeted them with a score of guards. Machin didn't like the look of the whips wound at their belts or the wicked-looking knives that they all carried. "This is where it begins," Herak said. "Follow me." He turned and moved into a loping run, heading off up a wide paved street. Machin and his companions milled around, looking at one another. "You heard him," a voice barked. "Emad, the guard from last night." He cracked his whip. Machin saw Orgel run after the disappearing Herak. He followed Orgel, others joining him. The ones who were slower felt the touch of whips as other guards lashed out. Soon they were all running through the ruined city. The ground was littered with rocks and debris. Mackin had to concentrate on every step. More than once he heard someone cry out as they fell, and cry out again as they were whipped back onto their feet by the guards who ran with them. Mackin's lungs were burning. His legs felt as if they were pumped full of iron, and the sun was burning hot. Sweat sheeted him, blurring his vision. He focused on every step, every breath, willing himself to carry on. He had already vomited as he ran, bile splattering his feet and legs. He became aware of someone running next to him. Ogle. "Keep the faith, brother," Ogle gasped over his own heaving breaths. Mackin didn't have the breath to answer and didn't know what he would have said if he had. What faith? Not in Elyon, the absent god, not in justice or right defeating wrong. Maybe in vengeance, in its power to keep my legs moving. He pictured JL, gritted his teeth, and increased his stride. Herak let them rest a while after the run, gave them water. It was not long before they were led into a courtyard, this one cleared of debris, the floor bearing stains that looked suspiciously like old blood. Some marks never wash clean. More than anything, the place resembled a weapons court. Wooden weapons were stacked along one wall, different areas roped off. "First things first," Herak said, as he stepped in front of them. "Most of you probably know your way around a sword and spear. But to use them, you need space. In the pit, space is a stranger. Pit fighting is close and personal. Close as lovers." Some of the guards chuckled. The one called Imad nodded seriously. "For that, you need to learn to use these." Herak lifted his arms and clenched his fists. "And this," he slapped his forehead. "And these." He touched his knees and pointed to his feet. "When you've learned how to use all of that, you'll move on to this." He drew a knife, curved and wicked-looking. "This'll be your best friend in a pit fight, closer than kin. So, let's begin. You, big man, over here." He beckoned to Ogle. Ogle walked over, cautiously, his eyes fixed on Herak. Herak ushered him into one of the roped-off areas. "So, try and kill me," Herak said, amicably. Ogle frowned, then took a deep breath and swung a punch at Herak. Herak deflected it easily, like swatting a fly. "Try harder," he said, irritably. Ogle snapped a combination of punches out. He was fluid, well-balanced on his feet. He's no stranger to the pugil ring. But Herak blocked or avoided the punches with little effort, swaying this way, the palm of his hand steering Ogle's arm that way. He darted inside Ogle's guard and slapped Ogle's face hard, then moved out of range just as quickly. He doesn't look as if he should be able to move that fast. Ogle scowled and moved after Herak, throwing a flurry of punches, one of them glancing off Herak's shoulder. Herak laughed. "Better?" he said. Then he weaved inside Ogle's guard again, slammed 2 solid blows into Ogle's gut and kidney, finished with an uppercut flush on Ogle's chin as he bent from the gut blows. Ogle wobbled, then dropped to his knees. "Say commands, legs away, and he's good as dead," Herak said to the watching crowd. "He is now disoriented, a little stunned, and his legs are still weak. He is ready for the kill." With no warning, Ogle exploded from the ground, his hands grasping Herak by the throat, fingers squeezing. They both staggered backwards, Ogle's fingers gouging into Herak's flesh. Herak started to turn purple, his eyes bulging, but to Mackin it still looked as if he was smiling. Slowly, he saw one of Herak's hands move down past Ogle's belt. He clutched at Ogle's groin, gave a sharp twist, and the strength drained from Ogle in a heartbeat. He fell back onto the ground, curled like a baby, groaning. "When in trouble, always go for the stones," Herak said. "Good effort, though, big man. You're faster than I thought." He reached down an arm and helped Ogle stand. "Remember, there's no honour in the pit, just living or dying. Don't ever forget that." They spent the rest of the day sparring like this. Herak ordered them to avoid killing each other, with the incentive that if one died during the sparring, he would kill their partner. Makin was teamed up with a small man who had asked most of the questions the night before. His name was Javed, a warrior from the land of Tarbesh taken during a Vinthalan raid. He was very fast, as Makin found out all too soon. Time passed like this, days merging, running, training, sparring day after day. The weather grew cooler, though never truly cold, except at night, when the sky was free of cloud and stars shone sharp as ice. Makin felt the aches of the first weeks begin to fade, replaced by a new strength in his body that he had never experienced. Not just strength, but a speed, flexibility and stamina that he thought he'd left behind with his youth. They had been taught hand-to-hand fighting skills that Makin had never dreamed of. Combinations of fist, knee and foot, as well as headbutting and biting. Anything goes in the pits, Herak was fond of saying. There are no rules. For a 10-night, Herak made them spar tied wrist to wrist. Said it was like that in the pits, where you could not escape another's touch. It sounded more and more to Makin as if Herak spoke from experience. Eventually, Herak issued them all with wooden replicas of his own knife, curved and thick. They were taught the different grips, how to use both hands, how to stab, to kill, to maim, to weaken, where to cut to disable, how to combine the knife with fist and knee and head and foot. Then the day came when they were brought out from their cells beneath the ground and led in the opposite direction to their training courtyard. They were led to the coast, down the path that wound down the cliffs to the beach where Makin had arrived so long ago. "Where are we going?" Javed called out. They had all seen the single ship in the bay. "To the island of Nerin," Herak said, "where you will either die or make us rich." Chapter 70. Camlin. Camlin warmed his hands over the fire. It had stopped raining now, stabs of sunshine piercing the emptied clouds, but he was still cold and wet. He was sitting in a sprawling camp, staring at the mountains that he had struggled across not that long ago. Marok and Dath were sat either side of him. Marok was adjusting the straps of the buckler that seemed to be a permanent fixture on his left arm now. It was a small, round piece of iron, a spike sticking a handspan from the central boss. Gotta hand it to him. He's adaptable. If I'd have lost a hand and couldn't draw a bow ever again, I think I'd still be weeping into my cups. Volunteering to join the warband that had marched from Duntaris to fight Queen Rin had seemed brave and noble at first, the right thing to do. There had been a lot of singing and drinking on the night before the warband left Duntaris. The next morning, there were a lot of sore heads and a few bloody noses as well, but that was all part of it. Since then, though, things had gone steadily downhill. So far, this war had involved a lot of walking and holding your head down in the face of wind and rain. In fact, in many ways, it was not too distant an experience to thieving in the Darkwood, but with more men and guaranteed food and drink at the end of every march. And that was nothing to be sniffed at. Still, the rain had stopped, and so had the walking, so things were looking up. On the downside, Camlin was fairly sure that a warband would be marching through the mountains in the near future, full of men with cold iron in their hands, looking to stop his heart from beating. He could always leave. "Shut up," he muttered. "What was that?" Dath said beside him. "Nothing. I might moan, but I'll not be leaving this crew any time soon. I'm not going to turn my back on the first true friends I've ever had." They had all come in the end, every last one of those who had survived the journey from Duncarrig. Even the crow and the raven. Somehow Adana had talked Owain into coming. Halion said that Queen Eramon's wife had supported Adana's efforts to come, probably in the hope that Adana would meet a tragic end and remove herself from the political throwboard. She was camped elsewhere, though, close to Rath, who was Eramon's battle chief. I suppose it is fitting. Meet Rin here, win or lose, at least there'll be an end to it. And this is as good a chance as we're likely to get. Eramon's warband had grown to about 10,000 strong over the journey to the mountains. Camlin had never seen so many men in his life. In fact, he didn't like it. Sometimes he even found himself having to stare up at the sky and take deep lungfuls of air just to escape the sensation of being crushed. Footsteps sounded and Corban and Farrell came and sat by the fire, Gar hovering behind them. They both had bulky sacks slung over their shoulders. "What have you got there?" Cameron asked him. Corban looked to the hills they were camped before, at a few riders disappearing into the wooded slopes. "Are they scouts?" Corban asked. "Aye. Rath will put his men in the hills, I'd imagine. Make sure that Rin's warband doesn't try anything sneaky as they march into Down. Do you remember what Hallion said back in Cameron about teaching our enemy to fear the night?" "Aye. What of it?" "I think there's more to that lesson. I'm going to go find Rath, see what he thinks of it. I thought you and Dath might want to come along." Camlin looked at Dath. The lad smiled at him, a nervous twitch to it. "Something tells me we'd best string our bows then," Camlin said as he stood. Chapter 71. Veridus. Veridus looked out along the Giants' Road. He was stood part way up a ridge. "There are a lot of them," Boss said beside him. "Yes." "What's the plan then?" Veridus was silent a while. His warband was camped below, spread along the Giants' Road that they had marched upon. 2 days it had taken them since they had parted from Nathair and marched through these looming mountains. Cohen's face formed in his mind, turning back in her saddle as she rode away, staring at him with her dark eyes. He shook his head. They were almost the rear guard, a position that he was becoming used to. Rin's warband stretched ahead, a sprawling mass filling the Giants' Road and its embankments. "Geraint will push ahead at dawn on the morrow, then we'll see what the warriors of Dawn are like. So we'll be watching from the back, most likely. These warbands we march with, they don't want us stealing their glory. Against a warband of that size, I think there's plenty of glory to go around," Boss said. "And this road is made for the shield wall. We should be in the van, not the rear guard." "I know, but there's nothing I can do about it. Geraint is battle chief here, not I. We'll just have to wait and see how things go." He looked up at the hills either side of him. Boss followed his stare. "It's a good spot for an ambush," Veridus observed. "Aye. We should put some men up in those hills." "We don't have them to spare. I'll talk to Geraint about it. Boss, you make sure our camp is tight tonight. All are to stay on this road, no tents set close to these slopes, and double guards." He looked up at the hills, dense with pine and scrub, black boulders of granite looking like bones of the mountains poking through the hills' green flesh here and there. There could be 1,000 men up there, and he would not see one. In the distance, high above them, a sound rang out, eerie and ululating. A wolven howling. Throughout the camp, heads turned, fear spreading like seeds on the wind. Veridus and Boss looked at each other. "I think I'll go and see Geraint right now. You see to the camp." Chapter 72. Corban.
"Did you make her do that?" Rath asked Corban.
"No. She must sense something," Corban said. They were all looking at Storm, the last notes of her howl fading into the dusk.
"We are hunting. She knows it," Gar said. "Well, it was good timing," Rath grinned. "I nearly soiled my breeches, so Elyon knows what they're thinking down there."
Rin's warband stretched out below them like a dark river. Dusk was settling, and even as Corban looked, pinpricks of light winked into life, torches and campfires being lit to guard against the dark. Soft footfalls sounded, and Corban looked up to see figures emerging from between the trees. He reached for his sword hilt, but Gar put a hand on his arm. Then he saw it was Camlin, with Dath close to him and a handful of others, Baird the giant hunter amongst them.
"We chased off a handful of scouts," Baird said to Rath.
"They put a few arrows in backs as they were running." He nodded at Camlin and Dath.
"Think it's clear up here, for now? I've put a guard on the trails from the mountains." "Good," Rath said. "Corban, Farrell, empty your sacks."
They dumped a pile of fur and iron onto the ground. Then each of them dragged the fur over their shoulders and began fastening them with leather buckles. "Thank you, ma'am." Corban looked up with a wolfen pelt draped about him, its head pulled up like the hood of a cloak. Storm growled at him, and he tutted her silent. He bent down and pulled something else from the pile, a leather gauntlet, 3 iron claws at the end of it. The iron claws clinked as he strapped it onto his left forearm and flexed a fist. "We skinned the wolfen that attacked us up here," Corban said to the warriors facing him. "There are 3 more skins here." He threw a skin and gauntlet to Coralyn, who buckled it onto her left arm. She growled and slashed with the claws some of Wrath's warriors, laughing. "Now you have 3 claws instead of a knife," Corban said to her. He enjoyed the fierce grin she gave him. "I've heard that Storm and our small company have made quite a name amongst the warriors of Cambran. Apparently, they're telling tales of shapeshifters and changelings, deals with Azeroth, stories that we were raised by a wolfen pack, that they run with us still, all sorts of tales." "I've heard a little of that too," Baird said, grinning. "Can I have one of those?" he said. "Help yourself," Farrell answered. "Thought we might help those stories along a bit," Corban said. "You never know. There might be fewer ready to fight in the morning than there are right now. Superstitious bunch, warriors. What do you say?" Wrath nodded approvingly. Coralyn stepped forwards. "Let's bring their nightmares to life." Corban crouched stiffly behind a boulder. It was dark now. Only a sliver of the moon was visible, appearing from behind ragged clouds. And it was cold. The wolfen fur he wore helped to keep the cold out, though. Storm had had a good sniff of it after he put it on, until she was accustomed to the smell on him. He'd gone through the same process with the others who had put on the wolfen furs: Baird, Farrell, Wrath, and Coralyn. Otherwise, he had visions of Storm attacking them in the confusion of battle. After that, they'd made up a paste of mud and blood, smearing it over their faces in swirling patterns to hide their skin. "You look more like a bear than a wolfen," Coralyn had said to Farrell. "Thank you," Farrell said. "It wasn't a compliment." They were spread out along the slopes above Rin's warband now, with over a score of Wrath's warriors, all huntsmen used to this terrain. They waited for the signal. Corban felt his eyes drooping. He was tired. Had had trouble sleeping for a while now, ever since Duntaris. And he always woke the same, sweating, scared, a half-remembered dream fluttering in his mind. Dreams of war, but with great winged creatures fighting in the air, almost like tales of the Scourging when the Ben Elim and Kadashim had fought. Probably nightmares brought on by Gar's mad delusions. He scowled at Gar. He was crouched beside him. "Rub your hands together," Gar whispered. "When the signal comes, we must be quick, and you will be stiff with cold." "I can't," Corban said. "I'll chop my arm off." He held up the makeshift wolfen claw buckled to his left arm. "Oh yes," Gar said. "Remember what Wrath said, Ban. In and out. You and Storm will be targets." "This is important, Gar," Corban muttered. "I know, but so are you." "Because I'm this Seren Disclair. Can't even pronounce it. How can I be it?" He glanced at Gar, wished that this talk of Elyon and Azeroth had never happened. He felt that it had driven something between them. When will he accept that it is all in his mind? Gar drew his sword, grabbed a handful of loose soil, and rubbed it along the blade. "Do the same. It will stop reflections, moon, stars, firelight." Corban nodded and copied Gar. A noise drifted up from the valley, shouting, high-pitched screams. Wrath had said he had arranged for a feint to be led against the front ranks of Rin's warband. That would be their signal. That's it. Corban shared a look with Gar, and then they both slipped around the boulder they were hiding behind, half slithering down the hillside. Storm followed silently. Tents were set all along the Giants' Road. Directly below Corban, many were spread along the embankment and grass that led to the hill slopes. Crouched low, sword in one hand, claws in the other, Corban reached the bottom of the slope, his heart thumping in his chest, fear bubbling in his gut. Control it. Master your fear, he ordered himself. Men were outlined against the campfire, at least a dozen of them, all standing, looking towards where the noise of battle was drifting down the valley. Corban heard a thrum, saw one of the men before the fire stagger, an arrow shaft sticking from his shoulder. Foe, Corban whispered to Storm, and together they leapt forward, slashing, stabbing, biting. Gar surged forwards to his left, his curved sword moving in swooping arcs. Men fell before them, crashing into the fire, sparks flaring, the smell of scorched hair and flesh everywhere. Corban slashed with his claws, stabbed with his sword. Storm close by, pinning someone to the ground, their terrified screams suddenly cut short. A man before him fumbled with his sword as he staggered backwards, utter terror etched on his face. Corban snarled and followed him, caught a weak sword blow between his iron claws and punched his own sword into the man's stomach, slashing him across the chest as he toppled over. And then there were no more men standing about them. "Come on, Ban!" Gar called to him. He was running towards an embankment that led up onto the Giants' Road. Warriors were milling in confusion up there, campfires blazing periodically, framing the chaos. "They need to see you," Gar was yelling. "There's no point only leaving the dead behind." He's right. We are a fear that needs to spread like a disease. He bent low and ran up the embankment, barreling into a warrior, knocking him to the ground, slashing at his face as the man fell. Storm and Gar burst onto the road on either side of him, Gar cutting deep into a man's chest, Storm, snarling, crouched low. Corban saw a warrior turn and run at the sight of her. All about the road, men were milling, weapons drawn, looking fearfully out into the darkness. Corban saw another man near a blazing campfire stagger and fall, an arrow jutting from his chest. Camlin, or death. He glanced left and right, heard pockets of shouting, the clash of weapons in both directions. Wrath's plan was for each warrior wearing the wolfen skin to attack at different points, and a few men about them to protect and add to the confusion. They were not supposed to stay long, just long enough to kill a few, to maim more, and let the wolfen pelts be seen. "This way," Gar said, leading him along the road, deeper into the mountains. Corban followed, running low, slashing with his claws as he went. Storm kept pace, men running from her. Others began to appear along the road, warriors grouped together, grim-faced, weapons leveled. "They are rallying. It's time to go," Gar said. "Quick!" He pointed into the night, towards the embankment. Corban ran. He sprinted along the edge of the road, Storm bounding ahead, Gar's feet slapping behind. Corban was about to slither down the embankment when he saw a sight that pulled him up short. A knot of combat seethed before them, the clash of iron ringing out, sparks flying. Figures were rolling on the ground, one of them fur-covered. Corban caught a flash of red hair. Corellin. Nearby, Corban recognized one of Wrath's warriors trading blows with someone, saw Wrath's warrior crumple as he was stabbed with a spear in the back. Further on, Corban saw a row of warriors, their shields raised. Something about it stirred a memory in him, but then Corellin was shouting, snarling, drawing his eyes. He ran forwards, hacked at the spear still buried in his comrade's back, splitting its shaft and slashed the warrior holding it. The man fell away, screaming, clutching at his face. The two rolling on the ground came to a halt. The warrior on top of Corellin, sword arm rising. Corban leapt forwards, grabbed the man and rolled, lost his grip of his sword, just kept slashing and stabbing with the claws on his left hand, slowly realizing his enemy was limp in his arms. Hands grabbed him, pulling him to his feet. Corellin. She returned his sword. Gar stood close by, holding back two men. Storm was ripping a hole in a warrior's belly, blood spraying. Gar's sword slashed through one man's throat, sending him reeling back. The other man, fighting him, drew away, one arm hanging limp. "We must leave now," Gar said. Corban turned and began to run, then saw the wall of shields on the road again, closer now. He stopped dead, remembering where he had seen its like before. In Duncarrick. The feast hall, the night his world had changed, the night his Dar was killed. They were Nathair's men, Eagle Guard. He walked closer, for a moment forgetting all else, shaking off Coralyn's hand as she tugged at him. "Nathair!" he yelled, his voice cutting the night. Gar followed him, sword held ready, eyes scanning the wall. Corban remembered the man Gar had fought. Storm padded on his other side, snarling, fangs dripping red. "Nathair!" Corban yelled again, emotion cracking his voice. "Come out! Face me!" A memory consumed him. Nathair plunging a sword into his Da's chest. His knuckles became white about his sword hilt. A figure stepped from the wall, a warrior. Not Nathair, stern-faced, fairer-haired, though of a similar age. "Nathair is not here, but I will face you, Black Sun." He took another step closer and raised a short sword. Black Sun? The words registered but were stripped of meaning as Corban was gripped by a swirl of grief and anger. He made to move forwards, then Gar was before him, his curved blade raised high. The world froze. A shout rang out, and the shield wall shuddered into life, lurching forwards one step, more. A space opened behind the unsuspecting warrior who had challenged Corban, moving about him before he realized what was happening. Shields pulled tight before him with a crack of wood. Corban heard a muffled voice, shouting. The shield wall continued to move forwards. Corban stood there in shock, glaring, almost ready to launch himself at the wall of shields, but his bubbling rage did not erase his memory of what would happen if he got too close to those shields, a host of swords darting out. He could not break through it, he knew that. "Tell you, Nathair, I will kill him one day," he yelled, then turned and slithered down the embankment, his companions following. They swept through tents, not amongst warriors now, but the people that always accompanied a warband, families and tradesmen. Corban and his companions chopped at ropes, tents collapsing, kicked pots and cook stands into fires, spreading panic as they went. And then they broke out into the night and were scrambling up a slope back into the safety of the hills. Coralyn led them, twisting around black boulders and through patches of loose soil until Corban felt the soft cushion of pine needles beneath his feet. Here they paused, all four of them catching their breath and looking back down into the valley. Points of light drew the eye, the campfires looking like candle flames from this height, winding along the giant's road. Towards the rear of the warband, flames spread as tents caught fire in the wake of Corban's passing. The sound of battle was gone now, but confusion still seemed to be spreading amongst the warband, horn blasts ringing out. "Best get back to Wrath," Coralyn breathed, her voice raw, and they moved off. Corban paused. Sure he had heard the sound of something in the woods behind him, but nothing moved, so he set off again. He frowned to himself as he ran, though. It had sounded like the whine of a hound. Chapter 73. Veridis. Veridis was calm now, though it had taken until the break of day for him finally to become so. Behind him, the rising sun was a pale glow on the horizon. I have seen the Black Sun come a hair's breadth from crossing swords with him. And then his shield wall had closed about him, Boss standing silent, holding him in an unbreakable grip until Corban and his followers had fled. In a way, he was grateful, glad that he had been stopped from fighting. He'd wanted to hate Corban, had stared at him and tried to muster some righteous anger, some hatred of Asroth and his dark ways, but all he had seen was Cohen standing back at him. Their resemblance was striking. Veridis would have known that it was Cohen's brother, even without the Wolven. The same dark eyes, the high cheekbones, the scruffy hair, even the expression. Corban had been angry, and he had seen that emotion writ across Cohen's features more than once. He felt guilty. For Nathair's sake, he should have fought him. He heard footfalls behind him, stopping a few paces away. He turned to see Boss. The big man sank to one knee. "I've come to speak for the Eagle Guard and myself. We disobeyed you. We are sorry and will accept any punishment you judge fit." He looked at the ground. Get up, Veridis said. I have more to say, he sighed. Go on, then. You are our leader, have led us through many dangers. You are our lord, our general, our brother, and we love you. Any one of us would give our life for you without thought. Last night, you would have died. We could not just watch. It was the Black Sun, boss, Azeroth's champion, right there before us. I had the chance to slay him, to end the God War. The one in the wolfen pelt? Aye. It was not him that worried me. It was the other one, the warrior with him. It was Jihar. You were the first sword of Tenebrow, but I doubt even you could best one of them. I think he was the man who killed Rauka, Veridis said. Boss frowned at that and seemed to think about it for a while. The man who killed Rauka and then 10 of our Eagle brothers. On his own. He looked at Veridis, letting his words sink in. I would have died, most likely. He stepped forward and squeezed Boss's shoulder. Disobey me again, and I shall dismiss you from the Eagle Guard. Boss looked up at him and nodded. Now get up. What happens now? Boss asked him. Geraint will march soon, and there will be a battle. We shall watch and wait. Be prepared to be called upon. There is much talk. Many have fled, Boss observed. It was true. The night raid had set a fear coursing through Geraint's warband like a disease on the wind. Talk of changelings and demons prowling the night had been one thing, but corpses bearing claw marks and witnesses testifying to seeing wolven and changelings slaying warriors with tooth and claw had led to hundreds slipping away in the darkness. Veridis had spoken to Geraint, told him it had been men in wolfen fur, but he was not sure if even Geraint believed him. There were a lot of dead with their throats torn out. I know, but the battle will still happen. Geraint cannot just turn around and go home. Rin scares him more than wolfen in the night. Sensible man, Boss chuckled. But his men, they will fight with fear already planted in their guts. That was the goal of last night's raid, I think, Veridis shrugged. We shall see what we shall see. And we shall also keep an eye on those hills. I don't want any more surprises. Horns rang out, and the warriors of Cambrin began to move along the Giants' Road, no songs of war rising up, only the tramp of many feet. Veridis could see Geraint at the front, surrounded by a knot of his shieldmen. In the distance he saw Eramon's warband standing ready, iron glinting in the weak sunlight. He was standing with Boss. A score of his Eagle Guard were spread a little higher up the slope. They were a long way from the trees that gave cover at the hill's crown and out of bowshot. Any attack from above would be seen early on. The warband jutted to a halt, only a few hundred paces from Eramon's lines. They'll do some drinking now, Boss said quietly. Aye. It was a hard thing, starting a war, and harder still for those in the front ranks, those who would have to put some will into their legs and go willingly to battle, and very possibly to their deaths. The first steps were always the hardest. A few mouthfuls of wine or mead often helped summon the courage that was needed, and Veridis could see skins being handed about between warriors and Eramon's warband too. I doubt if they're full of water. A dose of courage to face a charge. A roar went up from Geraint's warband, rising up from the front and rippling back through its masses like the muscular contractions of a snake in motion. The front ranks moved quicker, breaking away, running at Eramon's warband. They too roared, clashing swords and spears on shields, then charged to meet their foe. Veridis saw the impact of the front rows before he heard it. Then there was a great crash like thunder overhead, ringing along the ravine, echoing about the hills. The two warbands filtered into one another, a patchwork of the green of Dowan and the black and gold of Cambrin. The battle descended into 1,000 duels, each warrior finding a foe to fight, the one left standing moving on to the next. And so it would go until all the enemy were dead or one side lost heart and ran. Boss drew in a deep breath. It's going to be a long day. Chapter 74. Corban. Corban walked through the huge paddock that spread across the meadows behind the camp. Then he saw her. "Morning," Corlin said as he approached. They had only had a few hours' sleep since their return to camp after the raid, but Corlin looked fresh and alert, ready for anything. She was checking the girth on a horse, other riders nearby preparing their mounts. "What are you doing?" Corban asked. "Rats sending me into the mountains, in case they try and sneak around their flanks. Should be a quiet day for you then. Don't think any of them will dare step into those woods, not after last night. They might get eaten by a shapeshifter." She flashed him a smile at that, a rare sight from her. It scattered his thoughts for a moment. "I wanted to talk to you," he said. "That's what I was thinking." She looked at him appraisingly, one eyebrow raised. "About Connell." "Oh." Corban didn't know what Hallion had told her, but he didn't think it was much. After last night, the way he had seen her risk her life, he felt she deserved to know. "He killed my sister, Cohen, and he betrayed Brennan, sided with the man who opened the gates to Owain and let the enemy into Duncarrig. There, I've said it plain as I can." He tried to keep the anger from his voice, just tell the facts without his own feelings creeping into it. Emotions swept Corlin's face, one chasing the other: anger, disbelief, disappointment. "Colin did that. He's a lot of things, but betrayal, he's always had his own code." Corban took a deep breath, keeping the anger at bay. "Something happened to him. He grew jealous of Hallion, who rose in Brennan's service. Hallion was Brennan's first sword for a while." "Was he now?" Corlin said. "Did he not tell you?" "He's not told anyone that," Corlin said. "That's the kind of man Hallion is. Humble." Corlin nodded. "I know. And Con didn't like that?" "Not at all. I thought him siding with Evnis was as much to spite Hallion as anything else. Just my opinion." They stood there in silence, Corlin fiddling with a buckle and strap in her mount's girth. After a while, she looked up at him, her eyes narrowing. "What are you waiting for? Are you wanting a kiss now? I'm not Maeve, you know." "What?" For a moment, he was back in the feast hall, Maeve's arms about him, his face stinging from Corlin's slap. "She's just jealous," Maeve said to him. Somehow, he didn't believe that. "Maeve said you were jealous," he said, thinking Corlin would find that funny. She didn't. "She's going to kill me," he thought, and took a step back. "Jealous?" Corlin spat the word. "She kissed me," he mumbled, some kind of defense. "Just thought you should know about Connell, that's all." A kiss? He found himself looking at her lips, then remembered the long list of cuts and bruises she'd given him in the weapons court. He shook his head. "What's wrong with me?" "All right then. Thank you," Corlin said. He nodded and walked away. "Corban?" she called after him. He paused and looked back. "I'm sorry about your sister." "So am I," he said, and left. Corban wanted to cover his eyes. It was horrible. Just the noise of it was deafening. He had witnessed a battle of a similar scale once before, between Owain's warband and men of Arden come to relieve the siege at Duncarrig. But he'd been sitting high above on the walls over Stonegate, with a battle fought on the plains far below where warriors had looked as small as ants. This was different. The warbands had crashed together like two great waves, a concussive explosion of noise slapping him, a physical blow that made him stagger. From his vantage point, he could see individuals, see pain etched upon faces, see limbs severed from bodies, hear the screaming, smell the sweat and blood, the urine and excrement as death claimed victim after victim. Crows circled the air, hundreds of them, and he wondered if Kraff and Feck were in the carrion horde. He was standing on a small rise at the rear of Doan's warband, overlooking the battle. Tents were behind him. A score of healers gathered close by, bracing themselves for the coming work. Brynner was amongst them, and had asked for his help. At first he had said that he would be fighting, but Wrath had come and seen him soon afterwards and told him to keep out of the combat until dusk, if it went on that long. He had another plan up his sleeve. So, Corban had found Brynner and told her he was able to help. It would be better than doing nothing. He was not so sure now. Warriors started to trickle into the tents, some staggering, supported by comrades in arms, others carried on litters. Many were screaming, others delirious with pain. Corban spent much of his time giving men sips of usque, or poppy milk that had been ground and mixed the night before. He had never seen so much of the pain reliever in his life, but it did not last that long. By high sun, most of the jugs were empty. "Hold him tighter," Brynner snapped at him. They were hunched over a warrior lying upon the ground, his foot and ankle a bloodied mess. He'd been screaming, flailing with the pain a short while ago, but half a jug of usque had quietened him. Now he was groaning, until Brynner started digging around in his wound with her knife. "Tighter," Brynner ordered, as she moved her blade around. "No point stitching him up with all of this filth in here," she muttered, pulling out slivers of leather and cloth, bits of the man's boot that had followed the blade that had stamped him into his wound. "His leg will just go green and swell and he'll die half a 10 night later." She stood up straight. "It's going to have to come off." She looked about. "You'll need help to hold him." "I'll help," a voice said behind them, a man stepping close. Ventos, the trader. Brynner bustled off to get hot water and cloths, a saw. "I didn't know you were here," Corban said to Ventos. "Might as well do something useful," he said. "The best way out of Dowan for a Wayne is the Giants' Road, and it's blocked at the moment. If I'm stuck here, I might as well help in some way, and as much as I like Eramon and Dowan, I don't feel strongly enough to draw my sword and stand out there." He nodded towards the battlefield, where the muted roar of battle drifted on the cold wind. Brynner returned with her arms loaded. "Hold him tight, both of you," she said. "He'll be hardest at first, but he won't stay conscious for long." She looked at them both. "Ready?" "Aye," they both said, although Corban wasn't. The man screamed like Asroth was ripping his heart out, but Brynner was right. He lapsed into unconsciousness soon after Brynner's saw started cutting into the bone of his lower leg. Still, after Brynner had sawn for a while, Corban wasn't sure which sound he hated most, the screaming or the iron grating through bone. Then came the cauterizing of the wound, the stench of burning flesh, the sewing of skin, the wrapping of bandages. By the time Brynner was finished, Corban's hair was plastered to his face with sweat. "Go and rest for a while, get some air, drink some water," Brynner muttered to him in Ventos. Corban looked about the tent they were in and made for the entrance. He passed another healer bent over an injured warrior, saw the healer cut the man's throat with a sharp little knife. It was not the first time he had seen that small mercy handed out today. He saw his mam, mopping blood from a gaping wound in someone's shoulder. He left the cloying heat of the healer's tent and stepped into the cold air. It was late in the day now, the sun sinking into the west, sending shadows stretching east. The battle still raged. It had moved back towards the mountains, leaving a field carpeted by the dead, startlingly still in contrast to the frenetic activity only a few hundred paces further on. The bravest crows were already swooping down. He just stood there, breathing deeply, the cold air sharp in his lungs, then turned around and stepped back into the healer's tent. A hand tapped his back. He was emptying a bowl of blood for Brynner. He turned and saw Wrath, blood spattered, a cut grazing his forehead. "Brynner will see you soon," Corban said. "I've come to see you, Corban. Come, step outside now." Corban followed him out of the tent, felt a presence behind him and saw his mam had followed. Gar was leaning against a tent post. "We're winning this battle," Rath said. I think we could end it with you and your Wolfen's help. Corban looked past him, saw Rath's giant killers lined behind him. Corlin nodded to him. She was already wearing her Wolfen pelt. What do you want me to do? He asked Rath. Corban buckled on the clawed gauntlet and drew his sword. I'm ready, he said. He was standing with Rath, Corlin, Farrell, and Baird, all of them in their wolven skins. Storm stood beside him. At their back were the rest of Rath's giant killers, 10 men, and Corban's companions, Gar, Dath, Camlin, Marok, and Von. His man was there as well, wearing a leather cuirass and clutching a spear. Knives were belted across her chest. Gar had told her she wasn't coming. You'll not be stopping me, she had said, giving Gar a look that silenced any reply. She was still angry from last night that she'd not been told about the raid. She had been in a state of fear and rage combined when Corban had returned to their tent, and she had wept and scolded both Corban and Gar. Come on, then, Rath said, and they set off. It was dusk. Rath's plan was to launch an attack on one of the flanks of Rin's warband. They had already been pushed back, were tired and faltering. Seeing a pack of wolven and changelings attacking them might start a rout. That was Rath's hope. They skirted the battle at a distance, looping out wide. The sky was purple, an orange flush on the horizon, the last of the sun. Then Rath signalled and they ran at a cluster of Rin's warriors. They saw Storm first, her bone-white fur drawing the eye, then the rest of them, fur and blood covered. They must have been an eerie sight in the half-light of dusk. Corban saw men slapping each other and pointing, some scrabbling away, slipping and falling. One stood and stared in horror. He was the one that Storm leapt upon, her jaws latching onto his neck and shoulder, her momentum flipping him through the air and slamming him to the ground. Corban and the others were only heartbeats behind her, carving into any who were wavering between fight and flight. Corban slashed a warrior across his gut, ripping into chainmail, and stabbed him in the throat with his sword. The warrior collapsed in a spray of arterial blood. Marok ran past him, punched a warrior in the face with his buckler, the iron spike piercing the man's eye. He collapsed into a boneless heap. They cut down all resistance within moments, and then moved on, carving deeper into Rin's warband. Corlin was close to Corban, and he saw her raise her head and let out a keening, wordless war cry. Corban echoed her, the rest of them following suit. They howled as they killed, and wherever they trod, men ran. First in ones and twos, but soon knots of warriors were breaking away, heading back towards the mountains. Then the trickle became a flood, and the whole of Rin's left flank was in flight. Gerite must have realized that the day was done, for horn blasts rang out, and the centre retreated slowly, fighting as they went. Rath ordered the signal to break from the battle, and soon the field was full of men standing, exhausted, watching their enemy flee back to the hills. A ragged cheer went up, Corban and his wolfen pack howling as euphoria swept them. Relief at being alive, the mad joy of victory. Then Corban heard the screaming, men dying about him on the battlefield, the stench of blood and excrement. How can we do this to one another? For a sickening moment, he felt overwhelmed with shame. Look what we have done. Then his mind flew back to the Darkwood, where Queen Alana had been kidnapped and killed, a spark that had started a chain reaction of death. Started by Rin, and still happening, even here. He felt something harden inside, a resolve to see this through. I cannot run forever. To stop her, we must fight her. And we have won. Today, at least. Chapter 75. Corlin. Corlin prodded her sword into the back of a prisoner, making him increase his pace. The battle had been won, but she had not stopped to celebrate or rest. Rath had sent her with a band of others back into the foothills to patrol for stragglers or surprise attacks. Just because we did it last night doesn't mean they can't do the same to us, the old warrior had said. Coralyn didn't mind anyway. She'd rather keep busy. Less time to brood about all that Corban had told her of Connell. Horses appeared out of the gloom as she approached their makeshift camp. She handed over the man, a blacksmith by the look of his scarred and pitted features, she had found creeping through the undergrowth to Baird. Without a word, she slipped back into the woodland, heading for the slopes that led down to the Giants' Road. That would be where deserters or raiders would appear, climbing up from the camps below. She moved silently through the woodland, gliding from tree to tree, using the shadows, a lifetime's worth of training, just habit now, an automatic response bypassing conscious thought, like fighting. Without realizing, she found Connell hovering in her mind's eye, the expression on his face a mixture of insolence and humour, daring the world to throw all it could at him. She felt a physical pain at the thought of him, a knife twisting in her gut. Con. Betraying Hallion. One thing she knew about Hallion, he would do the right thing, or at least what he considered to be the right thing, no matter how hard it was to see it through. And he was a peacemaker. He would not have driven any dispute with Connell. No matter how she looked at it, she came back to the same conclusion. Corban had told her the truth. And I am grateful for that. He had treated her like an equal, not a bairn, which was what Hallion had done. She knew now that Hallion had kept the truth from her out of an effort to spare her pain and to save Connell's name, his reputation, but she'd rather have the truth, no matter how unpleasant. Corban. Regarding her with his dark, serious eyes. Waiting for a kiss. Why did I ask him that? What an idiot I am. She liked him, she was coming to realise. It was certainly good to have around in a scrap, him and his Wolfen and Gar. Between them, they could put the fear of Azeroth into most that faced them, and she respected that. But it was more than that. She liked the way he spoke to her, open, genuine, nothing hidden. Something caught her eye and she paused, squatting. She was close to the edge of the woodland now, where the slope suddenly dropped down to the camps far below. Spore scattered about, as if it had been kicked to hide it. From a big animal, not big enough for a wolfen, but not deer or anything else she would expect to see up here. She lifted it and broke some off, sniffing. Hounds, no question, and more than one. But what are hounds doing up here? And where are they now? It was drying, but still moist at its centre. Half a day old, no more. There was a rustling to her left. She dropped the spore and moved closer to a tree, merging with its shadow. A figure appeared, climbing the slope, breathing heavily. He staggered upright, looking about. A young man, fair-haired, a warrior. She stepped out of the shadows. He stumbled back a pace, reaching for his sword hilt, then paused. "You're only a girl," he said. "Your first and last mistake. Don't think." She exploded forwards, swatting a hand away, one hand grabbing his collar, the other pressing her knife to his gut. "I am," she said, "and if you don't walk where I tell you, I'll slit you from belly to throat." He licked his lips. "Think I'll choose the walking?" Chapter 76. Corban. Corban sipped from a skin of ale, smiling at Dath and Farrell as they traded stories from the raid of the night before. "I saw you," Dath said to Farrell. "You slipped as you ran up the slope, flat on your face. Have you ever seen a clumsy wolfen?" "It was steep and the ground was loose," Farrell said, slurring his words a little. He'd had a lot of ale. He was smiling, though. They all were. Celebrations sweeping their camp. "Good job Coralyn didn't see you slip. Don't think she likes the clumsy type." Dath grinned. "She called me a bear," Farrell said, frowning. Dath and Corban laughed. "Do you think she likes bears? I'm hoping she does." Their tents were set on the edge of the camp, close to the paddocks. Corban heard the creak of harness, saw the outlines of a few horsemen now. A group of figures followed them closely on foot, one falling and being dragged for a few paces before the rider stopped. Prisoners, tied to the horses, Corban realised. As the rider turned to look at the fallen man, the campfire highlighted her face. It was Corban. She should be celebrating with the rest of us.
Look, there's your future wife, Dad said to Farrell.
I'm going to ask her if she likes bears, Farrell said, concentrating as he stood but still managing to look unsteady.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
Corban asked him as they walked towards Corban.
Corban?
Farrell called out.
Too late,
said Dath.
You should join us. For a drink. To celebrate,
Farrell said, looking up at Corban in her saddle. Other riders were there. Corban recognised Baird and nodded a greeting at the warrior.
There's still a war going on. And besides, you fall over after a few drinks, Corban said.
Farrell blinked at that. It was obviously not the answer he'd been expecting.
Do you like bears?
He said instead.
What? Bears. Big furry animals. Do you like them?
What's going on here? Corban said, looking at Dath and Corban. Her eyes fixed back on Farrell.
Are you dim-witted? Or are you mocking me?
Farrell, you need to stop before she stabs you.
I'm not mocking you,
Farrell said, face twisting in shock.
I would never mock you.
Please stop.
I love you.
Oh, no. Dath laughed and staggered.
You're drunk,
Corban said.
A little,
Farrell muttered. You must scare these lads, a voice said behind Corban.
If they need a drink to muster the courage to talk to you.
It was Baird, grinning from ear to ear.
Shut up,
Corban said over her shoulder.
I don't need a drink to find my courage,
Farrell said, scowling at Baird. He looked back to Corban.
You haven't answered my question. Do you like bears? What? Yes, I suppose, if they're not trying to eat me. I've heard they make a good meal, and a good bearskin will always keep you warm.
I think he'd like to keep you warm, Baird said, nodding at Farrell.
You see,
said Farrell to Corban and Dath.
She does like bears.
He grinned.
Well, if we've exhausted your conversation, perhaps we can get on, Corban said. We're in the middle of something. Who are they?
Dath said, pointing to the line of figures bound behind Corban and her companions.
The enemy,
Corban said.
Found most of them up in the hills. Might be deserters, might be spies.
Corban stared at them, a huddled mass in the darkness, firelight from the camp flickering across shapes and faces. There were warriors amongst them, but also women, even children. I think the raid the other night sent a lot of them running to the hills, Baird said. And for all the ones we've caught, there'll be a score more still out there. Corban frowned, staring hard. There was something familiar about one of the figures. Standing hunched over, head down, but still. He stepped forwards.
Careful,
Baird said. They're being checked for weapons, but you never know. Corban ignored him, shouldering his way through the huddle of figures if they didn't move quickly enough.
You, he said, look at me.
The figure ignored him.
Look at me,
Corban said, then drew his sword, a slow rasp. A face appeared, fair-haired, dirt-stained and gaunt, but still one Corban would never forget. It was Rafe. Chapter 77. Lycus. Lycus leapt from the boat into the foaming surf and waded to shore. He stood upon a long strip of beach, a wide river flowing out into the sea behind him. On the horizon, he could see a dark strip of forest. Tenebral, it is good to see you again. He had been away from here far too long. This place was too important to his plans. Can a god read my mind? Even a fallen one? I hope not, even though he can speak into it. His hand reached inside his cloak, fingertips touching his gift from Calidus. Calidus had given it to him at Duncarrig. Help Jael take the realm of Isiltir for his own. Then you must return to Tenebral. Fidele cannot be left unwatched. She is changeable, and Tenebral is important. She will need to be steered. Use diplomacy if you can, but if all else fails, use this. Calidus had given him a box. In it, something wrapped in linen, no bigger than his thumb. It had been good to return to the three islands, to Panos, Nerin, and Pelset, and see that old oaths were renewed. But he had taken too long in his visiting, he knew. It was the eve of